Chapter 23:12. Yulong, facing another grand ascension stage. Being in battle isn't a simple matter. I'll have to think about this first, Daoist San Quan replied with tightly furrowed brows. Of course. How about this? I'll wait here for your decision for a few days. If you're willing to come with me within the next 3 days, then we'll set off together. Otherwise, I'll visit fellow Daoist Cho Yuan of the Blood Vendetta Canyon. The essence-sucking arts he's cultivated are extremely effective against even fellow Grand Ascension stage beings, Huang Yuanzi replied. Alright, I'll give you a response within 3 days, Daoist San Quan said with a nod, then made a hand seal, following which he abruptly vanished from the grassland. As for Huang Yuanzi, he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of golden light, which transformed into a resplendent palace on the grassland. Several beautiful women in palatial dresses emerged from the palace, then extended respectful curtsies toward Huang Yuanzi while referring to him as their master. Huang Yuanzi smiled as he made his way into the palace. Above the sea near the flying spirit race, a giant black ark was flying through the sky. On the deck of the ark stood around a dozen devil crystal puppet warriors that were giving off powerful auras. Whenever a reckless sea beast leaped out of the sea to attack the ark, several puppets would immediately release pillars of light to instantly vaporize those sea beasts. In a refined and elegant hall on the top floor of the giant ark was a silver chair, on which Han Li sat with his eyes closed, seemingly pondering something. Patriarch Hua Shi and Zhu Guer were both standing behind the chair in a respectful manner. Even though this wasn't Han Li's first time entering the primordial and he was using the Ink Spirit Holy Ark as a transportation device, it had still taken him over 2 years to reach this place from the boundless sea. On another chair near Han Li sat a white-robed woman with a pair of red eyes and a strange red rune on her glabella. We're about to enter the flying spirit race territory soon, fellow Daoist blood soul. Is this your first time coming here? Han Li asked with a smile. The white-robed woman was none other than Fairy Ice Soul's blood soul clone, and Han Li had visited the Su family to take her on this journey with him prior to entering the primordial world. The woman immediately extended a respectful bow as she replied, That's right, I've never come into contact with the flying spirit race, but I've heard that they possess several types of renowned abilities that are related to true spirit beings. I've visited the flying spirit race in the past, and one of my good friends is residing in the area. Seeing as we're passing through, I plan to pay him a visit along the way. Speaking of which, is the information about the available spot to teleport to the foreign continent really reliable? It would be a huge waste of time if we were to get there, only for it to not be true, Han Li said. Rest assured, Senior, the Helian Trade Guild is one of very few hidden powers that span across the 3 continents, and it's comparable in power even to a super race like the Jiaoqi race, which is why it possesses teleportation formations capable of intercontinental travel. Due to some special reasons, the Trade Guild auctions off some spots for intercontinental teleportation once in a while. I was very fortunate to have become a VIP of the guild, thereby granting me the right to attend these auctions. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have heard about this. The next auction just so happens to be coming up this year, whereas if we wait for the next one, we may have to wait for several decades or even 2 to 3 centuries. Thus, a lot of powerful beings from all races flock to attend these auctions, the Blood Soul explained. I've heard of the Helian Trade Guild as well. If I had known about the existence of these auctions back when I was returning from the Thunder Continent, then perhaps I could have saved myself a lot of trouble. Then again, with my status at the time, I most likely wouldn't have been taken seriously by the Helian Trade Guild anyway, Han Li chuckled. The Blood Soul nodded in response. Even for the Helian Trade Guild, these auctions for intercontinental teleportation spots are quite a big deal. If an outsider wants to participate in these auctions, then they'll require a recommendation and have to be quite an important figure themselves. Alternatively, unconditional access is granted to those at or above the body integration stage. I'm sure the organizers of the auction would be very eager to have someone of your status attend their auction. I hope it'll go as smoothly as you say. Also, there's something that I must tell you. I'm taking you with me to fulfill our prior agreement, but once we arrive on the Thunder Continent, we'll have to stay there for a while as I want to search for something there. Please excuse the delay, Han Li said. I've already waited for this long. A slight delay is certainly not an issue. If you have something that you need to do, then go right ahead. I have no objections at all, the Blood Soul replied without any hesitation. I'm glad to hear that. Rest assured, the item that I'm searching for won't be too difficult to find, so we won't have to waste much time on the Thunder Continent, Han Li said with a pleased smile. Thus, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark entered flying spirit race territory, and its massive stature naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, all of the flying spirit beings that swept their spiritual sense toward the ark immediately gave it a wide berth upon sensing the fearsome grand ascension stage aura emanating from it. As a result, all of the powerful flying spirit beings that the ark passed by merely turned a blind eye and didn't dare to stop the ark at all. On the 5th day after the ark entered flying spirit race territory, a coarse male voice suddenly rang out up ahead just as the ark was passing over a lake. Which fellow Taoist has come to visit our flying spirit race? I am Yulong and I wish to make your acquaintance. As soon as the voice trailed off, a vast expanse of dark clouds appeared up ahead alongside a gust of fierce winds, and a 9-headed bird that was over 10,000 feet in length appeared. The bird's 9 heads were all extremely menacing and fierce in appearance, but its body was covered in resplendent colorful feathers. At the same time, it was giving off a formidable aura that wasn't inferior to the one emanating from the massive ark. The male voice was coming from none other than one of the giant bird's 9 heads. Han Li immediately appeared at the front of the ark amid a flash of azure light, then replied, "Greetings, fellow Taoist Yulong. I am Han Li of the human race and I only came here to visit an old friend, so there's no need for you to be concerned." A hint of astonishment surfaced in the eyes of the 9-headed bird upon hearing this. Han Li? Could it be that you're the human fellow Taoist who slew the stem-borer queen in the Elder Devil realm? As long as there's no other Han Li in the human race, I should be the one you're referring to. I'm surprised that you've heard about my exploits, Han Li replied in a calm manner. The 9-headed bird was ecstatic to hear this, and it quickly transformed into a hideous elderly man amid a gust of black wind. "Haha, so it really is you, fellow Taoist Han. Our flying spirit race is truly honored by your visit. You must come and visit my cave abode so I can show you some hospitality. One of my good friends was invited to the Elder Devil realm to face the stem-borer queen, and following his return, he has mentioned your powers and exploits on more than one occasion." The elderly man was wearing a colorful feather robe, holding a simple-looking yellow wooden cane while appraising Han Li with an elated expression. "I see. Which race is this good friend of yours from? Perhaps I may know of him," Han Li said. "That good friend of mine is fellow Taoist Yuan Fei of the Long Body race. Have you heard of him, Brother Han?" Yulong asked. Han Li pondered the name for a moment before a hint of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. Yuan Fei of the Long Body race. Now that you mention it, I do have some recollection of him. I recall he was one of the fellow Taoists trapped in the original sealed site. The Long Body race is a direct neighbor of our flying spirit race, and fellow Taoist Yuan Fei is a close friend of mine. During the ordeal he suffered in the Elder Devil realm, he sustained some rather severe injuries, so he's currently in seclusion. Otherwise, I'm sure he would come to meet you in person. Please come and visit my cave abode, fellow Taoist Han. It's not far away from here, Yulong invited again in an enthusiastic manner. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li decided that it would be rather inappropriate to reject Yulong, so he nodded in response. "Your hospitality is very difficult to refuse, fellow Taoist. In that case, please pardon my intrusion." "Fantastic. Please come with me, fellow Taoist." Yulong was ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately sped away into the distance as a gust of fierce wind. "Wait for me here, I'll be back soon," Han Li said to his small entourage, then followed along behind Yulong as a streak of azure light. Patriarch Hua Shi and the others naturally didn't raise any objections. As Grand Ascension stage beings, Han Li and Yulong were naturally incredibly fast, and even though they weren't flying at full speed, a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was still covered in just over 2 hours, upon which they arrived above a basin surrounded by a lush mountain range. At the center of the basin was a giant stone pagoda that was over 10,000 feet tall with over 100 levels. There were also many other buildings constructed around the basin, but all of them were situated several kilometers away from the stone pagoda, giving it a wide berth. Chapter 23:13 Extreme Origin Crystal and Regenerative Spirit Molding. High-grade flying spirit beings of different descriptions were constantly entering and exiting these buildings, presenting quite a lively and bustling sight to behold. All of a sudden, the sky abruptly darkened, and Yulong descended upon the basin amid a gust of fierce winds. All of the flying spirit beings in the basin immediately stopped what they were doing before hurriedly kneeling down onto the ground and kowtowing to Yulong. "This is one of my 7 cave abodes, and the construction is rather special. Come and take a look with me, fellow Taoist Han," Yulong said to Han Li as he pointed at the stone pagoda down below. Han Li nodded in response before slowly descending toward the pagoda, while Yulong flew directly into the entrance on the top floor of the pagoda. Around 15 minutes later, Han Li found himself seated on a golden chair in a lavish hall. Yu Long was seated across from him in another golden chair, holding a green wine cup with an enthusiastic expression. Brother Han, this origin elixir wine is a rare spirit wine brewed from 49 different types of spirit herbs, and not only is it very effective for magic power recovery, it can also improve focus and alertness. This is indeed a fine wine. You sure know how to enjoy yourself, fellow Taoist, Han Li praised with a smile after taking a sip of the wine. Yu Long's smile became even more pronounced upon hearing this. If you like it, then have some more. Don't mind if I do, Han Li chuckled before downing all of the wine in his cup, then drew the wine flagon on the table into his grasp before refilling his cup. Haha, I'm glad you like the wine, Brother Han. Aside from that, I have some treasures that you won't find anywhere else. Why don't you take a look at them as well? Yu Long said with a smile before clapping his hands together. The sound of footsteps rang out outside, and 3 female servants made their way into the room with their heads lowered before arranging themselves into a row in front of Han Li. Han Li only took a brief glance at the trio of female servants before turning his attention to the silver platters they were carrying. On each platter sat a palm-sized translucent brick with smooth surfaces, one of which was yellow, another one was blue, and the final one was red. The 3 bricks were giving off earth, water, and fire attribute auras, respectively, and Han Li's expression immediately changed slightly as he swept his spiritual sense over them. Furthermore, the purity of their auras was far superior to that of top-grade spirit stones. Yu Long had been appraising Han Li's expression this entire time, and upon seeing the surprised look that had appeared on Han Li's face, he smiled and said, "What do you think of these extreme origin crystals, Brother Han? They were all refined by me, and they can be extremely effective both as tool refinement materials or as spirit stone substitutes." You mean to tell me that these aren't naturally occurring materials? You refine these extreme origin crystals yourself? The surprise on Han Li's face became even more pronounced upon hearing this. That's right. I was fortunate to have been able to refine these bricks using a secret technique, but during the process, I failed countless times and wasted a vast quantity of precious materials. However, I still think the end result was well worth it, Yu Long replied in a slightly proud manner. A secret technique, eh? Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. Ha, please examine the items first, Brother Han. I'll explain everything else to you in detail later, Yu Long replied as a mysterious look appeared in his eyes. All right, then I'll go right ahead, Han Li said with a nod before making a nonchalant grabbing motion, drawing the blue translucent brick into his grasp. A spiritual sense thread then shot out of his glabella before vanishing into the brick in a flash, and at the same time he slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Yu Long looked on with a faint smile, making no gesture to stop him. A long while later, Han Li raised an eyebrow as he reopened his eyes, and the spiritual sense thread returned to his glabella from within the brick. What pure energy! The amount of spiritual chi within this brick is at least 4 to 5 times that in a top-grade spirit stone of the same mass, and the degree of purity is something that normal spirit stones can't even begin to compare to. However, the internal structure is rather strange. It seems that there are innate spirit patterns inside the brick. If this is used to refine a treasure, it should create some type of special ability. May I ask how its durability is? Han Li asked. Yu Long's eyes lit up upon hearing this and he chuckled. You really do have a keen eye, Brother Han. You've listed most of the special characteristics of this extreme origin brick. As for its durability, you can feel free to test that out for yourself. Alright then, please pardon me, fellow Taoist. A peculiar look flashed through Han Li's eyes as he opened his mouth to expel an azure thread, which quickly revolved around the translucent brick before flying back to him. Bright blue light immediately radiated from the brick, and a shallow sword mark appeared on its surface. Immediately thereafter, the sword rapidly faded away at a rate that was discernible even to the naked eye. This brick possesses the regenerative spirit molding ability, Han Li exclaimed. A hint of surprise appeared in Long Yu's eyes upon hearing this. As expected of Brother Han to be able to identify this ability right away. Indeed, all 3 of these extreme origin bricks possess the regenerative spirit molding ability. If a treasure were to be refined using this material, unless it was completely destroyed, it would be able to regenerate and recover from any amount of damage over time. Some bonded treasures also possess regenerative abilities, but that requires constant nurturing from the owner's true essence, and that process would take far longer than a treasure with the regenerative spirit molding ability. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate further on just how precious this material is, right? Materials with the regenerative spirit molding ability are extremely rare across all realms, let alone just the spirit realm. On top of that, the fact that it wasn't substantially damaged by a streak of sword chi from me is a testament to its incredible durability. I'm assuming you aren't showing me these extreme origin crystals just so I can critique them, Hanli said as he appraised the brick in his hand. Yulong faltered slightly upon hearing this before replying, "You're a straightforward man, fellow Taoist Han. In that case, I'll come clean to you as well. I invited you here as I have a request for you. If you can help me complete a certain task, I'll be willing to give you these 3 extreme origin crystals as compensation. What do you think?" Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he said, "Just a single one of these extreme origin bricks is already quite precious, yet you're willing to give me 3. I'm sure the task you're trying to complete isn't a simple one. Tell me what it is first and I'll give you my verdict after that." Yulong hesitated momentarily before revealing, "This task will perhaps be rather difficult for normal Grand Ascension stage beings, but I'm sure it's no issue for someone of your powers, Brother Han. I expended so much effort to refine these extreme origin crystals as I want to use this material to refine a powerful 5-elemental treasure to help me transcend my next major heavenly tribulation. However, even after several thousand years of effort, I was only able to refine extreme origin crystals of these 3 elements. I require assistance to refine crystals of the final 2 attributes, and you're the perfect choice, Brother Han." "You want me to help you refine extreme origin crystals?" Han Li was quite taken aback to hear this. "That's right. Truth be told, these extreme origin crystals can only be formed using the world's origin chi of different attributes. The crystals of these 3 attributes were quite manageable. Even though I failed many times, I still managed to succeed a few times. However, refinement of the metal and wood attribute extreme origin crystals require an astonishing amount of the world's origin chi, more than what I can handle and control, and that's why I decided to turn to you, Brother Han," Yulong said as he cupped his fist in an earnest salute. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li said in a cautious manner, "If you only require my assistance in controlling the world's origin chi, then I'd be open to helping you, but I have some questions that I would like to have answered." Yulong was elated to hear this and he immediately prompted, "Go ahead, Brother Han. If I recall correctly, this is our first ever meeting. Why have you decided to turn to me instead of a good friend of yours? Also, are there going to be any unforeseen dangers involved with assisting you in controlling the world's origin chi? After all, the world's origin chi is extremely unpredictable and possesses unfathomable power. In addition to that, how do you know that I'll be powerful enough to help you refine the extreme origin crystals of the remaining 2 attributes?" Han Li asked. "I can see that you still don't fully trust me, Brother Han. Haha, that's only to be expected. I would also be quite wary if I were in your shoes. Rest assured, I'll provide a satisfactory answer to all of those questions," Yulong chuckled. "Please go ahead, fellow Taoist," Han Li prompted. "Firstly, the metal and wood attribute world's origin chi are far more difficult to attract than the power of heaven and earth of the other 3 attributes. As such, they're also several times more powerful, and there's no way the average Grand Ascension stage being would be able to control it. I only attempted it twice and didn't dare to make any more attempts thereafter. I do have several close friends, but their powers and abilities are roughly on par with my own, so they naturally won't be of any help in this regard. Unfortunately, the duty of controlling the power of heaven and earth can't fall on the shoulders of multiple people at once. It can only be undertaken by a single person to ensure smooth operation and successful refinement of extreme origin crystals. As for your second question, it would be deceitful of me to proclaim that there's no danger involved. However, as long as sufficient preparations are made in advance, the danger associated with controlling the power of heaven and earth can be minimized. At the very least, I was able to remain safe during the 2 occasions where I attempted to control metal and would attribute power of heaven and earth. As for the final question." Yulong paused momentarily here. Chapter 23:14. Meeting Jin Yu again, I have no other choice. If I can't refine metal and would attribute extreme origin crystals within the next year, then I'll most likely lose my chance to do so forever. In this current situation, you are the likeliest candidate to help me succeed, Brother Han, Yulong said with a wry smile. Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this. "What do you mean by that?" "Drawing out the power of heaven and earth is not a simple task. Not only can it only be done in special spirit regions, the exact time and changes in the power of stars must be calculated in advance for any chance of success. In order to refine these extreme origin crystals, I had expended a massive price for a divination master of our race to calculate the changes in the stars at the expense of a large chunk of his lifespan. According to his divination, the changes in the stars that would bring about the power of heaven and earth of the metal and wood elements are extremely rare, and if I can't refine the extreme origin bricks in this window of opportunity, the next opportunity to arise could be countless years in the future. I don't have the time to wait, so I must refine the remaining extreme origin crystals during the next year. If I hadn't encountered you today, I was planning to take a risk to recruit the assistance of an old devil with a rather bad reputation. However, you're naturally a much better choice. At the very least, you were willing to venture into the Elder Devil realm to slay the Stemborer Queen and rescue so many fellow Taoists of our spirit realm, so you seem like a righteous and trustworthy character, Yulong explained. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he listened to all of this, but his mind was racing as he made a series of judgments. After a long while, he replied, I don't know much about you, but the answers you provided were satisfactory, and I see no need for you to deceive me. If it won't take too long to refine the remaining 2 types of extreme origin bricks, then I can agree to help you. However, for compensation, I want 1 each of the extreme origin bricks of the other 2 attributes as well in addition to these 3, and these 3 bricks must be issued to me a deposit right away. Yulong was ecstatic to hear this and he immediately replied, That's not an issue at all. Rest assured, the spirit region where the power of heaven and earth can be drawn upon is not far away, so we can begin at any time. As for these 3 extreme origin crystals, they're already yours. In that case, let's not delay any further. If it's alright with you, we can set off for that spirit region right away, Han Li said with a pleased smile as he swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of azure light to stow away the 3 extreme origin bricks. Yulong was very elated to hear this and he replied, Fantastic. You're a very straightforward man, fellow Taoist. However, I must make some preparations to draw upon the metal and wood attribute power of heaven-earth. How about to stay here for a night and we'll set off tomorrow? Alright then, tomorrow it is. Please pardon my intrusion for tonight, Han Li agreed after a brief moment of contemplation. Yulong was very pleased to hear this, and he immediately issued an instruction, upon which groups of female servants strode into the hall with more spirit fruits and spirit wine. After that, the 2 of them began to drink and chat. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to Han Li and he said, By the way, there's someone I would like to ask you about, perhaps you may have heard of him. Yulong was rather taken aback by this request, but he immediately replied, I'll be sure to tell you everything I know, Brother Han. This fellow Taoist is also a member of your flying spirit race, and he possesses very formidable 5-colored divine light, so he should be from the 5 light race. As a fellow Grand Ascension stage flying spirit being, I'm sure you would have heard of him, Han Li said. Yulong's expression changed drastically upon hearing this and he hurriedly asked, The 5 light race? What is that man's name and where did you meet him? I thought I was the one asking you a question, Han Li said with a hint of a smile on his face. Ah, please forgive me for my lack of composure, it's just that your question truly caught me off guard. Our flying spirit race isn't exactly a major race, but we have never had less than 3 Grand Ascension stage beings. However, only a single Grand Ascension stage being has arisen from the 5 light race in the past 1 million years. As soon as he had reached the Grand Ascension stage, he had departed on a long journey, and nothing was heard from him ever since. We had all thought that he had perished, so I'm very surprised to hear that you've encountered him. Would you be able to disclose some information about this fellow Taoist? Yulong said in an apologetic manner as he quickly composed himself. I see. Unfortunately, I don't have much information to offer as I only encountered him by chance in a perilous region of the primordial world. All I know is that his surname is Yi and that he possesses a 5-colored peacock transformation. I was suddenly reminded of him as I was speaking to you and decided to ask about him on a whim, Han Li replied. If his surname is Yi, then he's definitely the fellow Taoist I'm referring to. I'm glad to hear that he hasn't perished. I hope he can return to our flying spirit race soon, Yulong said with a smile, but Han Li could see that his smile was slightly forced, and it seemed that Yulong shared quite a complex relationship with this Grand Ascension Stage 5 light being. Thus, instead of lingering on this topic any further, Han Li casually changed the subject to one of cultivation, refraining from revealing the true fate suffered by this fellow Taoist Yi. For some reason Yulong didn't ask any further questions either, and readily began to exchange cultivation insights with Han Li. Just as the 2 of them were having a spirited conversation, a female servant suddenly strode in before extending a respectful bow. Patriarch Yu, Elder Jean of the Tianping race wishes to request an audience with you. Would you like to see her? No. I don't want to see anyone. Can't you see I'm entertaining an esteemed guest? Yulong scolded with a displeased expression. Please forgive me. The servant was petrified and immediately kowtowed as a gesture of repentance before hurriedly exiting the hall. However, before she could leave, Han Li suddenly said, "Hold on, are you referring to the Grand Elder of the Tianping race, Jinyu? Do you know Elder Jinyu?" Yu Long was rather surprised to hear this. "I've met her on several occasions and she's technically an acquaintance of mine. Why don't you see what she has to say?" Han Li replied. Yu Long was rather taken aback to hear this and he immediately instructed, "If she's an acquaintance of yours, then I would certainly be willing to grant her an audience. Go and invite Elder Jin to see me." "Yes, Patriarch Yu." The female servant quickly departed. Shortly thereafter, a white-robed flying spirit woman with golden wings on her back entered the hall, accompanied by the same female servant. The woman had an ordinary appearance but gave off a regal aura, and she was none other than Grand Elder Jinyu of the Tianping race, whom Han Li had met on several past occasions. As soon as Jinyu strode into the hall, she immediately bowed and lowered her head, not daring to look around. Jinyu pays her respects to Patriarch Yu. However, she still caught a brief glimpse of Han Li out of her peripheral vision, and she was surprised to find that he was rather familiar. The man was seated as an equal across from Yu Long, so he had to be a Grand Ascension cultivator as well. Could it be that this was a Grand Ascension stage being that she had met before? Han Li's cultivation base and aura had completely changed since their last meeting, so she was unable to identify him as the past holy disciple of her flying spirit race. "You can get up now. Why have you come here instead of taking care of matters in the Tianping race? I recall that an envoy from each race can only see me once per century unless I summon them for an audience," Yu Long said in an indifferent voice. "I had no choice but to come here, Patriarch Yu. Half a year ago the Qirong race suddenly made a big move, invading and conquering over 10 spirit mines and several cities of our Tianping race, abducting all of the Tianping beings in those areas. I went to the Qirong race in person for an explanation, only to be ganged up on and wounded by several of their elders. As a result, I was forced to go into seclusion for half a year to recover from my injuries, and I've come here right after emerging from seclusion," Jinyu explained with a furious look in her eyes. "So it's an issue with the Qirong race again." "I'm already aware of this," Yu Long sighed with a hint of exasperation in his voice. Jinyu's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and a thought suddenly occurred to her. What could it be? "That's right, the Grand Elder of the Qirong race also came to complain to me 3 months ago, but he said that it was your Tianping race that encroached upon their territory a year ago, so everything they're doing now is justified," Yu Long said. Jinyu's face paled slightly upon hearing this and she hurriedly argued, "Please look into the situation, Patriarch Yu. This is blatant slander from the Qirong race. What happened was..." "I'm currently preparing for my next tribulation. I have no time to look into these trivial matters. As long as the survival of your race isn't under threat, don't come to see me. You can go now," Yu Long said in a cold voice. Chapter 23:15, Golden Astral Devilish Formation. Jinyu's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and she hurriedly fell to her knees again. "But Patriarch Yu, the Qirong race is far too powerful for us to handle. If things continue like this, even if our Tianping race isn't destroyed, it'll be reduced to a shell of its former self. Please uphold justice for us, Patriarch Yu." Did you not hear what I just said, or do you think I'm not doing a good job?" Yu Long harumphed coldly as a formidable aura erupted out of his body. Jinyu immediately felt the air tighten around her, making her body feel extremely heavy. In the face of this fearsome aura, she was unable to even get up again. Jinyu's face paled even further as a horrified look appeared in her eyes. "Please forgive me, Patriarch Yu, I had no such intentions. I know I shouldn't be getting involved, but fellow Taoist Jin is an acquaintance of mine, so please do me a favor and give her some assistance," Han Li suddenly said with a smile as he swept a sleeve through the air. The enormous force crushing Jinyu to the ground was immediately disrupted and melted away like snow under the scorching sun. Jinyu was stunned to hear this, and she looked up at Han Li with a bewildered expression. Instead of being enraged by Han Li's intervention, Yu Long immediately put on a smile as he replied, "If that's what Brother Han wants, then it can naturally be arranged. Jinyu, hurry up and thank fellow Taoist Han for his kindness." "It's you?" Jinyu finally recognized Han Li, and her bewilderment became even more pronounced upon seeing Yu Long treating Han Li in such a respectful manner. "What insolence! This is fellow Taoist Han Li of the human race, and his powers are superior to even my own." Yu Long scolded with a dark expression. It took Jin Yu a moment to recover from her astonishment before she hurriedly extended a deep bow toward Han Li. Fellow Taoist Han? No, Patriarch Han, please forgive me, I was simply caught off guard. During their last meeting, Han Li had only been at the body integration stage, yet now, even Yu Long was conceding his inferiority to Han Li. This drastic change was far too much for her to process. Despite Jin Yu's cunning and steadfast nature, she was completely rooted to the spot. Alright, you can go now. I promised fellow Taoist Han that I would look into this matter, so I'll definitely make some time to meditate for your 2 races, Yu Long instructed with a stern expression as he waved his hand in a dismissive manner. Jin Yu's heart was still filled with astonishment and befuddlement, but she didn't dare to raise any objections. Yes, Senior, I'll be taking my leave now. However, as she rose to her feet, she couldn't help but take a look at Han Li again to make sure that he was indeed the same person that she was thinking of. Han Li gave her a faint smile, then communicated a message to her through voice transmission. Regardless of what history I had with your Tianping race in the past, that should settle any debt that I owe you, don't come to see me again. Jin Yu's heart jolted upon hearing this, and she was just about to say something when Han Li pointed a finger at her from afar. Around a dozen bolts of silver lightning suddenly erupted beneath her feet, forming a small lightning formation in a flash. In the next instant, her surroundings completely blurred, and she abruptly vanished from within the hall. Han Li had used a lightning formation to teleport her directly out of the pagoda. What a marvelous teleportation technique. It seems your powers are even superior to what I had anticipated. I'm even more confident in our collaboration now, Yu Long said as his eyes lit up. In the air above a normal building far away from the stone pagoda, Jin Yu re-emerged amid a flash of silver lightning. She quickly inspected her surroundings with a bewildered expression, then cast a stunned gaze toward the stone pagoda in the distance. The next day, before daylight had completely arrived, 2 streaks of light, one azure and one black, flew out of the stone pagoda before speeding away in a certain direction. Close to a day later, the 2 streaks of light arrived in a small mountain range, then descended into a valley between 2 small mountains. This is the spirit region you found? Han Li asked with furrowed brows as the azure light faded around him. Aside from countless craters of different sizes, the valley was completely bare. There wasn't a single blade of grass growing within several kilometers of the valley, and all of the bulges in the area had been sliced through by something, making them significantly shorter than the surrounding ground. The only thing that was noteworthy at all was a giant copper pillar situated at the very center of the valley. The pillar was over 1,000 feet tall with layers of formations etched on its surface, but it was covered in rust and looking very dilapidated, much like a relic of the distant past. This place doesn't look that impressive, but it wasn't always like this. It only became so barren and desolate after enduring 2 heavenly tribulations. Spirit regions suitable for drawing upon the power of heaven and earth are very difficult to find, so we'll have to make do here, Yu Long explained as he made his way toward the copper pillar. I see, but surely you're not going to rely solely on this treasure to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, Han Li said as he cast his gaze toward the copper pillar. Of course not. This pillar is known as the Metal Wind Pillar, and it's a treasure I refined to help draw upon metal attribute power. However, it was damaged on the previous occasion, so I didn't withdraw it. Now that we're drawing upon a new back of the power of heaven and earth, we'll naturally be using new treasures as well, Yu Long chuckled in response. He then swept a hand through the air, releasing over 100 balls of azure light that descended into the surrounding craters on the ground. The balls of light then transformed into over 100 glistening copper pillars that were brand new in appearance. Immediately thereafter, Yu Long began to chant something while making a hand seal. A burst of loud rumbling rang out, and the copper pillars quickly arranged themselves into a giant formation with Yu Long and Han Li in the very center. There are a total of 108 metal wind pillars, just enough to create a golden astral devilish formation. With this formation in place, the might of the power of heaven and earth we're about to draw upon will be significantly diminished, and you'll be able to control the power with relative ease according to the instructions I provided you with last night, Yu Long explained. Alright, go ahead and begin the proceedings. I'll step in when required, Han Li replied with a calm expression, then made his way over to the top of a nearby copper pillar, where he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Yu Long was naturally ecstatic to see this, and he immediately swept his sleeves through the air, releasing countless formation treasures that shot forth toward the edge of the valley. A short while later, 7 or 8 more profound restrictions had been set up outside the formation of copper pillars. At this moment, Yu Long opened his mouth again to release 5 different treasures, comprised of a white jade vial, a purplish golden gourd, an azure disc, a silver cauldron and a crimson feather fan. As soon as the 5 treasures emerged, they immediately began to revolve around Yulong. Yulong pointed a finger toward the azure disc, and it instantly swelled to around 10 feet in size. Spiritual light of different colors surged all over its surface, forming an inky black starry sky with countless star-like specks of silver light flashing within it. Yulong then flipped both of his hands over in unison, summoning 3 silver beads and a net that resembled a black veil, all of which he immediately tossed toward Han Li without any hesitation. Those are the treasures I mentioned yesterday that would assist you in withstanding the power of heaven and earth. If used appropriately, they can be extremely effective, Yulong said. Thank you, fellow Taoist, I'll be sure to make good use of them, Han Li replied as he caught the treasures before giving them a brief inspection. Yulong nodded in response before taking a seat with his legs crossed, appraising the azure disc before him in silence. Time slowly passed by and 4 hours later, the starry sky manifested by the azure disc suddenly blurred and rippled, while several of the nondescript-looking stars began to glow with scintillating light, sending peculiar energy fluctuations surging out of the disc. A hint of excitement appeared in Yulong's eyes upon seeing this, and he yelled, "Be careful, fellow Taoist, the changes in the stars are about to begin, and I'm going to draw upon the power of heaven and earth now." He then slammed a palm down onto the ground, and a burst of invisible fluctuations surged forth in all directions from beneath his feet, causing the surrounding earth to tremor violently. The restrictions that had been set up in the surrounding area also began to emit a loud buzzing sound in unison, and some of them produced layers of light barriers, while others released clouds of dense mist. As for the 108 copper pillars in the valley, they flashed erratically a few times before a series of golden runes began to glow with scintillating golden light on their surfaces. Yulong took a deep breath upon seeing this, then stood up before waving a hand toward the purplish golden gourd. The gourd immediately tipped itself over at his behest, upon which a shimmering golden powder began to pour out of its opening. The powder appeared to be extremely fine, and in the instant it was released, it crashed directly down toward the ground below, seemingly extremely heavy. Chapter 23:16, Power of Heaven and Earth. Almost at the exact same moment, Yulong made a hand seal before pointing a finger toward the crimson feather fan. Countless crimson runes immediately surged out of the fan in a frenzy as it swelled to several times its original size, then appeared right in front of Yulong before being caught in his grasp. Yulong then raised the fan without any hesitation and swept it toward the golden powder. As soon as he did so, the fan was ignited on its own as layers of crimson flames appeared over its surface, while gusts of scorching wind swept through the air. As soon as the golden powder was swept up by this wind, they began to glow brightly, then rose up into the sky before disappearing in a flash at a certain altitude. Right at this moment, Yulong opened his mouth to expel several balls of blood essence toward the fierce wind. All of these balls of blood essence were inky black, and as soon as they came into contact with the wind, they exploded into black devilish flames. A dull thump rang out as these flames were swept up by the wind, and the wind fanned the fireballs violently, causing them to swell to over 1,000 times their original size. In the blink of an eye, a scorching pillar of black flames had taken shape, extending directly up into the heavens and presenting an astonishing sight to behold. In the sky above the pillar of flames, the golden powder that had disappeared resurfaced, then transformed into a series of huge golden runes. The massive runes scattered across the entire sky, forming an extremely complex superformation with countless rays of golden light surging through it. At the same time, the formation was releasing a burst of terrifying spiritual pressure that was threatening to make even the surrounding space congeal. All of a sudden, a thunderclap erupted in the cloudless sky up above, as if to resonate with the formation, and a series of balls of white light came plummeting down from above. Initially there were only several tens of these balls of light, but that quickly turned into thousands, then tens of thousands, and it was as if there were a white meteor shower raining down from above. A burst of Buddhist chants suddenly rang out from within the golden formation, following which a burst of tremendous invisible force was released. All of the white balls of light were drawn by this force into the golden formation, and they were all devoured in the blink of an eye. The rumbling within the golden formation became even louder, and the golden runes surged violently as an even more fearsome aura began to take shape. Instead of being alarmed by this, an elated look appeared in Yulong's eyes as he yelled, "Everything's ready, fellow Taoist Han. The power of heaven and earth is about to descend." He then made a hand seal before pointing a finger toward the cauldron, which instantly swelled to over 1,000 feet in size. At the same time, all types of materials of different colors and sizes came flooding out of the cauldron, and all of them were emanating astonishing metal attribute spiritual chi. Upon emerging from the cauldron, all of the materials hovered in mid-air in a completely still manner. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom erupted from within the golden formation up above, and a beam of golden light descended from it. Initially, the beam of golden light was only as thick as the opening of a bowl, but it quickly swelled to as thick as a water tank, and countless thin translucent threads were visible within it. Even before it landed, it was giving off an extremely sharp aura. Yulong's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal, upon which the 108 copper pillars shuddered in unison before vanishing on the spot, only to be replaced by a series of copper warrior puppets of different descriptions. All of the puppets were holding different treasures, which they raised up into the air in unison. All of the treasures then exploded at once amid a loud buzzing sound, following which a gust of fierce wind swept through down the middle, encompassing the entire valley beneath it. Strangely enough, the sound of clashing metallic weapons could be heard amid the howling wind, and an indescribable baleful aura swept through the surrounding area, as if there were countless dangerous weapons concealed within the wind. In the next instant, the golden light descending from above descended into the wind, but upon emerging on the other side, it had been shrunk down to just over half its original size. The golden light then descended straight into the giant cauldron, causing it to tremor violently while releasing a loud clanging sound akin to the toll of a giant bell. At the same time, the protective spiritual light around Yulong's body tremored slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. Meanwhile, the golden formation up above was releasing one pillar of golden light after another, and the interval between each pillar of light being released was gradually shortening. Yulong was able to withstand the first 100 or so pillars of golden light in a steady manner, but soon the pillars of golden light were falling two at a time, and his expression slowly became rather grim. Even though he could still continue to use the giant cauldron to catch the pillars of golden light, the cauldron was beginning to tremor violently, and black light was flashing incessantly over Yulong's face, clearly indicating that he was beginning to struggle. Hanli was already hovering in midair as soon as the copper pillar beneath his feet had transformed into a puppet warrior, and he was still appraising the unfolding situation with a calm expression, displaying no intention to intervene. All of a sudden, 3 pillars of golden light came crashing down from above in unison, and Yulong's expression changed drastically upon seeing this as he reflexively cast his gaze toward Hanli. Much to his relief, Hanli was finally springing into action as a burst of unfathomable spiritual pressure began to emanate from his body. Thus, Yulong was able to direct his focus back to the cauldron, injecting his magic power into the treasure in a frenzy. The silver cauldron began to revolve rapidly on the spot, and the materials around it plunged into the cauldron amid the sharp screeching sound of metal grating on metal. Golden light flashed, and the 3 pillars of golden light plunged through the fierce wind. Even though they had been shrunk down significantly, they were still descending toward the silver cauldron with astonishing might. Right at this moment, Hanli pointed a finger toward the pillars of golden light from afar, and a thick bolt of golden lightning sprang out of his fingertip amid a rumbling thunderclap. The bolt of lightning instantly arrived beside the pillars of golden light, then split up into 3 to strike the pillars of light with unerring accuracy. A resounding boom rang out as arcs of golden light spread through the air, and once the lightning faded, the pillars of golden light were revealed to have shrunk even further before plunging into the giant cauldron. The cauldron tremored amid a dull thump, but it was able to withstand the pillars of golden light. Even though the intervals between the descending pillars of golden light were still shortening, they were unable to pose much of a threat after being debilitated by Han Li's divine Devilbane lightning. Yulong's confidence was greatly fueled upon seeing this, and he began to flick a series of incantation seals through the air, all of which instantly vanished into the giant silver cauldron upon contact. Scintillating golden light radiated within the cauldron, and a string of resounding booms rang out, as if the materials within it were shattering one after another. Immediately thereafter, Yulong cast his gaze toward the white jade vial before uttering the word, "Explode." The white runes on the surface of the jade vial immediately flashed before the vial itself exploded to form a palm-sized ball of gray spirit flames. Yulong pointed a finger toward the ball of flames, then uttered the word, "Ignite." The spirit flames instantly transformed into a gray fiery python that was over 300 feet in length, and it pounced toward the silver cauldron before heating it from below. A series of secret patterns on the surface of the cauldron immediately lit up, then transitioned from silver into a crimson color, while the temperature in the cauldron was instantly raised to an incredible degree. As a result, most of the materials in the cauldron quickly melted into liquid, with only a few special materials still maintaining their original forms. Yulong was appraising the cauldron intently with an unblinking gaze, and bursts of invisible power were being released from his body, drawing the remaining materials into the cauldron as well. He then made a hand seal before expelling another ball of black blood essence, which flew directly into the gray spirit flames. The flames beneath the cauldron immediately swelled drastically, and its temperature increased significantly as it turned a faint golden color. Not long after this color change, the remaining materials in the cauldron that hadn't melted also began to soften and melt. However, right at this moment, the number of pillars of light descending from the golden formation up above finally increased to 4 at once. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and the golden lightning being released from his fingertips suddenly ceased as he swept a sleeve through the air. A golden gourd was released, and it immediately tipped itself over, pouring out thousands of grains of translucent sand. These grains of sand sprang up at his behest, then quickly vanished into the distance in a flash. In the next instant, a yellow sandstorm appeared directly above the cauldron, and a series of giant translucent rocks the size of millstones appeared to form a mysterious stone formation. At this point, the pillars of golden light had already descended from above, and they struck the very center of the stone formation. A resounding boom rang out as bright yellow light flashed violently, and the dozen or so giant rocks at the very center of the formation were instantly sliced apart by the golden light. However, the 4 pillars of golden light were still impeded, and only after shrinking down to a small fraction of their original size were they able to just barely pass through the stone formation. Chapter 23:17. Qing Yuanzi's tribulation. After 7 or 8 more waves of golden light fell into the silver cauldron, the rumbling ringing out from within the cauldron suddenly turned into a piercing screech, and Yulong's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. Fellow Taoist Han, please keep the power of heaven and earth at bay until I refine all of the power in the cauldron first. As soon as his voice trailed off, Yulong opened his mouth to expel several more balls of blood essence. After absorbing so much blood essence, the spirit flames beneath the cauldron rose up in a frenzy to encompass virtually the entire cauldron, and the color of the flames also turned into a crimson-golden hue. The temperature of the flames was so high that the surrounding space was warping drastically, and all of the materials in the cauldron had turned into boiling bubbling liquid with specks of golden light flashing within it. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he pointed a finger forward, and 5-colored light flashed within the stone formation, following which all of the giant rocks began to revolve at an incredible speed. The pillars of golden light that plunged into the formation were stalled for even longer and emerged on the other side even more debilitated than before. At the same time, Han Li raised his other hand to send a burst of black light flying through the air, and it transformed into a black cloud that was several acres in area to sweep up the pillars of golden light. Traces of light were flashing incessantly within the black cloud, and it was none other than the black net that Yulong had given Han Li earlier. The net appeared to be very thin and fragile, but the golden light was completely unable to escape out of it and could only bounce around inside the net as if it were a living being. Meanwhile, Han Li was making hand seals in the distance, clearly controlling the treasure from afar. Yulong was greatly encouraged upon seeing this, and he began to refine the materials in the cauldron with all his might. Over 100 palm-sized translucent golden bricks were slowly taking shape in the giant cauldron, and only after close to 100 pillars of golden light had accumulated within the black cloud did Yulong suddenly yell, "You can release the power of heaven and earth now, Brother Han." Han Li nodded in response before swiping a finger toward the black cloud from afar, and the black cloud was parted down the middle, forming a gash to allow the pillars of golden light to plunge into the cauldron again. Thus, the process repeated itself over and over again, with Han Li stopping or releasing the pillars of golden light using the black cloud as instructed by Yulong, and with his assistance, Yulong was able to focus wholeheartedly on refining the materials in the giant cauldron while perfectly controlling the amount of power of heaven and earth infused into the materials. However, as time passed, the number of pillars of light in the black cloud increased further and further, and after no more than 15 minutes, around 700 to 800 had already been accumulated. Even with Han Li's enormous magic power, he was beginning to struggle to contain so much power of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, he gave a cold harumph as he swept his sleeve toward the distance, and a ball of silver light around the size of a teacup flew out of his sleeve before instantly swelling to the size of a house, then vanished into the black cloud in a flash. This was none other than one of the 3 silver beads that Yulong had given him. A dull thump rang out as the silver bead exploded, encompassing the entire black cloud within a layer of silver light. Once the silver light faded, the golden light within the black cloud also vanished, leaving only the black cloud hovering in midair by itself. These 3 silver beads were treasures that specifically targeted metal attribute power of heaven and earth, and now that the pressure was completely lifted from Han Li's shoulders, he was able to use the black cloud to intercept more pillars of golden light. Yu Long had witnessed everything that had just happened, and as opposed to lamenting over the loss of one of those silver beads, a hint of elation flashed through his eyes instead. Han Li had already lasted far longer than he had expected before using that silver bead, and he was stunned by just how immense Han Li's reserves of magic power were. It seemed that he really had found the perfect ally, and there was a very good chance that he would be able to successfully refine the extreme origin crystals on this occasion. Meanwhile, Han Li was appraising the translucent bricks in the cauldron, wondering just how many of them would actually turn into the metal attribute extreme origin crystals. 2 months later, 2 white-robed women were standing side by side beneath a lush black tree in a hidden valley within the earth abyss. One of the women was very petite and alluring, while the other was slender and elegant, and the 2 of them were currently discussing something with serious expressions. A giant platform had been erected at the center of the valley, and it was of a vibrant green color, as if it had been constructed from massive green logs. The platform was split up into 7 levels with around a dozen treasures of different descriptions placed on the edge of each level. The highest level of the platform had hundreds of flags of different sizes planted on it, forming an extremely profound formation. These flags were all of different colors, and they were all giving off astonishing auras, clearly indicating that they were remarkable treasures. At the center of the flag formation sat a silver futon with a diameter of around a foot. Within a radius of half a kilometer around the platform stood thousands of humanoid or beastly statues of different forms and materials, but all of them were extremely lifelike and half knelt toward the giant platform. Furthermore, the entire valley was laden with jade bricks of different colors, basking the entire valley in a layer of faint spiritual light. Father has made extensive preparations for this heavenly tribulation, so there should be a very good chance that he'll be able to successfully transcend it. So why is it that he's looked so concerned these past few days? The elegant woman asked with tightly furrowed brows. I certainly wouldn't dare to proclaim that I can guess Master's thoughts, but I think he's most likely just concerned about his heavenly tribulation. After all, if he were to fail, then his cultivation journey would draw to a conclusion, the petite woman replied. That's true. Each major heavenly tribulation is more fearsome than the previous one, and there's no end to them unless one can ascend to that higher realm. Father has already transcended so many tribulations. The upcoming major heavenly tribulation is definitely going to be far more fearsome than what we can imagine. We can only pray that Father will be able to successfully transcend it. In any case, I'll be sure to assist him with all my might, the elegant woman said in a determined manner. You've cultivated arduously for all these years and finally reached the body integration stage precisely because you wanted to repay Master for the kindness he's shown us. It's a pity that I don't possess the heavenly physique, so I won't be of any help to Master here, the petite woman sighed. The 2 women were none other than Yuan Yao and Yen Li. Among them, Yuan Yao had been accepted by Qing Yuanzi as his foster daughter, and had reached the early body integration stage. As for Yen Li, the spiritual pressure emanating from her body indicated that she was at the late spatial tempering stage. This was the day that Qing Yuanzi had prepared to transcend his tribulation, and in preparation for this day, Qing Yuanzi had used all types of secret technique to delay this tribulation, as well as expended a vast amount of resources and effort to get Yuan Yao to her current cultivation base, all so that she could unleash a certain rare ability to help him transcend this tribulation. Yuan Yao was aware of this, but Qing Yuanzi had used a secret technique to transition her and Yen Li back into human bodies, and helped her reach the body integration stage in such a short time, so she was still very grateful toward Qing Yuanzi and was willing to help him at all costs. This valley was the place that Qing Yuanzi had chosen to transcend his tribulation. Many preparatory measures had been set up here, and hundreds of powerful restrictions had been created around the valley in case anyone tried to take advantage of this opportunity to plot against him. Currently, Qing Yuanzi was praying and basking in the scent of incense in a temporary cave abode not far away from the valley, priming himself into the best condition to face this tribulation. After continuing the conversation for a short while longer, both Yuan Yao and Yen Li fell silent and continued to wait with a hint of anxiety in their eyes. Close to half a day later, the gray clouds in the sky began to churn, and a peculiar aura began to emanate from within the valley. All of a sudden, A ball of azure light appeared in the distance before reaching Yuan Yao and Yanli after just a few flashes. Yuan Yao pays her respects to her father. Yanli pays her respects to her master. Yuan Yao and Yanli immediately fell to their knees in Qing Yuanzi's presence. The ball of azure light faded to reveal the elderly Qing Yuanzi, and he instructed, "Only Yaoer can help me during this heavenly tribulation, so Yaoer needs to come with me. In the meantime you stay here and hold down the fort, Yanli." "Yes. As you wish." The two women naturally didn't raise any objections. Qing Yuanzi nodded as he swept a sleeve downward, releasing a burst of azure light to sweep up Yuan Yao, following which both of them vanished on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted on the highest level of the giant platform, and the duo reappeared. "You stay here for now, Yaoer. I'll instruct you to step in when required. Make sure you don't act too early or too late or you'll miss the opportunity," Qing Yuanzi instructed in a benevolent manner. "Rest assured, father, I know what to do," Yuan Yao replied with a serious expression. "Haha, I have full trust in you, but make sure you take extra care. This heavenly tribulation is going to be very formidable, and you could easily get swept up in it if you're not careful," Qing Yuanzi cautioned with a smile. Yuan Yao naturally nodded in response. In the air above a rocky region far away from the valley, fierce winds were suddenly swept up, and a pair of massive black claws extended out of the wind before wrenching the space apart in a vicious manner. Chapter 23:18. The formidable foes. The space was instantly torn apart by the pair of claws, creating a spatial rift that was over 10,000 feet in length. A mountainous figure then emerged from within the rift, followed closely by two streaks of light. The streaks of light faded to reveal a young Taoist priest and a thin yellow-robed man, while the black qi around the giant figure dissipated to reveal a dark-skinned giant with curved horns on his head and several rows of short bone spikes on his back. His face was completely identical to that of a normal male human, but the fearsome aura he was giving off struck one with a sense of asphyxiation. "I'm truly impressed that you were able to tear through space and allow us to enter this place so easily with your physical body alone, fellow Taoist immortal," the yellow-robed man said with a smile. "Haha, it's all thanks to your 9 illusion fortune door loosening the boundaries between realms. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been capable of this," the giant chuckled in response before quickly shrinking down to only around 20 feet tall. "Hee, while that's indeed true, it would still be impossible to enter this space had you not possessed the power to tear through boundaries between realms," the yellow-robed man chuckled. "Alright, that's enough useless chit-chat. I didn't come here to listen to you two praise one another. Let's find the target and get this over with as soon as possible," the young Taoist priest said with a cold look in his vertical pupils. "There's no hurry, fellow Taoist San Quan. Even once Qing Yuanzi's tribulation begins, it'll take him quite some time to transcend it, so we definitely have enough time to reach him," the yellow-robed man replied in an unhurried manner. This trio was naturally none other than Huang Yuanzi, the immortal heavenly lord, and Taoist San Quan, all of whom were renowned Grand Ascension stage beings. "It looks like you really have plotted a long time to target this Qing Yuanzi. You've even grasped the time and location for his tribulation transcendence," Taoist San Quan remarked. "Of course. Qing Yuanzi isn't a member of our Chang Yuan race. Instead, he possessed the body of a close relative of mine, and only then was he able to reach his current cultivation base. I owe that relative a huge favor, and I abandoned my original name for this one so I could constantly remind myself of what Qing Yuanzi did to spur me on in my quest for vengeance," Huang Yuanzi said in a cold voice. "I didn't think that you would have such a serious vendetta against this Qing Yuanzi. Rest assured, I'll be sure to help you exact your revenge," said the immortal heavenly lord. "I don't care about your differences with Qing Yuanzi, I just want the reward you promised me. As for whether we'll actually be able to kill Qing Yuanzi, that'll be up to you," Taoist San Quan said in an indifferent voice. Instead of being enraged to hear this, Huang Yuanzi replied in a confident manner, "Rest assured, brother San Quan, I invited you to join us primarily for your mastery in the art of formations. With your expertise in my 9 illusion fortune door, the restrictions set up by Qing Yuanzi may as well now exist." Taoist San Quan's expression eased slightly and he said, "I certainly hope so. I heard that Qing Yuanzi is also quite adept in the art of formations, and he must have set up some formidable formations in preparation for his tribulation transcendence. I have full confidence in you, brother San Quan. Let's set off now. Out of Qing Yuanzi and myself, only one can leave this space alive," Huang Yuanzi declared before flying away as a streak of light. The immortal heavenly lord and Taoist San Quan exchanged a glance before following along. Above the platform in the valley, Qing Yuanzi was already hovering at an altitude of just over 100 feet in a seated position with his legs crossed. There were several tens of azure flying swords flying through the air around him, and his eyes were tightly shut in an expressionless manner. Down below, all of the surrounding flags were releasing layers of five-colored light, forming countless radiant runes that were hovering above the platform. All of the formation treasures set up beneath the platform were also buzzing incessantly, while streaks of spiritual qi were rising up before vanishing into thin air. As for all of the statues around the platform, they were still maintaining their original poses, as if everything happening on the platform had nothing to do with them. Meanwhile, Yuan Yao was standing at the foot of a formation flag, looking up at the sky with a nervous expression. At this moment, red clouds had already filled the entire sky, and gusts of fierce black winds were sweeping through the air, causing the space in their wake to tremor slightly. The red clouds had formed a dense watertight blanket, and were giving off a scorching aura. Shortly thereafter, crimson light flashed within the clouds and scorching balls of light began to take shape, then came falling out of the sky like a torrential storm. At the same time, Qing Yuanzi opened his eyes, then raised an arm before sweeping a finger upward. A streak of azure sword qi that was over 10,000 feet in length immediately appeared, then transformed into an azure light barrier at his behest to encompass the entire platform. The balls of dazzling red light struck the azure light barrier before instantly exploding, sending countless sparks in all directions, but none of it was able to infiltrate through the sword barrier. However, these red balls of light were clearly only the beginning of the heavenly tribulation. After a storm of tens of thousands of balls of light, a thunderclap rang out up above, and bolts of purplish-golden lightning appeared before also raining from above. At the same time, the fierce black winds swept down from the heavens as well. Before the wind had even fallen upon the sword barrier, it released countless semi-transparent wind blade, filling virtually the entire sky. However, not only was Qing Yuanzi not alarmed to see this, he willingly rose to the challenge as scintillating azure light erupted from his body, and at the same time he pointed his fingers upward in rapid succession. All of a sudden, all of the azure light within the sword barrier converged to form a streak of sword qi that was over 10,000 feet in length, which then transformed into a massive azure WRM. The WRM danced through the sky in a ferocious display, releasing streaks of sword qi that kept all of the purple lightning and wind blades at bay. Yuan Yao was naturally ecstatic to see this. Right at this moment, bright red light appeared up above, and all of the red clouds dissipated to reveal a river of lava. In the next instant, the river of lava reared up before plunging down from the heavens, igniting the entire sky. Yuan Yao's smile immediately stiffened upon seeing this, but Qing Yuanzi remained unfazed as he made a hand seal, upon which the runes that had surged out of the formation flags rose up into the air at his behest before forming a five-colored rune formation. Tens of thousands of translucent five-colored threads then shot forth out of the formation, piercing through the descending waterfall of lava and completely eradicating it. At the same time, Qing Yuanzi laid a hand onto the top of his own head, upon which a miniature azure figure emerged, then rubbed its hands together before raising them to release countless streaks of azure sword qi, each of which was more powerful than the preceding one. Qing Yuanzi knew that the heavenly tribulation was only just beginning to display its fearsome might. 10 days later, the entire sky within a radius of thousands of kilometers around the valley was enshrouded in a dense blanket of dark clouds, and occasional flashes of five-colored light would appear alongside rumbling booms. It was clear that the heavenly tribulation had reached its most fearsome point. Atop a small mountain thousands of kilometers away stood three humanoid figures on the branches of a massive tree, appraising the valley from afar. These three were none other than Huang Yuanzi, Daoist San Quan, and the immortal heavenly lord, and they had arrived 2 days ago. They were currently awaiting a good opportunity to strike, and the immortal heavenly lord mused, "I didn't think that this Qing Yuanzi's major heavenly tribulation would be this fearsome. I don't think I would have even lasted this long had I been in his shoes. Indeed, even I would most likely fail to transcend this tribulation. Looks like this Qing Yuanzi's resounding reputation is certainly well-deserved." Daoist San Quan agreed with a grim expression. So what if Qing Yuanzi's powers are far superior to the three of us individually? He may not even be able to transcend this tribulation, and even if he does, he'll definitely be severely weakened, and there's no way he'll be able to survive against the three of us. Huang Yuanzi chuckled coldly. The immortal heavenly lord nodded in agreement. That's true. No matter how powerful he is, his days are numbered. It looks like this heavenly tribulation will last at least 5 or 6 more days. Shouldn't we begin preparing to remove these restrictions around the valley? Otherwise, there's a very good chance that Qing Yuanzi will go into hiding as soon as his tribulation concludes, Taoist San Quan said in a cold voice. You're right, it's about time we made a move. In Qing Yuanzi's current state, he won't be able to do anything even if he notices that we're removing his restrictions. The most he can do is deploy some backup measures he may have set up in advance, Huang Yuanzi said. Backup measures? Let's see what he's prepared. The more resources he uses up now, the easier it'll be for us to land the final blow on him, the immortal Heavenly Lord chuckled. Chapter 23:19. Arrival of both enemies and an ally? I'm naturally aware of that as well, which is why I suggest we make a big commotion while removing these restrictions. Even if Qing Yuanzi can resist the urge to use the measures he set up, he definitely won't be able to focus wholeheartedly on transcending his tribulation. Fellow Taoist San Quan, we'll be counting on you, Huang Yuanzi said with a cold smile. Rest assured, leave it to me, Taoist San Quan replied. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and a white cloud instantly appeared beneath his feet before carrying him toward the valley. Huang Yuanzi and the immortal Heavenly Lord quickly followed along behind him as two streaks of light. After advancing for no more than 100 kilometers, a rumbling boom suddenly rang out, and the surrounding area blurred before the trio found themselves situated in a forest of giant trees. Each tree was around 1,000 feet tall and was entirely black in color, making it look as if they were constructed from black steel. In the instant that the trio appeared in the forest, the surrounding trees began to tremor violently before toppling toward the three of them, sending fierce gusts of wind sweeping down from above. What a crude formation! It's downright laughable to think that such a restriction is being used against me, Taoist San Quan chuckled. Immediately thereafter, he swept his sleeves forward, and bursts of yellow qi surged forth in a frenzy before spreading in all directions. As soon as the giant black trees were swept up by the yellow qi, they were immediately sent flying like feathers in the wind, then disintegrated into sand amid a string of dull thumps. The surrounding area warped and twisted, then reverted back to the same scenery as before. Thus, the trio continued onward, and both Huang Yuanzi and the immortal Heavenly Lord were quite elated to see this. After flying for less than 10 kilometers, several of the hills down below suddenly began to glow, and three formations, each of which was around an acre in size, appeared on the summits of the hills in unison. Countless fireballs were then conjured up before hurtling toward the trio in a torrential storm. A disdainful look appeared on Taoist San Quan's face upon seeing this, and he pointed a finger forward, releasing 3 green threads of light that transformed into 3 thick pillars of light in a flash. 3 earth-shattering booms rang out as the pillars of light flashed through the fiery storm like 3 agile snakes, then struck the 3 formations down below with devastating might, instantly razing the 3 hills to the ground. Taoist San Quan wasn't even delayed in the slightest as he continued onward, followed closely by the elated Huang Yuanzi and immortal Heavenly Lord. Even though Qing Yuanzi had set up many restrictions, the ones on the outskirts were quite ordinary and were only there to deal with intruders of lowly cultivation bases. Only the restrictions near the valley were the truly formidable ones that were meant for fellow Grand Ascension stage beings. Yanli was in the midst of meditating at the entrance of the valley when a grim voice transmission from Qing Yuanzi suddenly sounded beside her ears. Look out, Yenner, there are powerful enemies approaching the valley. Take the treasures I gave you and activate the baleful 18 Heavens formation. Yanli's heart jolted upon hearing this, and she hurriedly rose to her feet before extending a curtsy toward the direction the voice had come from. Yes, master. At this point, all of the restrictions in the valley had already been completely activated, conjuring up countless light barriers of different colors. In addition to the black winds raging incessantly outside, it was impossible for anyone to see into the valley. Aside from the rumbling thunderclaps ringing out from up above, Yanli couldn't hear anything else from the giant platform. Qing Yuanzi seemed to have sensed her unease, and he transmitted his voice to her again in consolation. Don't worry, the baleful 18 Heavens formation will at least become 20% more powerful when controlled by someone, and it should be enough to impede the enemies outside for several days. After I transcend my tribulation, I'll be able to face them myself. Yanli's anxiety was eased slightly upon hearing this. The fact that Qing Yuanzi still had the spare capacity to transmit his voice to her indicated that he was dealing with his tribulation with relative ease. Thus, she immediately rose up into the air before departing as a ball of yellow light. Shortly thereafter, Yanli arrived on a mountain summit with a giant formation disk hovering beneath her, upon which stood a row of small flags of different colors. Yanli was currently appraising a copper mirror in her hand with a grim expression, and there was an image on the mirror, depicting Taoist San Quan destroying a golden light formation on the outskirts with ease using a white flying dagger. Taoist San Quan then completely vanished from the image in a flash. Yen Li drew a sharp breath upon seeing this, and her brows furrowed tightly with concern. She knew that the intruders had to be Grand Ascension stage beings for Qing Yuanzi to take them so seriously, but she didn't think that there would be someone among them with such a high level of expertise in the art of formations. There were many restrictions around the valley, but they definitely wouldn't be able to delay the intruders for long. If she wanted to buy more time for her master, then she would have to rely almost solely on the baleful 18 Heavens formation. With that in mind, Yen Li immediately swept a hand downward, and several of the formation flags immediately vanished into plumes of smoke. Around 15 minutes later, fierce winds were swept up near the valley, sending sand and small stones flying in all directions, while a series of rifts abruptly split open on the ground. Bursts of crimson mist billowed out of the rifts, quickly encompassing the area surrounding the entire valley. Immediately thereafter, several sharp screeches rang out, and the sound of ghostly howls suddenly erupted within the crimson mist while countless giant black figures emerged. An astonishing baleful aura also surged into the heavens, scattering much of the dark clouds up above. In this short time, Yen Li had completely activated the 18 profound formations around the valley. Individually, the formations didn't pose much of an obstacle to a Grand Ascension stage being, but they were designed in a unique way so that anyone facing one of the formations would actually have to face all 18 formations at once. Thus, if they couldn't destroy all 18 formations at once, then they would have to patiently destroy the formations one by one. This was why Qing Yuanzi was still so calm even though there were powerful infiltrators approaching. Close to a day later, Huang Yuanzi's trio arrived near the valley, and Taoist San Quan's expression immediately darkened slightly at the sight of the baleful 18 Heavens formation. After being introduced to the troublesome nature of this formation by Taoist San Quan, Huang Yuanzi's expression also darkened significantly. So we have no choice but to destroy these formations one by one if we want to enter the valley, Huang Yuanzi confirmed. I'm afraid so. However, with interconnected formations like these ones, the most difficult one to destroy is always the first one. After that, it'll become easier and easier as there will be fewer formations supporting one another. As such, the power of the first formation is equivalent to that of all 18 formations combined, so it'll be very difficult to destroy, Taoist San Quan replied. Humph, that Qing Yuanzi really is a cunning bastard, but he's dreaming if he thinks that this will be enough to stump me. How long will it take to destroy all of these formations, fellow Taoist San Quan? Huang Yuanzi asked. If you're willing to use the 9 illusion fortune door to assist me, then 4 days should be enough, Taoist San Quan replied. That won't do. What if Qing Yuanzi's heavenly tribulation concludes early? How about this? When you reach a critical juncture, I'll use my hierarchical Yin Corpse lightning to assist you, but we must destroy all of these formations within 3 days, Huang Yuanzi said in a cold voice. Taoist San Quan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but then quickly reverted back to normal again. You even prepared hierarchical Yin Corpse lightning for this trip? In that case, we'll definitely be able to break the baleful 18 Heavens formation in 3 days. Good. Fellow Taoist immortal, you don't have to do anything aside from priming yourself into the best condition. Your power will be extremely important for when we face Qing Yuanzi, Huang Yuanzi said. I understand. After all, my cultivation arts just so happen to have a suppressive effect on several of Qing Yuanzi's abilities, the immortal heavenly lord replied in a nonchalant manner. Huang Yuanzi didn't say anything further as he flipped a hand over, summoning a miniature translucent door before tossing it forward. The door immediately swelled to over 100 feet tall amid a flash of piercing white light, then descended from the heavens. Huang Yuanzi appeared at the top of the door in a flash before gently stomping down onto it, and it instantly flew toward the formation up ahead with arcs of lightning flashing all around it. A cold smile appeared on Taoist San Quan's face as he followed along behind the door, and the heavenly immortal lord also trailed along in an unhurried manner. In the air above a certain swamp in the earth abyss, the space suddenly warped, following which a streak of green sword chi that was over 1,000 feet in length emerged before slashing downward in a casual manner. The entire sky was sliced apart by the streak of sword chi amid a crisp crack, following which a giant black arc that was over 10,000 feet in length emerged. At the front of the arc stood Han Li with his hands clasped behind his back and a calm look on his face. The black-robed blood soul was standing behind him, and she quickly inspected her surroundings as she asked, Senior Han, is this the place where that good friend of yours is residing? That's right. Do you find that to be strange, fellow Taoist blood soul? Han Li replied with a smile. Chapter 23:20. Surveillance. During their collaboration, Han Li and Yulong had finally managed to successfully refine metal and would attribute extreme origin crystals in about half a month. Yulong had been ecstatic and immediately issued Han Li the promised compensation, then strongly requested that Han Li stay at his cave abode for some time. Han Li naturally refused as he was in a hurry to continue on his journey, and he arrived at a place where the spatial boundary of the earth abyss was the weakest, then sliced through the boundary with his profound heavenly spirit/sword before entering the earth abyss in his ink spirit holy Arkansas. Upon hearing what Han Li had just said, the blood soul smiled and replied, "This space is indeed quite remarkable. I'm assuming this good friend of yours must also be a Grand Ascension stage being." "I'm afraid you're wrong there, fellow Taoist. The cultivation base of this friend of mine isn't too shabby, but the last time we met, she was still only at the spatial tempering stage, and there's no way she would have been able to reach the Grand Ascension stage in such a short time. Having said that, she's currently receiving guidance from a Grand Ascension stage being, so there's a possibility that she's reached the body integration stage." "How fortunate for her. Back when I was progressing to the body integration stage, I had to go through many hardships, and even my true body has been sealed on another continent." The blood soul sighed with a forlorn expression. "Hee, don't be so hard on yourself. You were merely unlucky. Once we rescue your true body, it's not impossible for you to make further progress in your cultivation," Han Li consoled. "I certainly hope so," the blood soul replied with a wry smile. Han Li merely smiled and fell silent, then flipped a hand over to produce a black jade slip, which he gently pressed against his own forehead. This was a map of the earth abyss that had been given to him by Qing Yuanzi. After quickly inspecting the map, then sweeping his spiritual sense over the terrain near the swamp, he was able to ascertain his current location, and he was ecstatic to find that it wasn't far away from Qing Yuanzi's cave abode. Thus, he immediately stowed the jade slip away before spurring on the giant black ark toward another direction. A day later, just as the ark was approaching the area where Qing Yuanzi's cave abode was situated, Han Li suddenly opened his eyes from his seated meditation, and a peculiar look appeared on his face. What powerful energy fluctuations! These are the energy fluctuations of a major heavenly tribulation. Could it be that someone is transcending a tribulation nearby? Come to think of it, it's about time Qing Yuanzi underwent his next heavenly tribulation. Could it be him? Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he made a hand seal, upon which the ink spirit holy ark instantly drew to a halt in mid-air. He then rose to his feet and rose up into the air before flying away as a streak of azure light, leaving only a parting message for the blood soul and the others. "Stay here and look after the ark, I'll go take a look first." Even after the azure streak of light had vanished into the distance, his voice was still echoing throughout the area. Zhu Guer and the others hurriedly made their way out of the cabin before casting their eyes toward the direction that Han Li had disappeared in with bewildered expressions. With Han Li's current powers, the maximal speed of flight he was capable of reaching was naturally quite extraordinary. However, the energy fluctuations that he had just sensed had also come from quite far away. Only after flying for around 15 minutes did he finally catch sight of the black tribulation clouds in the distance, and he also heard a burst of indistinct rumbling. All of a sudden, Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "Hold on, there are other Grand Ascension stage beings present as well." He then drew to an abrupt halt in mid-air before casting his gaze toward the tribulation clouds in the distance with a contemplative expression. There are 3 other Grand Ascension stage beings there, and they're making no effort to disguise their auras, so they're clearly plotting against the person transcending their tribulation. I need to find out if it actually is Qing Yuanzi transcending his tribulation. If not, then there's no need for me to intervene, Han Li mused. After a brief moment of contemplation, he laid a hand onto the back of his own head, then opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure qi, which quickly transformed into an azure crystal ball. Han Li then made a hand seal while closing his eyes, and a gash appeared on his glabella, following which an inky black demonic eye emerged amid a burst of black qi. A thin black thread suddenly shot out of the demonic eye, then vanished into the space up ahead in a flash. In the next instant, a clear image began to appear within the azure crystal ball. Only then did Han Li reopen his eyes before carefully peering into the crystal ball. However, he was unable to see anything aside from dense black mist and balls of flashing purplish golden lightning. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he made a hand seal, and the image in the crystal ball quickly swiveled around much like the perspective of a person quickly inspecting the surrounding area. Soon, a series of mountains and lush greenery began to appear. All of a sudden Han Li's expression changed slightly, and the image within the crystal ball also settled at his behest. At this moment, the image depicted a boundless sea of crimson mist. Within the sea of mist was a giant shimmering door, above which stood 3 men in different attire. Han Li focused his gaze and immediately determined that these 3 were the ones giving off the Grand Ascension stage auras. Among the trio, there was a burly man who was around 20 feet tall standing still on the spot, while a yellow-robed man was controlling the giant door to crash through the sea of mist. Countless 5-colored runes surfaced in the wake of the giant door, forcing back all of the surrounding mist. The final person to complete the trio was a young Taoist priest, and there was a giant 3-headed python projection behind him, releasing crimson, yellow, and azure balls of light out of its 3 mouths. As soon as the surrounding mist came into contact with these balls of light, the former would immediately fade away. Deep within the boundless sea of mist were countless giant black shadows that were releasing bursts of crimson chi in a frenzy, seemingly contending with the giant door and 3-colored light. All of a sudden, the burly man seemed to have sensed something, and he immediately turned to one side as he yelled, "Who's spying on me over there?" As soon as his voice trailed off, he lashed out with one of his large black hands like lightning, and around an acre of space in that direction instantly warped and exploded. Bursts of black light then surged forth in all directions alongside scorching winds, pulverizing all of the crimson mist nearby. Such a loud commotion naturally attracted the attention of both of his companions, and they immediately turned to him with bewilderment in their eyes. "What happened? Did you discover something, fellow Taoist immortal?" Huang Yuanzi asked as the giant door drew to a halt at his behest. Through their sustained efforts during the past 2 days and 2 nights, close to half of the first formation had already been broken. He didn't want any mishaps to occur now. "Someone was spying on us and I just destroyed their secret technique," the immortal Heavenly Lord replied in a calm manner. Huang Yuanzi's expression changed slightly and he asked, "Is it that girl who's controlling this formation?" "I don't think so. That girl was only at the spatial tempering stage, and I managed to land a punch on her from afar earlier, so she should at least be severely wounded, if not dead. There's no way she could unleash a secret technique to spy on us," the immortal Heavenly Lord replied with a shake of his head. "So that means it's someone new. Were you able to sense their cultivation base?" Huang Yuanzi asked as his brows furrowed slightly. "I only managed to break their secret technique. How could I detect their cultivation base? However, judging from how profound that secret technique was, it's most likely quite a powerful being who unleashed it," the immortal Heavenly Lord said with a slightly solemn expression. "That means that person is very likely a Grand Ascension stage being as well. Could it be an ally of Qing Yuanzi's?" Taoist San Quan speculated. Huang Yuanzi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he then shook his head in response. "I don't think so." "What makes you so sure?" Taoist San Quan asked as he raised an eyebrow. "It's very simple. If this were indeed an ally of Qing Yuanzi's, why would they appear at a time like this?" Huang Yuanzi asked. "That's true. If this really were an ally of Qing Yuanzi's, they would have either used the baleful 18 Heavens formation to oppose us from the beginning, or concealed themselves until we destroy this formation, at which point we would have expended the most energy," Taoist San Quan agreed with a nod. "Could it be that that person is one of the other Grand Ascension stage beings residing in the Earth Abyss?" the Heavenly Immortal Lord asked. "Most likely not. Qing Yuanzi must have chosen a time when all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings in the Earth Abyss are absent to transcend his tribulation. As such, they've most likely all been lured out of the Earth Abyss by him somehow," Huang Yuanzi chuckled coldly in response. "In that case it's hard to say whether the new arrival is friend or foe. On top of that, we're currently trapped in this formation, so this is not a very good situation for us," the immortal Heavenly Lord said. "Indeed. I had intended to delay the usage of my hierarchical Corpse lightning, but it looks like I'll have to use it now. Make some preparations, fellow Taoist San Quan. We're going to break this formation by force and see who this new arrival is," Huang Yuanzi said as a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Chapter 23-21 Battle Outside the Valley. In this formation's current state, there's no way that one piece of hierarchical Corpse lightning would be able to break it, Taoist San Quan replied with furrowed brows. "I'm naturally aware of that." Huang Yuanzi flipped a hand over as he spoke to reveal 3 thumb-sized gray beads that were riddled with thin crimson threads. "You have 3 pieces of this lightning?" You really have made thorough preparations for this trip, Taoist San Quan said with a surprised expression. We have to make haste. Fellow Taoist immortal has just destroyed that person's secret technique, so they could be arriving soon, Huang Yuanzi said. Rest assured, with 3 pieces of hierarchical Yin Corpse lightning, it'll only take an instant to destroy the rest of this formation, Taoist San Quan replied with a confident smile. He then opened his mouth to expel 3 badges of different colors, which quickly swelled to around 10 feet in size each at his behest. After that, he made a hand seal, and the giant 3-headed python projection behind him also opened its mouth to release 3 bursts of light of different colors that surged into the badge of the corresponding color. A loud buzzing sound instantly rang out from the badges, and countless runes appeared on their surfaces. The badges then suddenly transformed into around 300 to 400 small flags, each of which was roughly a foot in size. Each flag was translucent and shimmering with spiritual light while emanating hints of the power of laws. Huang Yuanzi's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately sent one of the 3 gray beads in his hand hurtling through the air. Elsewhere, the law destruction eye on Han Li's glabella had already disappeared, and he was appraising a cracked azure crystal ball before him with a cold expression. The fact that he was able to sense my secret technique from so far away indicates that he's far more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being, but judging from the power of that attack, he's still nowhere near the caliber of that female Azura spider. The only potential factor of concern is that I don't know if he possesses any special secret techniques or abilities, Han Li murmured to himself, then flipped a hand over to summon a golden talisman. He then raised a hand, and the talisman disappeared into thin air as a streak of golden light. After that, he stood still on the spot, seemingly waiting for something. A short while later, a burst of spatial fluctuations emerged before Han Li, and a ball of golden flames suddenly appeared alongside the sound of a bewildered female voice. Brother Han, is that you? Why are you here? A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this voice. Fairy Yin, why is this transmission talisman in your hands? I recall I gave it to Yuan Yao prior to my departure. Yen Li was initially elated to hear Han Li's voice, but she then replied in a panicked voice, Brother Han, it really is you. Get away from here right now. Master is currently transcending his heavenly tribulation, and there are 3 Grand Ascension stage intruders outside. If you get caught up in this, you're going to be killed for sure. As for this talisman, Yuan Yao gave it to me for safekeeping. She's currently helping Master transcend his tribulation, so she has no time to worry about anything else. So it really is fellow Taoist Qing Yuanzi who's transcending his tribulation. In that case Before Han Li had a chance to finish his sentence, 3 earth-shattering explosions suddenly erupted near the valley in the distance, following which 3 scintillating gray suns rose up into the air before surging in all directions as massive waves of gray light. Countless giant flags appeared near the gray suns before releasing a series of threads of light in all directions, impaling and destroying all of the giant ghostly shadows in their path. As a result, the sea of crimson mist was instantly vanquished. Impossible. How did they break the first formation so quickly? Yen Li's immediately became extremely horrified, and the ball of golden light suddenly flashed erratically before exploding on its own. Thus, Yen Li's voice was naturally cut off in an abrupt manner. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he cast his gaze toward the valley before immediately flying in that direction as a streak of azure light. The streak of azure light quickly covered a distance of several tens of kilometers, upon which it arrived near the valley. The azure light then faded to reveal Han Li, who cast his gaze downward to find that the 3 gray suns had already faded, as had the massive waves of gray light. Huang Yuanzi's trio were hovering above the giant door, appraising Han Li with cold expressions. Who are you? Did you come here for Qing Yuanzi? Huang Yuanzi asked. Hee, it looks like the 3 of you are enemies of Qing Yuanzi's trying to take advantage of his heavenly tribulation, Han Li said with a faint smile. Huang Yuanzi harumphed coldly in response. So what if that's the case? Are you an ally that Qing Yuanzi invited to protect him? I didn't come here intentionally to protect him, but fellow Taoist Qing Yuanzi is an acquaintance of mine, so I'm obligated to step in here. I hope you can all do me a favor and leave, Han Li replied in an unhurried manner. Why should we do you a favor? Who do you think you are, and what do you make of us? I have a sworn vendetta against Qing Yuanzi. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will be killed. Huang Yuanzi said with a furious look in his eyes. I don't care what differences you have with Qing Yuanzi, but if you insist on continuing, then I'll be forced to oppose you, Han Li replied in a calm fashion. All right, Let's see how you plan to oppose all three of us on your own. I'd advise you to leave now, and I'd still be willing to let you go. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets once you perish here, Huang Yuanzi threatened with a menacing expression. I won't know if I can handle all three of you at once until I try, and if you really have what it takes to kill me then so be it, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. In that case you can die now, Huang Yuanzi said with a vicious expression. Almost at the exact same moment, a thunderous roar rang out behind Han Li. Immediately thereafter, an inky black fist emerged amid a burst of spatial fluctuations before instantly reaching Han Li like a thick bolt of black lightning. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged, and he didn't even turn around as he thrust a golden palm behind himself at an incredible angle, striking the black fist with unerring accuracy. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and a massive explosion of golden and black light ensued, causing the nearby space to warp and quake violently. In the aftermath of the clash, Han Li remained completely still on the spot, while a massive figure emerged several tens of feet behind him before stumbling back close to 20 steps, and only then was the giant figure able to steady himself before casting a stunned gaze toward Han Li. The giant figure was none other than the immortal Heavenly Lord, and right at this moment, the immortal Heavenly Lord standing beside Huang Yuanzi abruptly exploded into specks of black light amid a dull thump. Prior to Han Li's arrival, the immortal Heavenly Lord had already unleashed a concealment secret technique in order to facilitate a sneak attack, leaving only a clone beside Huang Yuanzi. Huang Yuanzi's trio was completely astonished by what they had just witnessed. The immortal Heavenly Lord was vastly renowned for his tremendous strength, yet he had just been forced onto the back foot in a clash of physical bodies even though he was unleashing a sneak attack from the shadows. Huang Yuanzi's expression darkened even further as he cast his gaze toward Han Li, but he didn't hesitate to sweep a hand through the air, upon which countless yellow threads erupted out of his body before surging toward Han Li in unison. Taoist San Quan also sprang into action, quickly making a hand seal. Spatial fluctuations erupted above him, and the three-headed python projection's three heads abruptly plunged downward before vanishing into three plumes of azure smoke. In the next instant, the three giant pythons' heads emerged above Han Li, then bit down viciously toward him in unison, sending a foul odor wafting through the air. The immortal Heavenly Lord also quickly transformed into a mountainous giant as if he had already choreographed the sequence in advance with his two companions, and he raised a massive foot before stomping down toward Han Li. His foot was as huge as a house and had a glistening black sheen, as if it were constructed from iron and steel. As soon as the foot was stomped down through the air, countless bright golden patterns appeared on its surface, and a devastating aura surged through the air. Following the immortal Heavenly Lord's failed surprise attack, the Huang Yuanzi's trio was attacking Han Li in unison, clearly in an attempt to crush him in one fell swoop. Han Li heaved a faint sigh as he swept a palm through the air, conjuring up a gray light barrier out of thin air. The Provenance True Devil projection then appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light before swelling to several hundred feet in size, then unleashed countless fist projections with its 6 fists toward the giant foot and the 3 pythons' heads. The thin threads unleashed by Huang Yuanzi struck the gray light barrier first, creating a sound akin to rain falling upon a banana leaf, and despite the enormous power imbued within them, they were only able to plunge several inches into the light barrier before being stopped cold in their tracks. Chapter 23-22, Battle Outside the Valley 2. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face as he made a hand seal, and powerful energy fluctuations immediately erupted out of the gray light barrier in a frenzy. Upon making contact with these energy fluctuations, the thin threads were immediately shattered. At the same time, the golden fist projections clashed with the balls of light released by the 3 giant pythons' heads, and even though the balls of light were imbued with incredible power, they were also promptly destroyed. As for the giant black foot that was stomping down toward Han Li, it was tremoring violently in the face of the first projections, but it was still descending bit by bit. A cold look flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and the giant Provenance True Devil projection behind him suddenly vanished at his behest. In the next instant, the space behind the immortal Heavenly Lord twisted and warped, following which the giant golden body formed by the Provenance True Devil projection emerged. The golden body's 3 faces were completely expressionless, and 2 of its arms reached out like lightning before grabbing onto the immortal Heavenly Lord's shoulders. The immortal Heavenly Lord's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately tried to shrug off the golden body, but piercing purplish golden light suddenly began to radiate from the golden body's hands, and the immortal Heavenly Lord felt his own body become heavier all of a sudden, rooting him to the spot for an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the golden body thrust its other 4 golden fists toward the giant's chest with devastating might. The immortal heavenly lord let loose an enraged roar, and a suit of dark green armor appeared over his entire body amid a flash of black light. At the same time, the 2 curved horns on his head transformed into a pair of giant black blades that were plunged forward viciously. 2 dull thumps rang out as 2 of the golden body's fists were repelled by the horns, but the other 2 fists struck the giant's chest, and the sound of cracking bones immediately rang out. Han Li's Provenance True Devil Arts had almost been cultivated to its very maximal extent, and it was being combined with several other secret techniques, so the Provenance Golden Body was naturally far more powerful than even the average Grand Ascension stage being could imagine. Golden and black light intertwined in front of the immortal Heavenly Lord, following which 2 massive indentations were punched into his suit of dark green armor. The suit of armor then completely shattered, and 2 bursts of tremendous force flooded into his body, sending him flying through the air before he could even make a sound. An earth-shattering boom rang out down below, and the immortal Heavenly Lord was slammed several tens of feet deep into the ground, leaving less than half of his body still above the surface of the earth. All of this had taken place virtually in the blink of an eye. Han Li chuckled coldly as he made a grabbing motion, and an azure longsword immediately appeared in his grasp amid a flash of azure light. With a nonchalant flick of his wrist, countless streaks of azure sword chi was unleashed, and they transformed into a sword mountain during their descent. The immortal Heavenly Lord immediately tried to take evasive measures, but his meridians were in disarray in the aftermath of the heavy blows he had just received, thereby temporarily immobilizing him. As such, he could open his mouth to release a giant black shield, which transformed into a light barrier to protect him from above. The light barrier didn't appear to be anything special, but it was able to keep most of the azure sword chi unleashed by Han Li at bay, with only several streaks of sword chi that were far sharper than the rest managing to pierce through the light barrier before striking the immortal Heavenly Lord's body with vicious force. Several deep sword wounds immediately appeared on the immortal Heavenly Lord's body, almost slicing him in half. However, the immortal Heavenly Lord suddenly let loose a thunderous roar, and countless crimson threads erupted out of his wounds before intertwining to heal his injuries at an astonishing rate discernible even to the naked eye. Instantaneous regeneration. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, but a derisive smile then appeared on his face as he raised his azure longsword in preparation to unleash an even more powerful attack. However, right at this moment, the surrounding air abruptly tightened, and a series of tall flags appeared, forming a small formation with Han Li at the very center. All of the flags then tremored slightly before releasing countless runes in a frenzy, and Han Li's body suddenly became extremely heavy, as if a series of shackles had bound his body. He looked down to discover that the Taoist priest was currently controlling the 3 giant badges, attempting to use them to trap him. As for Huang Yuanzi, he had also summoned a crimson crystal ring that was flashing with red light, clearly about to attack Han Li as well. Han Li's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, the azure longsword in his hand and the Provenance golden body disappeared in unison. Immediately thereafter, he transformed into a giant golden ape over 1,000 feet tall amid a flurry of golden runes. He then swept his arms violently through the air, sending a burst of tremendous force surging through the surrounding space. Most of the restriction was destroyed by this burst of power, and the flags that formed the formation began to tremor violently, with some of them even being snapped on the spot. Taoist San Quan's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, but he didn't pause even for a moment as he continued to make a series of hand seals. All of a sudden, a sharp screech rang out, and 3 small snakes emerged amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then pounced toward Han Li as 3 shadows of different colors. Han Li immediately thrust a hand forward and flicked 3 of his fingers through the air at once in retaliation. 3 dull thumps rang out as 2 of the small snakes were sent flying like cannonballs, but the final crimson snake managed to evade the attack, then bit onto one of Han Li's fingers like lightning. Han Li let loose a low roar as he flipped a hand over to grab onto the small snake, then crushed it with ease with his tremendously powerful grip. However, not only was Taoist San Quan not disheartened to see this, a cold smile appeared on his face instead. Han Li swept his arms through the air again to destroy the rest of the formation, and the remaining flags were also snapped in half, thereby completely freeing himself. Right at this moment, 5-colored light flashed from the giant door beneath Huang Yuanzi, and the crystal ring in his hand abruptly vanished. In the next instant, 5-colored light suddenly flashed above Han Li, and a fiery crimson cloud appeared. A giant crystal ring then appeared around his waist as if by instantaneous teleportation before tightening viciously. At the same time, scorching crimson flames erupted out of the ring in a frenzy to inundate Han Li's entire giant ape body. A hint of elation appeared on Huang Yuanzi's face upon seeing this. The crystal ring didn't seem all that remarkable, but it was actually a profound heavenly holy artifact refined from a fragment of a profound heavenly treasure he had found in the cave abode of an ancient cultivator. Not only was it able to expand and shrink at his behest, it was extremely resolute, and the flames it was releasing were comprised of several types of spirit flames that would instantly incinerate the average cultivator to ashes upon contact with even just the slightest spark of this flame. He had used the 9 illusion fortune door to instantly trap Han Li within this ring, and even if the ring couldn't kill Han Li on the spot, severe injuries were surely unavoidable, or so he thought. In the next instant, a rumbling boom rang out within the flames, and the crystal ring flashed violently before suddenly exploding into countless fragments, following which the giant golden ape emerged in an expressionless manner, completely unscathed. Huan Yuanzi could barely believe his own eyes upon seeing this. A hint of astonishment also appeared on Daoist San Quan's face, but a thought then occurred to him, and he turned to Huang Yuanzi with a cold smile. "Rest assured, fellow Daoist Huang, this man is indeed extremely powerful, but he's just been bitten by my blood-refined snake and fallen prey to my blood poison. I'll count to 10, and at the end of that all of the blood in his body would completely congeal, and he would be unable to use any magic power. There's no way he'll be able to do anything then." "Is that true, Brother San Quan?" Huang Yuanzi was naturally ecstatic to hear this. "I wouldn't lie about something like this. In fact, I'll prove it to you. 1, 2, 3. Daoist San Quan was extremely confident and began a countdown right away. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged as he thrust a palm through the air, sending a burst of enormous force crashing down from above. The immortal heavenly lord had only just recovered from his injuries and was in the process of getting up when he was crushed into the ground again. His face turned as red as blood as he let loose a wolf-like howl, and black light flashed violently around his body as he swelled even further in size. At the same time, thick veins bulged all over his body, while a series of white bone spikes began to protrude out of his skin, presenting a very unsettling sight to behold. After completing his transformation, he clenched his hands into giant fists before slamming them viciously onto the ground. The earth tremored violently, and 2 huge black rifts immediately appeared. Using the force of impact, the immortal heavenly lord was able to spring out of the crater before letting loose an enraged roar, then transformed into a gust of black wind that hurtled directly toward Han Li. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he thumped his own chest violently with his fists before releasing a ball of golden light out of his body. The ball of light contained none other than the gold-devouring beetle monarch, and as soon as it was released, its eyes abruptly widened, releasing a pair of translucent sword projections that plunged into the gust of black wind in a flash. An agonized howl immediately rang out as blood rained down from the heavens. Chapter 23-23, Battle Outside the Valley. 3. The gold-devouring beetle monarch had no intention of holding back and quickly flicked its fingers through the air, unleashing another flurry of sword projections. However, before these sword projections had a chance to plunge into the black wind again, a furious roar rang out as a giant blue blade that was over 1,000 feet in length emerged in retaliation. This was a peculiar blade with a slight curvature that resembled both a saber and a sword, and it was releasing fearsome glacial power. The gold-devouring beetle monarch merely appraised the giant blade with a wooden expression, and the sword projections it had unleashed suddenly fused as one, forming a giant sword projection that was several hundred feet in length at his behest. The 2 massive blades clashed, and a crisp crack rang out as the giant blue blade was sliced in half down the center. The sword projection was far too powerful for the average treasure to be able to withstand, and without the blue blade acting as impediment, it was able to instantly plunge into the black wind again. A cry of alarm rang out as the gust of black wind surged violently, transforming into a massive tornado, but countless translucent sword projections suddenly appeared within the tornado, quickly slicing it apart. The immortal heavenly lord was then sent flying out of the black wind, and only after stumbling back over 1,000 feet was he able to steady himself. At this moment he was looking very much worse for wear. Not only was his body riddled with wounds, one of his legs had gone missing. A giant bone shield that was giving off layers of black light had appeared in his hand, but it was also missing a good chunk. The immortal heavenly lord was staring intently at the gold-devouring beetle monarch, and aside from fury and wariness, there was also a hint of fear in his eyes. Even with such severe injuries, the immortal Heavenly Lord was able to regenerate at an incredible speed, and even his severed leg was quickly taking shape again. The gold-devouring beetle monarch's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and it pointed a finger toward the immortal Heavenly Lord from afar. Countless invisible sword projections immediately appeared around the immortal Heavenly Lord, then rapidly converged toward the center. At the same time, the gold-devouring beetle monarch also began to fly toward its opponent. The immortal Heavenly Lord let loose a furious roar as he thumped a fist into his own chest. Black light immediately surged over his body, and all of his white bone spikes shot forth as streaks of white light to oppose the oncoming sword projections. At the same time, he hurled his broken shield viciously toward the approaching gold-devouring beetle monarch. The bone shield transformed into a gray wheel of light as it flew through the air, while the immortal Heavenly Lord abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, he reappeared several thousand feet away amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. A resounding boom rang out as the gold-devouring beetle monarch shattered the oncoming bone shield with its fist, then pounced toward the immortal Heavenly Lord in the distance with a cold expression. The immortal Heavenly Lord's heart jolted as he looked down at his own reforming leg, which was only less than half regenerated, and he gritted his teeth as he teleported elsewhere once again. However, the gold-devouring beetle monarch had no intention of allowing him to recover as it changed directions to continue pursuing its target. Thus, an impasse ensued in the form of a perpetual chase. At this moment, Daoist San Quan finally completed his count of 10, and he was stunned to see that Han Li was still alive and well, appraising him with a cold expression. Impossible. Even an immortal body wouldn't be able to survive my blood poison. How could you possibly be unscathed? Daoist San Quan exclaimed in a panicked manner. You think your paltry blood poison can spell my downfall? What a joke. Having said that, it was quite impressive that the little snake was able to bite through my skin, Han Li said with a cold smile, then thrust his other palm toward the bitten finger. An inky black line of blood was immediately expelled out of a barely visible fang wound on the fingertip. The blood poison had been instantly forced out of Han Li's body. In reality, with Han Li's current physical constitution, the blood poison would only cause him some slight discomfort even if it were allowed to spread. He had cultivated the chaotic myriad poison body that granted him immunity to all poisons, so this blood poison naturally wasn't going to do anything to him. A hesitant look appeared on Huang Yuanzi's face upon seeing this, and after taking a glance at the immortal Heavenly Lord, who was being chased around like a wounded dog by the gold-devouring beetle monarch, a fierce look appeared on his face as he suddenly stomped a foot down onto the giant door beneath his feet. The door immediately vanished as a faint trace of light, then abruptly reappeared directly above Han Li. Huang Yuanzi was still standing atop the door, and he wrenched off one of his own arms before detonating it into a cloud of blood mist, which quickly disappeared into the giant door down below. It was quite apparent that he was about to unleash some type of powerful secret technique, and Han Li certainly wasn't going to just stand by and watch. A cold look flashed through his eyes as he threw a devastating punch at the giant door. As soon as he did so, the entire sky dimmed as a burst of invisible spiritual pressure surged toward Huang Yuanzi and the massive door in a frenzy. Right at this moment, Huang Yuanzi let loose a shrill cry, and countless bright red threads erupted out of his skin before vanishing into the giant door as faint crimson shadows. A resounding boom rang out as the space where the giant door was situated rippled like water, and the burst of tremendous spiritual pressure passed directly through that area, only dissipating after sweeping through the air for several thousand feet. So this is an illusion technique, Han Li mused with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but a cold smile then appeared on his face as he made a hand seal, preparing to unleash a secret technique to dispel his illusion. With his spirit eye ability and his enormous spiritual sense, which was comparable to that of a true immortal, unleashing an illusion technique against him was virtually akin to suicide. However, right at this moment Huang Yuanzi's voice rang out from above. I'll concede that I'm no match for you, but how does it benefit you to become involved in this matter? I swore an inner demon vow prior to this trip that I wouldn't leave this place until I killed Qing Yuanzi. If you're willing to leave now, I'm willing to hand over the majority of my belongings as compensation. Otherwise, I'll have to take you down with me. You think you can take me down with you with this measly illusion? Han Li chortled as blue light flashed through his eyes, and he lashed out like lightning, threatening to tear through even the space up ahead with his fingers. A low roar rang out as five-colored light flashed from the spot that his hand was grabbing toward, and a crimson humanoid figure appeared before immediately vanishing in a flash. Han Li withdrew his hand and inspected it to find several strips of yellow fabric and traces of blood on his fingertips. Even though he hadn't managed to successfully grab Huang Yuanzi, he hadn't completely failed either. Han Li's brows furrowed upon seeing this, seemingly slightly surprised by this turn of event. "You forced me to do this. Let me show you the true power of the 9 illusion fortune door." Huang Yuanzi's enraged voice rang out from up above, followed by a burst of urgent chanting. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted before Han Li, and 9 identical white doors abruptly appeared amid a flash of spiritual light. Each door was over 100 feet tall with a translucent appearance, and as soon as they appeared, they began to release countless crimson runes. These runes then transformed into countless thumb-sized gray bead, all of which were riddled with thin crimson threads. Furthermore, they were giving off an aura that was quite threatening even to Han Li, hierarchical Yin Corpse lightning. Han Li drew a sharp breath upon identifying these beads, and he immediately made a hand seal, conjuring up countless azure threads that hurtled directly toward these beads. Hierarchical Yin Corpse lightning was imbued with traces of the power of destruction, and even Han Li didn't dare to face so many of them head-on. However, there was a delay in the detonating of this lightning, and that was enough time for him to slice them apart with his sword threads. Much to Han Li's surprise, the azure threads struck the gray beads, only to pass directly through them as if they were mere illusions. A hint of astonishment appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. He had used his spiritual sense to examine these beads prior to releasing these sword's threads, but he hadn't discovered anything amiss about them. Han Li's mind was racing as the beads continued to fly toward him, and he suddenly reached out to draw one of the gray beads that was several hundred feet away into his own grasp. As soon as the bead came into contact with his hand, his palm began to heat up, and his expression changed drastically upon sensing this. "These aren't illusions." The gray bead exploded violently in his hand into a ball of gray light, completely inundating his body in a burst of enormous power. Chapter 23-24, Slaying the Enemies. A loud roar rang out within the gray light, following which 2 giant purplish-golden hands emerged before forcibly tearing the light apart. Han Li then strode out of the gray light while radiating bright purplish-golden light, and aside from some areas of his body that had been charred black, he was completely unscathed. "I see, so that wasn't true hierarchical Yin Corpse lightning. It only possessed around 1/10 of the power. You're delusional if you think something like that can hurt me." Having said that, this illusion technique is quite interesting, Han Li remarked. Huang Yuanzi was silent for a moment as if he had been stunned by how powerful Han Li's physical body was, but he then said in a vicious voice, "Humph, if 1 isn't enough, then what about 10? What about 100? As soon as his voice trailed off, all of the other beads shot forth toward Han Li like a torrential storm. "How foolish. I've already seen through your illusion technique, so countering it will be a simple task." Immediately thereafter, countless runes appeared all over his body, following which several balls of spiritual light emerged. These balls of light then transformed into a series of true spirit projections, which then vanished back into his body in a flash. In the next instant, Han Li's body swelled drastically in size amid a flash of purplish-golden light, and a layer of golden scales appeared over his skin, while 4 extra arms and 2 additional heads also emerged with a short straight horn protruding out of each head. Han Li had adopted his 3rd nirvana transformation. A fearsome aura that struck one with a sense of asphyxiation immediately erupted from his body, following which the profound heavenly spirit/sword appeared in his grasp amid a flash of green light. With nothing more than a casual wave of the sword, countless bright 5-colored runes instantly surged forth, and a dark green halo erupted out of Han Li's body before sweeping forth in all directions alongside powerful law fluctuations. In the next instant, the dark green halo clashed with the oncoming beads, and all of the beads were quickly reduced to dust amid flashes of crimson light. "That's a profound heavenly treasure." Huang Yuanzi's horrified voice suddenly rang out from up above. Right at this moment, a cold smile appeared on Han Li's faces, and an inky black demonic eye appeared on each of his glabellas. The 3 demonic eyes then quickly inspected the 9 white doors before Han Li suddenly lashed out toward one of the doors with his green longsword. A green sword projection was immediately sent hurtling toward that door, and at the same time he unleashed a string of punches toward the remaining 8 doors with his other fists. Around a dozen head-sized balls of light were sent hurtling through the air before crashing into the remaining 8 doors. A burst of loud rumbling rang out, and the balls of golden light exploded into powerful golden shockwaves that instantly inundated the 8 doors. In the face of this fearsome attack, The 8 doors were shattered without being able to offer any resistance, and 8 humanoid figures suddenly emerged from within the destroyed doors. However, they only managed to struggle for a brief moment before they were also destroyed by the golden shockwaves. Right at this moment, the green sword projection sliced the final door in half down the center, and a yellow humanoid figure shot back in retreat in a panicked manner before vanishing into thin air, then reappeared over 10,000 feet away in a flash. "Help me, Brother San Quan. My clones have been destroyed, if you don't assist me now. Arg." The yellow figure was none other than Huang Yuanzi's true body, and his voice was abruptly cut off as a massive purplish golden hand tore through the space above him before crashing down like lightning. Huang Yuanzi immediately tried to flee through instantaneous teleportation, but layers of silver formation suddenly appeared over the purplish golden hand, releasing a burst of tremendous invisible force. The air instantly tightened around Huang Yuanzi, and not only was he suddenly unable to draw upon most of his magic power, he was also completely rooted to the spot, as if the entire space had become his shackles. He was naturally petrified by this turn of events, and he let loose a thunderous roar before rubbing his hands together, then raised them in unison to send countless streaks of yellow light flying upward. At the same time, spiritual light of different colors flashed from his body, and around a dozen treasures of different descriptions also emerged before exploding one after another. It was clear that Huang Yuanzi was making one final desperate bid to save himself. A hint of hesitation appeared on Daoist San Quan's face upon hearing Huang Yuanzi's cry for help. Now that Huang Yuanzi had fallen into such a desperate situation, Daoist San Quan finally made a decision, making a hand seal before fleeing from the valley as a streak of 3-colored light. After just a few flashes, he had vanished into the distance without a trace. Meanwhile, the giant purplish golden palm was able to force its way through the immense power released by the detonated treasures and streaks of yellow light, all of which instantly crumbled away upon coming into contact with Han Li's hand. Huang Yuanzi had even expelled around a dozen mouthfuls of blood essence to unleash several trump card abilities, but all to no avail, and he could only look on as the purplish golden hand continued to descend like an immovable mountain. All of a sudden, a cloud of crimson mist exploded in mid-air, following which a ball of yellow light escaped from beneath the purplish golden palm before fleeing to several thousand feet away in a flash. Within the ball of yellow light was a miniature yellow-robed figure. It was none other than Huang Yuanzi's nascent soul. Only by ejecting his nascent soul out of his own body could he escape from the spatial seal exerted upon him by Han Li's palm. Of course, at this point he had already discovered that Daoist San Quan had abandoned him, and he was cursing the Daoist priest internally while making a series of hand seals, preparing to also escape toward the same direction through instantaneous teleportation. A cold look appeared in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he slashed his green longsword through the air again in a nonchalant manner. A green crescent-shaped sword projection swept forth before disappearing into space in a flash. The nascent soul in the distance had only just vanished into thin air when spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and the crescent sword projection reappeared before also vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, an agonized howl rang out, and a cloud of crimson mist abruptly emerged. Within the cloud of mist were countless chunks of dismembered flesh, but strangely enough, all of them were hovering in mid-air instead of plummeting out of the sky. A crimson fireball suddenly shot forth from the distance, exploding within the cloud of crimson mist to release a vast expanse of scorching flames that incinerated everything within an area of around an acre into ashes. That's the end of that. That 9 illusion fortune door was rather annoying. I was forced to use even my holy nirvana physique to counter it. It's a pity that Daoist San Quan was able to get away, Han Li murmured to himself as he quickly reverted back to his human form, then cast a cold gaze toward the direction that Daoist San Quan had fled in. He then raised an arm before making a grabbing motion, and a pristine white storage bracelet emerged out of thin air before flying into his grasp in a flash. He quickly inspected the contents of the storage bracelet with his spiritual sense, upon which a pleased look appeared on his face, and he stowed the bracelet away before casting his gaze toward the other battlefield. On the ground near a small mountain several tens of kilometers away, there was a small mountain constructed from countless dismembered limbs and chunks of flesh, while blood was flowing like a river through the area. The gold-devouring beetle monarch was hovering above the mountain of flesh, holding a fist-sized furry head. The head clearly belonged to a mortal heavenly lord, but for some reason, it had shrunk down significantly. This immortal heavenly lord possessed an immortal body, but that pile of flesh was completely unresponsive, so he had clearly been truly killed by the gold-devouring beetle monarch. Come here, Jin Tong, Hanli instructed with a smile. The gold-devouring beetle monarch immediately did as it was told, taking a step forward to vanish on the spot, then reappeared beside Hanli amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Well done. Beings with immortal bodies are quite formidable, but once you decapitate them, their regenerative abilities will be severely diminished, and you'll be able to kill them easily after you force their nascent soul out of their body. Looks like you figured that out all on your own, Hanli praised as he glanced at the immortal Heavenly Lord's head. The gold-devouring beetle monarch extended a bow toward Hanli upon hearing this, then suddenly tossed the head over to Hanli alongside a black storage bracelet. A faint smile appeared on Hanli's face as he drew the two items into his own grasp. However, he only took a brief glance at the head before tossing it away, then opened his mouth to release a thick bolt of golden lightning to reduce the head into nothingness. Chapter 23-25. Request. As for the black storage bracelet, that was also stowed away after he inspected its contents with his spiritual sense. As a safety precaution, go and see if that Taoist San Quan is still lingering nearby. If you meet him, then kill him, Hanli instructed. The gold-devouring beetle monarch nodded in a wooden manner in response, then sped away toward the direction that Taoist San Quan had fled in as a streak of golden light. After that, Hanli released a ball of flames to incinerate the immortal Heavenly Lord's dismembered body into ashes, then cast his gaze toward the valley. At this moment, the entire valley was still enshrouded under a series of restrictions that were not to be disregarded. The battle that had just taken place was quite a short one, but Yen Li and the others had naturally already detected what was happening. Hanli swept a hand through the air, and countless runes instantly surged forth in a frenzy, transforming into a shimmering azure mirror amid a flash of azure light. Initially, the surface of the mirror was completely blank, but Hanli then cast a golden rune into the mirror, and the image of Yen Li quickly appeared on its surface. Yen Li currently had a slack-jawed look on her face, as if she couldn't believe the outcome of the battle outside the valley. Those were 3 intruders on the same level as Qing Yuanzi, yet Hanli had demolished them with ease, killing 2 while the remaining one had fled for his life. How are Yuan Yao and your master, fellow Taoist Yen? Hanli asked in a calm manner. They're both doing well, and they're currently withstanding the last few rounds of the heavenly tribulation. Brother Han, have you already progressed to the Grand Ascension stage? Yen Li murmured in a bewildered manner as she finally returned to her senses. Of course, how else would I have been able to contend with those enemies? Seeing as fellow Taoist Qing Yuanzi is still transcending his tribulation, I'll wait for him and Yuan Yao here, Hanli replied before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and the azure mirror instantly exploded into a flurry of runes that vanished into thin air. After that, Hanli descended onto a nearby mountain before taking a seat with his legs crossed on a clean rock. He was on friendly terms with Qing Yuanzi, and the two of them had a mutual connection in the form of Yuan Yao, but they definitely weren't close enough to be able to entrust each other with their lives, which was why Hanli had decided to wait outside the valley until the heavenly tribulation concluded instead of asking Yen Li to allow him into the valley. As soon as he took a seat, he raised a hand to release a voice transmission talisman, which vanished into thin air amid a flash of azure light. Hanli was sending a message to his companions on the Ink Spirit Holy Ark, informing them that they could come and reunite with him now. Shortly thereafter, the mountainous black ark appeared in the distance. Inside the formation, Yen Li was still seated atop that disc treasure, appraising the scenes unfolding on the copper mirror before her with a blank expression of incredulity. 3 days later, an earth-shattering boom rang out within the valley, and the black tribulation clouds dissipated while a long cry of elation rang out from Qing Yuanzi. Hanli was in the process of meditation, and he opened his eyes with a smile as he said, "Congratulations on successfully transcending your tribulation, fellow Taoist." His voice wasn't very loud, but it echoed throughout this entire space and wasn't drowned out in the slightest by that elated cry. Qing Yuanzi's voice abruptly drew to a halt, following which he replied, "I must thank you for allowing me to transcend this tribulation without being disturbed, fellow Taoist Han. Also, congratulations on reaching the Grand Ascension stage." It was clear that Qing Yuanzi had been aware of everything taking place outside the valley even during his tribulation transcendence. "You're far too kind, fellow Taoist. Even if I hadn't stepped in, I'm sure you would have prepared other backup measures that would have kept those scoundrels at bay with ease. You've only just transcended your tribulation, so your top priority should be recovery. I'll keep a lookout here while you rest in case anyone else tries to plot against you," Hanli replied. "Thank you for the kind offer, fellow Taoist. In that case, I'll see you in a few days," Qing Yuanzi agreed after a brief moment of contemplation before falling silent. Having just transcended his heavenly tribulation, he really did need to consume some pills to recover some of his lost energy. Han Li appraised the valley for a while longer, then suddenly turned toward a mountain in the distance with a meaningful smile before withdrawing his gaze and closing his eyes. Almost at the exact same moment, a golden-robed middle-aged wearing a tall crown on his head emerged beneath a giant tree on the mountain that Han Li had just cast his gaze toward. The golden-robed man was none other than one of the other Grand Ascension stage beings in the Infernal River, Golden Flame Baron. He was supposed to have already left the Infernal River, but he had appeared near the location where Qing Yuanzi was transcending his tribulation and concealed himself on that mountain, so he clearly harbored some sinister intentions as well. Golden Flame Baron stared at Han Li from afar with a hesitant expression for a long while, then heaved a faint sigh before departing. After witnessing the incredible power displayed by Han Li and the gold-devouring beetle monarch, he had completely abandoned his original plans. Furthermore, the glance that Han Li aimed at the mountain seemed to have been very casual, but Golden Flame Baron knew that Han Li had already discovered him, so he naturally didn't dare to remain there any longer. Moments later, he was already thousands of kilometers away, flying back toward his own cave abode as a ball of golden light. Who could have imagined that a body integration stage being just several hundred years ago would progress to the Grand Ascension stage so quickly and be capable of slaying other Grand Ascension stage beings with ease? That tiny purplish golden thing is also extremely powerful. I wonder what it is, Golden Flame Baron murmured to himself as he flew through the air. 2 days later, Qing Yuanzi and Han Li were seated in an elegant hall, and the former was proposing a toast to the latter. Qing Yuanzi's face was slightly pale, and his aura was rather unstable, but he was in very good spirits. Yuan Yao and Yan Li were standing behind him, appraising Han Li's companions with curious expressions. During the heavenly tribulation, Yuan Yao had assisted Qing Yuanzi as instructed, but she hadn't suffered any backlash, so she had emerged from the valley completely unscathed. However, she had been just as stunned as Yan Li upon hearing about Han Li's progression to the Grand Ascension stage. Han Li took a glance at Yuan Yao, upon which he recalled the adorable astonished expression she had displayed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Truth be told, I always knew that you were destined for great things, but never did I think you would progress to this level so quickly and already be capable of slaying enemies of a similar caliber to myself. It looks like I still underestimated you, Qing Yuanzi said. You're far too kind, fellow Daoist Qing. My aptitude is actually quite ordinary, and I was only able to progress to the Grand Ascension stage so quickly after encountering a miraculous opportunity while venturing into the Elder Devil realm. In contrast, I'm sure your powers have been further enhanced by your tribulation transcendence, so there may be a chance for you to ascend to the true immortal realm someday, Han Li replied with a smile. Qing Yuanzi hurriedly waved a hand in response. Opportunities only come to those who are prepared. At the very least, the average body integration cultivator wouldn't dare to venture into the Elder Devil realm, so this is a testament to your courage and decisiveness. As for myself, I wouldn't dare to think about ascension. I'm just glad to be able to live some more years after transcending this tribulation. You're far younger than myself, yet have already reached such a formidable level of power. There's a very good chance that you'll be able to ascend in the future instead, fellow Daoist Han. Ascension is also something extremely distant to me. Without at least tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation, there's no chance of ascension for me, Han Li replied in a modest manner. Haha, tens of thousands of years are akin to the mere blink of an eye for beings like us. However, if you really do intend to ascend, then there are some preparations that you should make in advance, Qing Yuanzi said. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Oh, please enlighten me, fellow Daoist Qing. I'm far older than you, so I naturally know some more things. If you want to live until the day you can ascend, then you'll have to start preparing for your major heavenly tribulations in case any mishaps arise. If you don't mind, I'd be willing to give you some of my experiences and insights, Qing Yuanzi replied. Please go ahead, fellow Daoist. Han Li naturally wasn't going to refuse something beneficial like this. Thus, the two of them began to discuss matters surrounding ascension and tribulation transcendence, and the conversation lasted close to half a day before finally drawing to a conclusion. At this moment, Han Li cast his gaze toward Yuan Yao and said, Fellow Daoist Qing, I originally came here just to pay a visit to the three of you, but seeing as you've already transcended your heavenly tribulation and Yuan Yao and Yan Li have already recovered their human bodies as well, I would like to take them back to the human race. Would you be open to that? Chapter 23-26. Chirong Mountain Range. Of course, Brother Han. Yaoer is my foster daughter, while Lear is my disciple. If they want to leave, they're free to do so at any time. However, my advice is for them to stay here a bit longer before returning to the human race, Qing Yuanzi replied. Oh? Why is that? Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this, and he cast a glance toward Yuan Yao and Yen Li to find that wry smiles had appeared on both of their faces. I'll get Yaoer to explain it to you so you can hear the information from her firsthand. If Yaoer and Lear are willing to leave now, I definitely won't stop them, Qing Yuanzi said with a serious expression. Brother Han, the two of us really can return to the human race right now. At the very least, we'll have to stay with Father for around 2 to 3 more centuries. As for the reason behind this, examine our bodies and you'll find out, Yuan Yao sighed. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face as he released his spiritual sense toward Yuan Yao, upon which his expression immediately changed slightly. I can see that your physical bodies are rather unstable. Is this a lingering after effect from your transitions back to human bodies? Indeed, Brother Han. Father refined several types of special pills to return us to our human bodies, but we had been in our previous ghostly forms for too long up to that point. As a result, sustained nourishment from 2 types of spirit medicines that can only be found in the Infernal River is required for us to complete the transition. If we were to leave now, all of our prior efforts would go to waste, Yen Li explained. I see. In that case, it looks like it would certainly be unwise for me to take you two with me, Han Li replied with a nod. Rest assured, Brother Han, Yaoer and Lear have both made significant contributions during my heavenly tribulation, and I was planning to bestow some powerful abilities upon them after my tribulation. As such, they'll definitely benefit enormously from staying by my side for a few more centuries. Perhaps they'll even be able to reach your level in the future, Qing Yuanzi said with a smile. Is it really possible for Senior Marshal Sister and me to reach the Grand Ascension stage, Father? Yuan Yao was ecstatic to hear this, as was Yen Li. Haha, I can't make the same guarantee for anyone else, but you two definitely have a chance. Even setting aside the guidance you'll receive from me, your relationship with fellow Taoist Han is a massive opportunity in itself. With his assistance, your chances of reaching the Grand Ascension stage will be significantly increased. Isn't that right, fellow Taoist Han? Qing Yuanzi said with an amused smile. So I've been factored into your calculations as well, Brother Qing? Of course, if Yuan Yao and Yen Li require my assistance in reaching the Grand Ascension stage, I'd be sure to offer it, Han Li chuckled. Qing Yuanzi stroked his beard as he chortled with glee, while Yuan Yao was appraising Han Li with a special hint of emotions in her eyes, and Yen Li was also ecstatic to hear this. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to Qing Yuanzi and he asked, by the way, during my tribulation transcendence, I saw a tiny purplish-golden person outside that was wielding several types of formidable sword projections, and it slew the immortal heavenly lord with astonishing ease. That thing's aura was rather familiar to me. Would you be able to tell me what it is? So you witnessed Jin Tong in action. I'm sure you've already guessed what it is, Brother Qing, Han Li replied in an ambiguous manner. Qing Yuanzi did indeed already have an idea of what that purplish-golden figure was, but his expression still changed drastically upon hearing this and he exclaimed, could it be that it really is a gold-devouring beetle monarch? There's no mistaking it. Only the gold-devouring beetle monarch could slay a Grand Ascension stage being so easily. Looks like the legends about its powers being comparable to that of true immortals were no exaggeration. How did you manage to nurture such a beetle monarch, fellow Taoist Han? I was extremely fortunate to have been able to nurture such a beetle monarch, and it would be next to impossible for me to replicate the process. I have to thank you for your past guidance in this matter. Otherwise, there's no chance that I would have succeeded, Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a grateful salute. I only gave it a casual mention all those years ago. I didn't think you'd actually be able to succeed. With this beetle monarch by your side, you'll have no worthy foes in this entire spirit realm. Would you be able to summon the beetle monarch so I can take a look at it? Qing Yuanzi said with a wry smile, making no effort to hide his envy. Surely you jest, fellow Taoist Qing. The spirit realm is a massive place and is home to countless powerful beings. There's no way I can proclaim dominance with just a beetle monarch by my side. I released the beetle monarch earlier to see if there were any lingering enemies in the area. I'll show it to you once it returns, Han Li replied. You're far too modest, fellow Taoist Han, Qing Yuanzi chuckled in response. By the way, do you know of the Helian Trade Guild, fellow Taoist Qing? Han Li asked in a seemingly nonchalant manner. Qing Yuanzi's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. The Helian Trade Guild? That's a super organization that spans across several continents. I've heard of it, but I don't know too much about it. Do you have some ties with this guild, fellow Taoist Han? No, but perhaps I'll need to interact with this guild in the near future, so I was hoping to find out some information about them from you, Han Li replied with a faint smile. No problem, I'll collate all of the information I have on this guild into a jade slip for you, Qing Yuanzi immediately said. Han Li was naturally very pleased to hear this. You have my thanks. After that, they discussed some topics surrounding tribulation transcendence before Han Li and his companions were arranged places to stay in the cave abode. The next morning, right as Han Li was emerging from his room, he caught sight of a white-robed beauty who resembled a celestial maiden standing outside. As soon as he appeared, Yuan Yao smiled and said, "How about I spend the day with you, Brother Han?" 7 days later, a rumbling boom suddenly rang out in the air above a barren plain in the infernal river. A massive green sword projection swept through the air, slicing a long black rift into the murky gray space. The giant black arc that was hovering beneath the rift immediately flew toward it, vanishing into the spatial rift after just a few flashes. Moments later, the black spatial rift was slowly closed again. Yuan Yao and Yan Li were standing nearby, watching as the black arc departed. Let's go, your future Dao companion has already left. All we have to do is wait for about 2 more centuries for our physical bodies to stabilize, and we'll be able to go and reunite with him in the human race. Hee, surely that's not too long for you to wait, Yan Li giggled. What's this about a future Dao partner? My relationship with Brother Han has always been a pure one. Besides, you're one to talk. I saw you on multiple occasions casting sneaky glances at Brother Han these past few days. It looks like you want to be his future Dao partner instead. Yuan Yao objected as a blush appeared on her face. I did indeed cast a few furtive glances at Brother Han, but I was simply curious about how he was able to progress so quickly in his cultivation despite his ordinary appearance, Yan Li said in a nonchalant manner. Who knows if that's even true? Then how about I gouge out my own heart for you to see? After you see it, you'll have to take responsibility for me though. The two giggled with amusement as they continued their playful argument. The Qirong mountain range was a renowned spirit region on the Tianyuan continent. The mountain range stretched for millions of kilometers, and among the 10 mountains here, close to half of them were active volcanoes. There were even a few that were constantly releasing lava or black volcanic ash, making most of the mountain range extremely hot and completely devoid of life. However, as a result of this, the Qirong mountain range was able to produce large quantities of fire attribute spirit stones and materials, as well as extremely rare extreme young attribute spirit medicines. Thus, despite its perilous environment with all those active volcanoes, it attracted many outsiders every year. On this day, a group of foreign beings in a diverse range of attire appeared near a small volcano on the outskirts of the mountain range. The volcano had just erupted, and these foreign beings were taking advantage of this period of respite to flock into the nearby pits and craters to search for fire attribute spirit stones and materials. Whenever the volcanoes erupted, it would always release some low-grade materials that would scatter across the nearby area alongside plumes of volcanic ash. The majority of these foreign beings were only at the Qi condensation stage, with only a few at the foundation establishment stage, so they didn't dare to venture any deeper into the mountain range and could only search for low-grade materials on the outskirts. All of a sudden, a four-eared foreign was struck by the feeling that his surroundings had dimmed significantly, and he immediately looked up, upon which his face turned completely pale, and he let loose a cry of alarm. All of the other nearby foreign beings reflexively stopped what they were doing upon hearing this and also looked up. As a result, all of them were rooted to the spot. A giant black arc that was over 10,000 feet in length had appeared completely silently above them, and it was hovering in the sky like a massive island. Countless huge puppet warriors were patrolling the arc, presenting an awe-inspiring sight to behold. All of the foreign beings down below were low-grade cultivators, and they had never seen such a giant flying treasure before. As such, all of them were completely petrified. Chapter 23-27, Black Char Peaks. All of a sudden, a streak of white light shot forth out of the giant arc, stopping directly above a white-haired elderly man. The streak of light contained a young woman who appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years of age, and she asked in a warm voice, "May I ask if this the Qirong mountain range, fellow Taoist?" The elderly man was only at the early foundation establishment stage, but he was already one of the most powerful foreign beings present. The elderly man was completely unable to detect the young woman's cultivation base, and he replied in a fearful manner, This is indeed the Chi Rong Mountain Range, Senior. The young woman was ecstatic to hear this and she hurriedly asked, "Looks like we've come to the right place. Would you happen to know where the Black Char Peaks are, fellow Taoist?" The elderly man's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this and he replied, "You want to go to the Black Char Peaks? That one of the central regions of the Chi Rong Mountain Range, and it's been made into a restricted area due to how perilous it is." "That sounds about right. You don't need to worry about my safety, fellow Taoist. Just tell me how to get there," the young woman said with a smile. "Yes, Senior. If you're going to the Black Char Peaks, then just travel west from here, and you'll see 3 black mountains in a triangular formation close to the center of the mountain range. Those are the Black Char Peaks," the elderly man hurriedly replied. "Thank you, here are a few spirit stones as a reward." The young woman nodded before tossing a few high-grade spirit stones toward the elderly man, then returned to the giant ark as a ball of white light. Moments later, the black ark continued onward deeper into the mountain range, while the elderly man was appraising the high-grade spirit stones in his hand with an ecstatic expression. High-grade spirit stones weren't all that valuable for high-grade cultivators, but for a foundation establishment cultivator like him, this was an unimaginable wealth. However, his heart then jolted upon sensing the envious looks being directed toward him, and he hurriedly stowed the spirit stones away before quickly departing. Not long after his departure, several other foreign beings of around the same cultivation base as him also silently left the area. All of the Chi condensation stage foreign beings had naturally noticed this, but none of them said anything as they continued to search for fire attribute materials. Han Li was currently standing at the front of the Ink Spirit Holy Ark, peering into the center of the mountain range in the distance with the Blood Soul and the others standing next to him. It's quite unexpected that the auction of the Helian Trade Guild would be held somewhere so conspicuous. Having said that, it seems that those low-grade beings had no idea about it, Han Li mused. One would have to at least be at the spatial tempering stage to participate in this auction, so it's no surprise that those foreign beings were unaware that it was taking place. The commencement of the auction should be coming up in the next 1 or 2 months, so I'm sure many powerful beings from many races would have already arrived. Perhaps you'll be able to reap some unexpected rewards during this auction, Senior Han, the Blood Soul replied. I certainly hope so. At my cultivation base, there are very few things that can appeal to me, but if there are other Grand Ascension stage beings willing to bring out some good auction items, then that would be a different story altogether, Han Li replied with a casual nod. Rest assured, Senior, judging from my past experience, there will definitely be no lack of Grand Ascension stage beings attending this auction. Also, aside from participating in the auction, those seniors will most likely also hold a private exchange convention. Even if you don't find anything you want during the auction, I'm sure you'll find something in the private convention, the Blood Soul said with a smile. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. A private exchange convention, eh? That sounds like something to look forward to. Around an hour later, the 3 mountains described by the elderly man finally appeared up ahead. The mountains were arranged in a triangular formation and situated amid a pile of reddish-black rocks, and there was a sharp sulfuric scent being spread through the air by gusts of scorching winds. As soon as their black ark reached within 100 kilometers of the 3 mountains, it was immediately stopped in its tracks by a group of foreign guards on giant falcon steeds. All of these guards wore suits of black armor and were armed to the teeth. Their faces were obscured by black visors, and all of them were remarkably tall, far more so than the average adult human. Their giant falcon steeds were also completely black and massive in stature, presenting a very intimidating and majestic sight to behold. It was very clear that the owner of this giant ark and the puppet army patrolling the ark was no ordinary person, and the leader of the guards extended a respectful bow as he said, "You're about to enter a restricted area of our trade guild. I'm afraid we can't grant you passage unless you have a token you can present." "Will this suffice?" the Blood Soul asked as she drifted down from the ark and swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a ball of white light. The leader of the guards drew the ball of light into his grasp before carefully inspecting it to find that it was a white badge with beautiful spirit patterns engraved upon it, as well as a silver guild character emblazoned on its surface. After a brief examination, the guard returned the badge with both hands and said, "Forgive me for failing to recognize you, esteemed guest elder. I'll get someone to guide you right away." He displayed no intention to verify the identities of Han Li and the others on the ark. The Blood Soul nodded as she withdrew the badge, then flew back onto the ark. The group of guards then divided themselves into 2 groups, with one group acting as guides for the ark, while the rest continued to patrol the area. Thus the ark was led toward the 3 black mountains. Along the way they encountered several other groups of patrolling guards, but none of them stopped the ark, seeing as it was already being led by a group of their colleagues. The distance of no more than 100 kilometers was covered by the Ink Spirit Holy Ark in just a short while, and just as the ark was about to fly over one of the 3 black mountains, a burst of spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted up ahead. Immediately thereafter, a giant white door of light that was close to 10,000 feet tall emerged. There were hundreds of strange buildings of different sizes near the door of light, some of which were round while others were rectangular, and there were many guards on giant falcon steeds entering and exiting these buildings on a regular basis. As soon as the black ark approached the area, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Right at this moment, the giant ark stopped on its own several kilometers away from the door of light. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he swept his spiritual sense through the surrounding area, upon which he immediately sensed a burst of restriction fluctuations, and he quickly understood what was happening. At this moment the guards that were guiding the ark turned around and stopped beside the ark, then explained, "You'll be able to enter the restricted area through this profound heavenly gate. However, the usage of all flying treasures is prohibited in the restricted area, so I'm afraid you'll have to withdraw this ark before you continue. This is also as far as we'll be able to take you. We can't advance beyond this point without official permission." "Alright, you can go now," the Blood Soul instructed. The giant black ark then disintegrated into countless runes that vanished on the spot amid a resounding boom. Thus Han Li and the others were revealed standing in mid-air. The guards hurriedly extended respectful salutes toward Han Li and the others, then departed from the area atop their giant falcon steeds, while Han Li led his entourage toward the giant door of light. The guards near the door of light were all appraising Han Li's group with curious expressions, but the group was granted free passage into the door without any intervention. "What? Another Grand Ascension Stage fellow Taoist has entered the profound heavenly gate? Alright, I'll send someone to welcome them. You keep doing what you're doing," a red-haired elderly man said to the image of a black-armored guard being depicted on the wall before him. The man was situated in a completely sealed-off hall that was completely empty aside from a few futons. There were gems of all types of different colors embedded onto the walls of the hall, and there was a layer of faint azure mist wafting through the air, giving everything in the hall a mysterious appearance. After a brief pause, the elderly man swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of red light, and the image of the guard on the wall immediately vanished, only to be replaced by the image of a giant black ark, atop which stood a few blurry figures. The elderly man appraised the giant ark through narrowed eyes for a moment before suddenly raising a hand with furrowed brows, sending an incantation seal vanishing into the stone wall in a flash. The image of the figures on the giant ark rapidly expanded to over 10 times its original size, presenting a much clearer image on the stone wall. Thus Han Li and the others became visible to the elderly man. The elderly man's gaze quickly swept over the Blood Soul and the others, then settled on Han Li. "Oh? This man is rather familiar, I seem to have seen him somewhere before," the elderly man murmured to himself. Chapter 23-28 Fragrant Maidens. After a brief moment of contemplation, he flipped a hand over to summon a white jade slip amid a flash of white light. He then chanted something while pointing a finger at the jade slip, and a series of extremely lifelike portraits quickly emerged one after another. The elderly man carefully inspected the transitioning portrait with an unblinking gaze, and all of a sudden the shape-shifting portrait settled on the image of an azure-robed man. It was none other than Han Li. So it really is this new Grand Ascension Stage being from the human race. He's far more powerful than the average Grand Ascension Stage being. I'm going to have to organize a welcome of the highest standard, the elderly man murmured to himself before clapping his hands together twice. Spatial fluctuations erupted on one side of the hall, and a woman in a purple palatial dress with a thin veil over her face appeared before the elderly man. "Is there something I can do for you, master?" "Fei Yun, this is fellow Taoist Han Li. Make sure to organize a welcome for him of the highest standard that's reserved for the most esteemed guests of our trade guild. You must ensure that he's satisfied with our trade guild at all costs," the elderly man instructed. The woman's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and she replied in a respectful manner, "I understand. I'll attend to this man in person and make sure that he has a positive experience." "Good, I have full trust in your abilities, you can go now. That man has already entered the profound heavenly gate. Here's some information about him. Make sure you take a good look at the information so you don't offend him in any way." The elderly man pointed a finger at the jade slip as he spoke, upon which another jade slip appeared in his hand. The second jade slip was tossed toward the woman, who immediately caught it before giving an affirmative reply, then vanished on the spot as if she had been nothing more than an illusion. Following her departure, the elderly man swept a sleeve through the air, and the projection of Han Li instantly vanished. At the same time, spiritual light flashed from the wall, and a middle-aged man in a set of scholarly robes appeared before cupping his fist in a salute toward the elderly man, then said, "Master, the first batch of auction items have already safely arrived in the warehouse. Good. Those auction items are extremely precious, and there are even a few items among them reserved for the elders of our trade guild, so make sure that nothing happens to them. Also, begin preparing the sentinels for the auction right away, and some restrictions and formations need to be re-examined over 3 times." The elderly man began to rattle off a series of instructions. As soon as Han Li entered the profound heavenly gate, his field of view was filled with a flash of white light, following which he abruptly appeared on a stone platform that was over 100 feet tall. The Blood Souls and the others were standing close behind him, and beneath his feet was a teleportation formation with a diameter of several tens of feet. Han Li inspected his surroundings to find that there were massive trees all around him, forming a watertight barrier around the stone platform, and there was only a winding stone path leading away into the distance. He looked up into the sky to find a gray stone ceiling tens of thousands of feet up ahead, and the stone ceiling stretched as far as the eyes could see with countless stalactites all over its surface, indicating that they were currently situated in an underground world. Every half a kilometer or so, there would be a head-sized source of light embedded onto the stone ceiling, making it appear as if there were countless stars up above giving off gentle white light to illuminate the entire underground world. Han Li quickly swept his spiritual sense through the forest and immediately discovered 7 or 8 other stone platforms identical to the one beneath him, and there seemed to be other people nearby as well. It appeared that there was more than one entrance to the Black Char Peaks than that profound heavenly gate. Just as Han Li was about to spread his spiritual sense even further, it came into contact with something less than 10 kilometers away, upon which his spiritual sense was repelled back. This didn't seem to bother him at all, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he strode down from the platform before walking along the stone path. The Blood Soul and the others naturally followed along closely behind him while also inspecting their surroundings. After walking for around 2 kilometers, the path suddenly took a turn, upon which Han Li's group arrived at a crossroads. Besides the crossroads was an awning constructed from green branches, within which sat several tens of foreign beings in different attire. The foreign beings were split up into 7 or 8 groups, and they were either conversing with one another or meditating in their seats, seemingly waiting for something. At the center of these foreign beings were 3 children who appeared to be no more than 11 to 12 years of age with their hair arranged into small braids. The trio wore identical attire, and they were constantly traversing between the tables, occasionally serving up cups of spirit tea or plates of spirit fruits. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, but he continued to make his way toward the awning. Many of the foreign beings under the awning turned toward the new arrival, and none of them were unable to glean Han Li's cultivation base with their spiritual sense. Upon discovering this, their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly withdrew their gaze in a respectful manner. The Blood Soul took a glance at the foreign beings gathered under the awning and said, "This should be the trade guild's welcoming area. All of the outsiders wishing to participate in the auction have to wait here until the trade guild sends people to fetch them. Otherwise, participation in the auction won't be granted even with a token." "I see. The Helian Trade Guild sure is quite cautious," Han Li replied with a smile. At this point he had already reached the awning, and he identified that the majority of the foreign beings present were at the spatial tempering stage, while only a few were body integration stage beings. The 3 children hurriedly rushed out before extending respectful bows toward Han Li, yet just as they were about to say something, a burst of beautiful music suddenly rang out from above the awning. Countless white runes emerged up above, then transformed into a giant jade disc. Immediately thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted from the disc, and a formation appeared on its surface, following which an elegant purple figure emerged. "That's a guidance envoy," someone exclaimed, and everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the jade disc. Atop the jade disc stood a gorgeous woman in a purple palatial dress. Even though her face was concealed behind a thin veil, everyone was still struck by a sense of captivation at the sight of her. As soon as the woman appeared, she cast her gaze downward and instantly caught sight of Han Li. "May I ask if you're Senior Han of the human race? My name is Fei Yun, and I was instructed to take you to the esteemed guest pavilion, the woman said in a respectful voice as she extended a curtsy toward Han Li. Han Li took a glance at the woman, and an intrigued look appeared on his face. I see. I am indeed here from the human race. Who was it that instructed you to come and fetch me? I was instructed to come here by Master Ming Zun, the person overseeing this auction. We have prepared a welcome of the highest standard for your esteemed self, the woman replied. A welcome of the highest standard? That man really is a Grand Ascension stage being. He's most likely no ordinary Grand Ascension stage being either. A stir immediately ran through the other foreign beings upon hearing this. I've heard of fellow Taoist Ming Zun. I didn't think that he was a member of your Helian Trade Guild. All right, you can lead the way, Han Li said with a nod. Yes, senior, please come with me. The woman stepped away to the side of the jade disc before making an inviting hand gesture. Thus, Han Li and the others all flew onto the jade disc, and the woman made a hand seal, upon which the formation resurfaced on the disc. A burst of spatial fluctuations erupted forth, and the entire group vanished in a flash along with the jade disc. In the next instant, Han Li reappeared in a resplendent hall that was several acres in size with several identical jade discs situated at its center. We pay our respects to Senior Han. There were 12 other young beauties in palatial dresses waiting in the hall, and they immediately extended respectful bows toward Han Li as soon as he appeared. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes at the sight of these young women. All of them appeared to be no more than 16 to 17 years of age, and their physical characteristics clearly indicated that they were from different races. However, all of them were very beautiful and alluring, and they were holding different items in their hands such as incense burners, scepters, and horsetail whisks. What was most noteworthy to Han Li was that despite how young these women were, they were all at the nascent soul stage. The woman in purple seemed to have sensed Han Li's surprise and she explained, "These are fragrant maidens nurtured by our trade guild. All of them have regularly consumed the honey of 100 flowers from birth, allowing them to give off a floral fragrance. On top of that, they're all virgins and would make great dual cultivation partners. According to the rules of our trade guild, all esteemed guests of the highest level that come to attend our auction will be gifted a group of these fragrant maidens." She then turned to the fragrant maidens and instructed, "Come here and greet your new master." The 12 young women immediately fell to their knees and said, "We pay our respects to our master." Fragrant maidens, eh? Hee, your trade guild sure is sparing no expense. In that case I'll accept this gift. You can all get up now. Gwr, I'll leave them to you for now, Han Li chuckled. Chapter 23-29. Unexpected news. Yu Gwr stepped forward and gave an affirmative response, and the 12 fragrant maidens also stood up obediently before making their way over to her. Aside from those 12 fragrant maidens, our trade guild has prepared several other presents that we hope you'll also accept, Senior Han, the woman in purple said with a smile. She then clapped her hands together, and 3 handsome young foreign beings strode in from outside the hall, each carrying a silver platter with a red cloth draped over it. Han Li cast his gaze over the 3 platters, and was able to immediately identify what they were, upon which he quickly waved a hand in refusal. "These fragrant maidens are already an extremely precious present. I can't accept anything else from your guild." The woman in purple faltered slightly upon hearing this, but she then immediately dismissed the 3 young men. "Seeing as those presents aren't to your liking, I naturally won't force you to accept them. I'm sure you must be tired from your journey, Senior. How about I take you to your resting quarters and we'll discuss everything else tomorrow?" "I'm indeed in need of some rest. Please lead the way, fellow Taoist," Han Li replied with a nod. Thus, the woman in purple quickly made her way out of the hall, followed closely by Han Li's group. As soon as they exited the hall, they were immediately greeted by the sight of a lively and bustling scene. They had emerged onto a bluestone street that wasn't extremely crowded, but it was still very lively with many beings of different descriptions walking along the street. There were also some shops on either side of the street that were being frequently visited, and those who emerged from the shops all wore different expressions depending on whether they had found what they wanted in those shops. What was quite surprising to Han Li was that all of the people on the street possessed lofty cultivation bases, and there were even beings at or above the core formation stage among the workers in the shops. Han Li released his spiritual sense further into the distance to find that this wasn't the only street in the area. There were also streets and dense clusters of buildings in all other directions, forming a small town with a radius of less than 100 kilometers. As for the hall behind them, it had disappeared as soon as they had exited it, making it seem as if they had appeared onto the street out of thin air. However, all of the passers-by completely disregarded this as if it were a common occurrence. Were these people all invited by your trade guild to attend the auction? Han Li asked as he withdrew his spiritual sense. Of course not. Most of the guests that are participating in the auction are resting in the guest pavilions. The majority of the people here are members of our trade guild, and they're taking advantage of this opportunity to seek out some rare items. Even for members of our guild, they have to be of a certain status or cultivation base if they want to participate in the auction, the woman in purple replied with a smile. I see. Han Li nodded in response. Right at this moment, the woman in purple made a hand seal, and a cloud of white mist immediately emerged beneath her feet before carrying the entire group toward the other end of the street. The venue for the auction is just over there. All of the attendees will be invited to that venue prior to the auction's commencement. Aside from the auction items that have already been made public knowledge, there will be several treasures that will be extremely useful even to Grand Ascension Stage seniors, so I'm sure you won't be disappointed, the woman in purple introduced while pointing at a certain tall pagoda in the distance. That's the auction venue? It doesn't look very big. Could it be that there's more to the venue than meets the eye? Han Li asked. Your wisdom is truly unmatched, senior. This pagoda is merely an entrance to the true auction venue, and it was designed this way so that we wouldn't have to worry about anyone harboring sinister motives targeting the auction, the woman in purple replied in a respectful voice. Looks like your trade guild really has expended a lot of effort to make this auction a success. May I ask how many Grand Ascension Stage fellow Taoists will be in attendance? Han Li asked. There's still around a month left until the official commencement of the auction, so I can't tell you the exact number of Grand Ascension Stage attendees, but over 20 Grand Ascension Stage seniors have already arrived, which is a higher number than many of our past auctions, the woman in purple replied. Over 20? It's very impressive that your trade guild was able to attract so many Grand Ascension Stage fellow Taoists in such a short time, Han Li praised. You're far too kind, senior. It's not the merit of our trade guild that has attracted so many seniors. Instead, all of these seniors are willing to travel all the way here as they know that they'll be able to reap some rewards during our auction, the woman in purple replied with a smile. Hee, it sounds like you're very confident in this auction. By the way, I've heard that spots for intercontinental teleportation will be available for sale. Is that still available? Han Li asked. The woman was rather taken aback by this question, but she still replied truthfully, the intercontinental teleportation spots are one of the special auction items, and they're always in high demand every edition of the auction, so they naturally won't be cancelled for no good reason. However, there's currently an issue with the super teleportation formation leading to the Thunder Continent, so those spots have been cancelled, and more spots have been provided for teleportation to the Blood Sky Continent. The spots to the Thunder Continent have been cancelled? Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. That's right. Could it be that you were planning to travel to the Thunder Continent, senior? It doesn't have to be the Thunder Continent. I was planning to make a trip to the Blood Sky Continent sooner or later anyway. However, it looks like I'll have to make some changes to my original plans, Han Li replied with a calm expression. Zhu Guer and the others were also quite surprised to hear this, and they were all displaying different reactions. A short while later, the cloud carried Han Li's group to the edge of the town, then descended into a lush forest. The forest was filled with extremely pure spiritual qi, and there were only several intricately crafted clusters of buildings situated there. There was a distance of several kilometers between each cluster of buildings, and they were all separated by lush greenery to ensure privacy while also presenting some beautiful scenery to behold. The woman in purple led Han Li's group to one of the clusters, and 7 or 8 servants immediately emerged from inside before falling to their knees in front of Han Li and the others. This is one of our esteemed guest pavilion areas. These are the servants here, you can keep them here if you'd like. Otherwise, if you think they'll only get in your way, then you can immediately dismiss them as well, the woman in purple said with a smile. With the fragrant maidens that were just gifted to me, I'll have no need for these servants so they can go for now, Han Li replied. The woman in purple immediately gave an affirmative response before dismissing the servants, and they all departed after extending respectful bows. Feel free to take a rest here, Senior Han. I'll send someone to notify you when the auction is about to begin. By the way, if you have some spare time, you can explore the town. Perhaps you'll reap some unexpected rewards. I'll be taking my leave now, the woman in purple said. Thank you, fellow Taoist, I'll be sure to do so. Han Li displayed no intention to keep the woman, and she rose up into the air again before quickly departing from the forest. Let's go. The trade guild is clearly trying to appease us, so there's no need for us to be too reserved, Han Li said before making his way toward the pavilion, followed closely by the Blood Soul and the others. A short while later, all of them appeared in the hall on the first floor of the pavilion, and Han Li was situated on the main seat with everyone else standing respectfully beside him. As for the 12 fragrant maidens, they had already been assigned tasks by Zhu Guo. Senior Han, are you really planning to go to the Blood Sky continent first? The Blood Soul asked with a hint of anticipation intermingled with hesitation in her eyes. That's right, unless you have some other way through which we can go to the Thunder continent first, Han Li replied. Surely you jest, Senior. If I had another way I would have already revealed it, the Blood Soul said with a wry smile. In that case, let's go to the Blood Sky continent first. We'll just have to find a way to get to the Thunder continent from the Blood Sky continent. I've never been to the Blood Sky continent, but I've heard many tales about it. Aside from the vastly renowned Blood Dao devilish arts on that continent, there are also several mysterious inheritances that are apparently able to kill enemies without being detected even from tens of thousands of kilometers away. I'm sure you must have come into contact with some of these things, fellow Taoist Blood Soul, Han Li said as a serious look appeared on his face. Chapter 2330, Buying. I stayed on the Blood Sky continent for quite some time, so I do indeed have some knowledge on it. Blood Dao devilish arts are the most common cultivation arts on the Blood Sky continent. Almost 4 or 5 out of every 10 cultivators on that continent are using cultivation arts of this nature. The Blood Dao sects on the continent are also extremely powerful and can be referred to as the supreme powers on the continent. As for the mysterious inheritances you mentioned, they do exist, and many people have cultivated them in secret. However, these cultivators are sworn enemies of the Blood Dao sects, and most of them are extremely secretive, so they're extremely hard to encounter. I once encountered a mysterious cultivator who claimed that he had cultivated witchcraft, and he had a few wooden puppets that were able to easily destroy many powerful enemies of his, the Blood Soul replied. Witchcraft, eh? This type of inheritance has appeared on several occasions on our Tianyuan continent in ancient times, but they seem to have been immediately destroyed in unified efforts by the powerful beings on the continent at the time. I didn't think that such inheritances would still exist on the Blood Sky continent. It looks like we'll have to be careful during our trip. By the way, which power did you make enemies out of during your time on the Blood Sky continent? Han Li asked. That would be the Bloodbone sect, one of the major Blood Dao sections. However, I'm only at the spatial tempering stage, and the enemy that I made was only one of the elders of the Bloodbone sect. So many years have already passed, perhaps they've already given up on me. Even in the worst-case scenario, I can just alter my appearance slightly, and that should avoid any unnecessary trouble, the Blood Soul replied. There's no need for you to alter your appearance. The Blood Sky continent isn't as vast as the 2 continents, but it'll still be very difficult for you to encounter your enemies. Even if you do, I'll take care of them for you, Han Li said in a nonchalant manner. The Blood Soul was ecstatic to hear this. I'll be thanking you in advance then, Senior. Just as the Blood Soul was communicating with Han Li, the woman in purple was also delivering a report to the red-haired elderly man by the name of Ming Zun. So he accepted the fragrant maidens, but refused all of the other presents, the elderly man confirmed. That's right, the woman in purple replied. Interesting. It seems that it won't be that easy to appease him, but he's not entirely refusing our guild either. Fei Yun, if fellow Taoist Han makes any request to you, then do your best to fulfill them. There's no need to report back to me any further, the elderly man said with a faint smile. Master Ming Zun, may I ask why we're trying to recruit this senior? Even if he's more powerful than the average Grand Ascension stage being, there's never been any other Grand Ascension stage guest that has received this level of treatment. Fei Yun was rather perplexed. If he's an ordinary Grand Ascension stage being, then there's naturally no need for all of this, but have you seen the information regarding his exploits? Ming Zun asked with a smile. I did, but the information is very undetailed. All it mentions is that he progressed to the Grand Ascension stage in an extraordinarily short time, and that he had entered the Elder Devil realm before, Fei Yun replied in a respectful manner. That's because fellow Taoist Han rose up so quickly that our trade guild still hasn't even had enough time to collect many pieces of important information about him. All you need to know is that if a ranking for the 10 most powerful beings of the spirit realm is created, he'll most likely take up one of those spots, Ming Zun explained with a serious expression. What? Is he really that powerful? Fei Yun was truly stunned to hear this. Humph, Why else do you think I would do all this to try and appease him? Ming Zun harumphed with a roll of his eyes. The woman's heart jolted upon hearing this, and she hurriedly lowered her head in a submissive manner. Ming Zun didn't say anything further and merely waved a hand to dismiss her. After that, he hesitated momentarily before sweeping a sleeve through the air to release a burst of vibrant light that instantly vanished into the stone wall beside him. A loud buzzing sound immediately rang out, following which an indistinct figure was manifested within a cloud of white mist. The figure turned to Ming Zun, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes as he asked, "Ming Zun? Aren't you preparing for the auction over on the Tianyuan continent? Why have you suddenly contacted me?" "Buying, if I recall correctly, you're still in need of powerful allies for the plan that you're about to carry out, right?" Ming Zun asked. "Why do you ask? Could it be that you've changed your mind and are willing to come and help me?" The indistinct figure asked in a cold voice. "Of course not. It's not like you don't know about the vow I swore to never set foot on the Blood Sky continent again," Ming Zun replied. "In that case, why are you suddenly asking about this?" A hint of impatience had crept into the blurry figure's voice. "I can't help you, but I've found someone who should be able to assist you," Ming Zun explained in an unhurried manner. The indistinct figure's voice cooled even further upon hearing this. "Are you saying you've revealed our plan to someone else?" "Of course not. This is an extremely important matter. I wouldn't reveal it to anyone without your agreement," Ming Zun replied. The tone of the indistinct figure's voice mellowed out slightly as he said, "Good. Who is this person that you're referring to? As I'm sure you're already aware, the average Grand Ascension stage being won't be of much help to me, and if too many people are made aware of what we're doing, the secret could quickly spread. Why don't you take a look for yourself?" Ming Zun chuckled as he made a hand seal before pointing a finger forward, and a ball of light emerged from his fingertip before transforming into a humanoid projection of none other than Han Li. "Who's that? I don't recall ever seeing someone like him before. Is he a new Grand Ascension stage being of your continent?" The indistinct figure asked in a befuddled voice. "That's right, fellow Taoist Han has only recently become a Grand Ascension stage being, but he possesses unfathomable power and will definitely be an extremely useful ally," Ming Zun replied. "Oh? It's rare to see you give someone such high praise. This man really must be quite powerful. Why is it that I've never heard of someone of this caliber? Has he done anything noteworthy in the past?" The indistinct figure asked. "There aren't many notable exploits of his, but there's one that's enough to make him known throughout the entire spirit realm." "Have you heard about the recent death of the Stemborer Queen in the Elder Devil realm?" Ming Zun asked. "Of course I am. The matter about the Stemborer Queen was a huge crisis, and even some of my fellow Taoists from the Blood Sky continent ventured into the Elder Devil realm for it. I heard that the Stemborer Queen was slain by one of the patriarchs of the Elder Devil realm, Bao Hua, as well as some other people. Could it be that he was one of the people involved?" The indistinct figure immediately developed a rough idea of who Han Li was. "That's right. From what I heard, this fellow Taoist Han is the person who truly killed the Stemborer Queen, while Bao Hua and the others only played minor roles," Ming Zun replied. The indistinct figure's heart jolted upon hearing this. "Is that so? In that case, wouldn't this fellow Taoist be among a handful of the most powerful beings in the entire spirit realm?" I can't confirm whether he's actually that formidable, but he definitely possesses unfathomable power. I've already been made aware that he's attending this auction for an intercontinental teleportation spot, so he should be going to your Blood Sky continent soon. I'm only providing you with this information. It'll be up to you to recruit him," Ming Zun chuckled. "Alright, if this works out, then I'll owe you a favor. If that's all, then let's end our communication here. Intercontinental communication requires far too much spiritual power expenditure." The indistinct figure made a hand seal as he spoke, and the image on the stone wall immediately disintegrated into specks of spiritual light amid a dull thump. Ming Zun was unbothered by this, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he closed his eyes to rest. One day passed by after another, and the date for the auction's commencement drew closer and closer. During this time, Han Li hadn't set foot once outside of the pavilion, whereas the Blood Soul and the others frequently visited all of the shops in the town, purchasing many materials and treasures that were very rare in the outside world. Those items naturally weren't enough to catch Han Li's attention, and he displayed no intention to visit the shops in the town, choosing instead to meditate and await the commencement of the auction. On this day, Han Li was in the process of meditating when he finally received a transmission talisman from the woman in purple. A faint smile appeared on his face as he rose to his feet before departing from the secret chamber. Chapter 23:31. Hu Yushuang Han Li transmitted his voice to the Blood Soul and the others as he was exiting the secret chamber, and by the time he emerged from the front gate, they were already waiting respectfully for him. Han Li instructed Patriarch Hua Shi and the 12 fragrant maidens to stay behind, taking only the Blood Soul and Zhu Guer with him as they flew toward the center of the town. Shortly thereafter, other people also began to emerge from the nearby clusters of buildings, as well as the other guest pavilions elsewhere in the town, and all of them converged toward the same place. By the time Han Li arrived above the pagoda, many people had already entered the building. Han Li took a glance at the armored guards standing outside the pagoda, then descended in front of the entrance with the Blood Soul and Zhu Guer. Right at this moment, Fei Yun emerged from within the pagoda in an elegant manner, then extended a curtsy toward Han Li. "Welcome to our auction, Senior Han. If you don't mind, please allow me to guide you into the venue." She seemed to have been waiting here in advance. Han Li wasn't surprised by this at all, and he nodded with a faint smile in response. "Please lead the way, Fairy Fei Yun." Fei Yun immediately waved a hand toward the guards, and Han Li's group was granted entry into the pagoda without any examination required. As soon as he strode into the pagoda, Han Li immediately detected a burst of peculiar energy fluctuations, and the surrounding scenery quickly faded. It seemed that he had only taken one step, but he had appeared directly in front of the staircase on the first floor of the pagoda. There were two pale-skinned foreign beings on the staircase ahead of him, and they completely vanished into thin air amid a flash of light, leaving only traces of residual spatial fluctuations in their wake. "So this is the true entrance to the auction venue?" Han Li asked. "That's right, this staircase will take you directly into the space where the auction is being held," Fei Yun replied with a smile. Han Li nodded in response, then stepped onto the staircase, upon which he and the others immediately began to warp amid a burst of spatial power. A short while later, Han Li and the others were situated in an elegant booth that was over 100 feet in size. There was a near-transparent light barrier directly up ahead, and through it, a giant plaza was visible down below. Around the plaza were countless people and stone chairs, while around 50 to 60 silver stone cabins were hovering just over 100 feet in the air over the edge of the plaza. Each stone cabin had golden runes all over their surfaces, and it was impossible for those outside to glean what the people in the cabins were up to. Han Li was situated in one of these cabins with Fei Yun standing beside him with a smile on her face. This setup didn't appear to be any different from that of a normal auction, but Han Li currently had his gaze fixed on something over 10,000 feet in the air above the plaza. This was a five-colored cloud with countless black armored guards hidden within it, releasing all types of restriction fluctuations that spread across the entire sky and encompassed the entire platform. Even higher above the five-colored cloud was a resplendent palace that was rather blurry and unclear, and strains of heavenly music could be heard from the palace, striking one with a sense of relaxation. In addition to holding the auction in this separate space, I can see that many precautionary measures have been prepared. Your trade guild sure is well prepared, Han Li suddenly said with a smile. The treasures that'll appear during this auction are far more valuable than those of the previous auctions, so these precautionary measures are very much necessary. There are even 2 or 3 items that can delay one's great heavenly tribulation, so we have to be careful in case some people are harboring sinister motives, Fei Yun replied. No one would dare to try anything once they witness everything that's been set up in here, Han Li said with a meaningful smile. I certainly hope so. The auction is about to begin, and I still have some things that I need to do, so I'll be taking my leave now, Senior Han, Fei Yuan said with a smile as she cast her gaze toward the plaza outside the light barrier. Go ahead, there's no need to keep me company, Han Li replied with a casual wave of his hand. Thus, Fei Yun extended a parting bow before departing from the stone cabin, leaving only Han Li's trio in the room. It's no wonder the Helian Trade Guild is taking so many precautionary measures when there are tribulation-delaying treasures among the auction items, the Blood Soul said. Indeed, those are the only treasures that'll tempt Grand Ascension stage beings into taking nefarious actions, Han Li replied. Aren't you interested in treasures like this, Senior? Even if you have no need for such treasures now, they'll most likely still be very useful to you in the future, the Blood Soul couldn't help but ask. I'll worry about those matters when the time comes. Even if I want a treasure like this, I won't search for it during this auction. There are several tens of other Grand Ascension stage beings present. If I try to take the treasure by force, it most likely won't end well for me. As such, I'll focus my attention on our main target, which are the intercontinental teleportation spots, Han Li replied with a smile, seemingly truly uninterested in those tribulation-delaying treasures. Meanwhile, Zhu Guer was looking at all of the foreign beings outside the light barrier with an excited look on her face. Around an hour later, the entire plaza was finally filled with tens of thousands of foreign beings at or above the spatial tempering stage. Right at this moment, a rumbling boom rang out at the center of the empty plaza, and a stone platform began to rise up from its surface. Immediately thereafter, a light formation appeared on the plaza, following which Ming Zun emerged. He wasn't particularly tall or imposing, but in the instant that he arrived, a heavy aura instantly settled over the entire auction venue. Some of the chatting foreign beings immediately fell silent and cast their eyes toward the stone platform. I am Ming Zun, the manager of the Helian Trade Guild on this continent. I'm sure I don't require much introduction, so I'm not going to bore all of you with one. The rules of this auction are similar to those of other auctions, and all those who break the rules will be made to leave by me. Alright, with that out of the way, I hereby announce the commencement of this auction. The commencement of the auction was declared in a concise manner, immediately following which Ming Zun rose up into the air as a streak of silver light, vanishing into the five-colored cloud up above after just a few flashes. At the same time, a gorgeous voluptuous woman with a smile on her face appeared on the stone platform amid a flash of spiritual light. The woman had a pair of large watery eyes that were filled with boundless seduction, and the mere sight of her gaze was making the blood of the foreign beings close to the platform boil in their veins. What was quite noteworthy was that the woman had 3 furry pink tails that were swishing gently from side to side, adding further to her seductive appeal. That's a 3-tailed charming fox. I didn't think such a being actually existed in our spirit realm. I wonder where the Helian Trade Guild found her from. The plaza immediately erupted into chatter once again, and many of the male foreign beings present were staring intently at the 3-tailed woman with undisguised lust in their eyes. The woman was completely unfazed by this, and she said in a mellow voice, I am Hu Yushuang, and I was entrusted by Senior Ming with the duty of hosting this auction. Rest assured, I've hosted many similar auctions in the past, so I'll be sure to do a good job here. You've hosted many auctions? How could that possibly be true? If someone like you had appeared during other auctions, we would have definitely heard of you already. An accusatory voice suddenly rang out, and many other people also became rather suspicious upon hearing this. If you're referring to this continent alone, then this is indeed the first time I've hosted an auction here, Hu Yushuang replied in an unflustered manner. Does that mean you're not from this continent? Someone exclaimed. I've always resided on the Blood Sky continent and only arrived on the Tianyuan continent around a year ago, which is why none of you have seen or heard of me, Hu Yushuang explained. It's a pity that you're not from our Tianyuan continent, Fairy Hu. If I had known that someone as stunning as you existed, I wouldn't have refrained from taking a Dao companion for so long. A coarse male voice with a joking tone suddenly rang out in a certain corner of the plaza. What a coincidence. My last Dao companion passed away recently, so I wouldn't be opposed to giving you an opportunity. Who was the one that had just said that? How about you show yourself and repeat those words to my face? Hu Yushuang giggled, and a hint of light flashed through her eyes as she spoke, upon which her seductive aura instantly became 3 to 4 times more potent. A clean-shaven middle-aged man that was seated not far away from the platform rose to his feet in a slightly slack-jawed manner and a rather unnatural flush on his face, then declared loudly, Fine. I'll satisfy your request. If I had known that someone as stunning as you existed, I wouldn't have. Chapter 2332, Golden Marrow. All of a sudden, his voice drew to an abrupt halt as he returned to his senses, and his face turned deathly pale as an astonished look appeared in his eyes. So it's fellow Daoist Cha of the Stone Pupa race. I'm honored to have caught your eye. How about you stay with me for a few days after the auction? Perhaps we'll be a match made in heaven, Hu Yushuang giggled in a seductive manner, but a cold look had appeared in her eyes. The middle-aged man forced a smile onto his face and said, I was only joking, Fairy Hu. I wouldn't dare to harbor such impure intentions toward you. He then hurriedly sat back down as if he were fleeing from a deadly scorpion. So that was only a joke? In that case, I'd advise you to be careful with your words. I'll let things slide on this occasion, but if anyone tries to make similar jokes, then I won't be so forgiving. Huang Yushuang's smile abruptly faded as she spoke, and her seductive aura turned into an extremely cold and forbidding one. The middle-aged man's expression darkened further upon hearing this, but he didn't dare to say anything in response. All of the other people on the plaza were quite alarmed by what they had just witnessed, and they didn't dare to appraise Hu Shuang in the same brazen manner anymore. That's enough time wasting, little girl. I didn't come here to watch you put on a show. Hurry up and bring out the auction items. A displeased elderly voice suddenly rang out from one of the Silverstone cabins. Hu Shuang's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and she hurriedly extended an apologetic bow. Please forgive me, Senior. I'll present the first auction item right away. She then quickly made a hand seal before pointing a finger in a certain direction, and a white jade table immediately emerged from a light formation beneath the stone platform. Sitting on the table were 3 wooden boxes of different sizes, each of which was enshrouded under a white light barrier. This first auction item isn't something that can be found on the Tianyuan continent. It's a small vial of golden lightning lion bone marrow that the trade guild only managed to obtain from the Thunder continent after expending extensive efforts. Hu Shuang pointed a finger at one of the light barriers as she spoke, and the wooden box within that light barrier was immediately drawn into her grasp. Golden lightning lion marrow? Is it real? Even those of us who've never been to the Thunder continent have heard of golden lightning lions. To think that this is only the first auction item, this auction really is different from past editions. Another stir ran through the entire hall as many people immediately directed their attention toward the small wooden box. Hu Shuang gently laid a hand down onto the box's lid with a seductive smile, and the lid immediately sprang off on its own, revealing a palm-sized purple vial with a faint silver talisman adhered to its surface. The golden lightning lion is one of the 3 sacred beasts of the Thunder continent, and mature specimens possess powers comparable to Grand Ascension stage beings. Even from birth, they possess innate lightning manipulation abilities, and the lightning marrow pills refined from its bone marrow can grant the consumer's physical body with a certain level of lightning resistance for a period of time. However, lightning marrow pills are very difficult to refine, and there's no guarantee that even this entire vial of golden lion marrow will ensure successful refinement. However, I'm sure I don't need to elaborate on how valuable such a pill would be to someone about to face a tribulation, Hu Shuang introduced before pointing a finger at the small vial, releasing several specks of golden light that transformed into golden runes before vanishing into the silver talisman in a flash. A dull thump rang out as the silver talisman sprang up from the small vial. As soon as it did so, arcs of purple lightning erupted out of the small vial, forming a lightning net and drawing many gasps of amazement from all of the foreign beings present, some of whom were staring at the vial with intense yearning in their eyes. Even though the golden lightning lion marrow hadn't yet been revealed, the phenomenon that was already on display indicated that the rumors that it could be refined into pills that could help one resist lightning tribulations were most likely true. Many of the attendees with other targets immediately changed their minds upon seeing this, and even some of the Grand Ascension stage beings in the silver cabins were quite tempted. I didn't think that such a precious item would be the first auction item. Aren't you interested in the marrow for its lightning-resistant properties, Senior Han? The Blood Soul asked. Lightning marrow pills can indeed increase physical resistance against lightning tribulations, but the enhancement is essentially negligible for Grand Ascension stage beings. On top of that, I'm different from normal Grand Ascension stage beings in that my physical body can already rival that of even true spirit beings, so the enhancement will be virtually non-existent to me, Hanli replied, seemingly completely uninterested. A hint of elation appeared on the Blood Soul's face upon hearing this, and she said, if lightning marrow pills have such limited efficacy for Grand Ascension stage beings, then perhaps I have a chance. Are you interested in this item? Hanli asked. I don't know where my true body is, but she's definitely not in a good situation. Not only is it quite possible that her cultivation base has remained stagnant for all these years, she wouldn't have been able to gather any treasures in preparation for her heavenly tribulation either. As such, I'll have to work harder to prepare some in her stead, the Blood Soul replied with a wry smile. If you're interested in this item, then go ahead and buy it. If you don't have enough spirit stones, I can lend you some, Hanli encouraged. Thank you, Senior. The Blood Soul was ecstatic to hear this. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he cast his gaze toward the center of the plaza again. At this point, Hu Shuang had already grabbed onto the small vial and was tipping it upside down. A drop of shimmering golden liquid flowed out of the vial, and as soon as it came into contact with the air, it transformed into a head-sized ball of golden lightning that was rumbling incessantly. The doubts of all of the skeptics in the hall were completely erased upon seeing this, and they began to consider how many spirit stones would be required to purchase the marrow. Hu Shuang quickly inspected everyone's reactions, then smiled as she gently shook the vial, upon which it released a burst of silver light that drew the ball of golden lightning back into the vial. The starting price for this vial of golden lightning lion marrow will be 10 million, and the purchase can only be made with top-grade spirit stones. The bidding begins now. As soon as her voice trailed off, Hu Yushuang swept a sleeve through the air, and 5 pillars of light erupted upward from the light formation in unison, forming a giant light screen that was around an acre in size. The screen was as smooth as a mirror, and the image of a small purple vial was depicted on its surface. 20 million. The first bid instantly doubled the starting price, and many people were quite stunned to hear this. The number 10 million suddenly appeared beside the small purple vial projection on the light screen, and it immediately increased to 20 million. 21 million, 23 million. A string of bids quickly rang out across the entire plaza. The number on the screen quickly increased with each bid, and in the blink of an eye, it had already exceeded 30 million. This was an astronomical price considering it was only for a pill refinement material that wasn't even guaranteed to be able to refine the corresponding pill. All of the auction attendees were quite wealthy, but they were beginning to consider whether they should give up on the item. 35 million. A lazy male voice rang out, and the number being displayed on the light screen suddenly turned a crimson-golden color. That bid had been made by a Grand Ascension stage being in one of the silver cabins. Many of the foreign beings' expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. They were only at the body integration stage or spatial tempering stage, and they didn't have the courage to compete with a Grand Ascension stage being. 36 million. Only after a long while did someone in the plaza finally dare to make another uneasy bid. 37 million. That bid was made by another Grand Ascension stage being. On this occasion, no one dared to compete any further, and the entire plaza fell silent. You seem intent on securing this item, so I'll leave it to you, fellow Taoist. The first Grand Ascension stage being to have made a bid had a very gentle voice, and it wasn't apparent from this voice whether it was a male or female. Thank you, fellow Taoist, the second Grand Ascension stage being replied. However, right at this moment, a bid of 38 million was made from a third silver cabin. Not only was everyone in the plaza quite surprised to hear this, even the bidder in the first silver cabin faltered momentarily before following up with a bid of 40 million. 41 million. In the third silver cabin, the Blood Soul was holding a round disc while swiping her fingers through the air over it with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Han Li was appraising her with a smile as he sat in his chair. 42 million. This golden lightning lion marrow is extremely useful for a junior of mine. If you're willing to hand it over to me, I'll be sure to present you with some compensation, the other bidding Grand Ascension stage said. Chapter 2333. The 4 elders of the Trade Guild. It was clear that this Grand Ascension stage being was unaware that he was competing with a mere spatial tempering stage junior in the bidding. The Blood Soul's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and she cast a hesitant gaze toward Han Li. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he said, "Rest assured, this is an auction, so the highest bidder wins. If you really need this item, you can secure it without any qualms." "Thank you, Senior. Your words are greatly reassuring to me," the Blood Soul said in a grateful manner. She then tapped the round disc a few more times before calling out a price of 45 million. The price was raised by 3 million in a single bid, and many of the auction attendees' hearts jolted upon hearing this. The other Grand Ascension stage bidder had also fallen silent, and after 3 calls of confirmation from Hu Yushuang, the new owner of the golden lightning lion marrow was announced. The Blood Soul was naturally ecstatic, and shortly thereafter, a servant of the Trade Guild was sent to deliver the item to her, upon which she promptly issued the required spirit stones. "I didn't think you were this wealthy, Sister Blood Spirit. You pulled out such a large sum of spirit stones without even batting an eyelid," Zhu Guer said with a hint of envy in her eyes following the servant's departure. At her age and cultivation base, she naturally didn't have anywhere near this number of spirit stones. These spirit stones were accumulated over a span of many years by my true body. I didn't think that something as rare as golden lightning lion marrow would appear from the get-go. Otherwise, I would have definitely waited a bit longer. Now that I've purchased this item, I won't be able to purchase anything else during this auction. The Blood Soul sighed before stowing the small vial away amid a flash of spiritual light. "I think you made a wise decision, Sister Blood Spirit. There will definitely be more precious auction items than this golden lightning lion marrow, but the price will definitely be far higher as well. I'm sure many of the attendees were also quite hesitant as the auction has only just begun. Otherwise, the price for this item would have most likely been bid up even further," Zhu Guer said with a smile. "It's a good thing that Senior Han is here with me. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have dared to bid against a Grand Ascension stage being. Even if that Grand Ascension stage being hadn't attended this auction, other people most likely wouldn't be willing to let this marrow slip through their grasp so easily either, the Blood Soul said as she cast a grateful glance toward Han Li. I had thought that you would need to borrow some spirit stones from me, but it's naturally a good thing that you were able to afford this item on your own, Han Li replied with a faint smile, then cast his gaze toward the center of the plaza again. Even Han Li had been rather surprised that something as rare as Golden Lightning Lion Marrow had been presented as the first auction item, and he was beginning to look forward to the rest of the auction items. On the stone platform, Hu Yushuang had already drawn the second slightly longer wooden box into her grasp, and as soon as she opened the box, a loud dragon's roar immediately rang out. A streak of azure light shot out of the box, then transformed into an azure WRM that was over 100 feet in length in a flash before rising up into the air as if it were attempting to escape. Humph, get back down there. A cold harumph rang out from within the five-colored cloud up above, following which several bursts of golden light erupted out of the nearby clouds before striking the azure WRM with unerring accuracy. The WRM let loose an anguished cry before shuddering as it plummeted out of the mid-air. At this moment, Hu Yushuang chanted something before pointing a finger toward the azure WRM, and the light around its body faded, upon which it reverted back into an azure sword before slowly descending toward her. Hu Yushuang drew the sword into her own grasp before rubbing it gently between her hands, and the azure light shimmering on its surface immediately subsided, as did the dragon's roar. Faint blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he was immediately able to identify the sword to be quite antiquated in design and was no more than a foot in length. What was quite interesting was that hilt took up half of the entire sword's length, thus resulting in a very short blade. The blade of the sword was riddled with scale-shaped spirit patterns, while the hilt had been crafted in the form of an azure WRM's head with a crescent-shaped crystal locked within its mouth. This azure WRM crescent sword is one of the 3 spirit swords owned by Old Man Crescent, who was an extremely renowned figure on the Tianyuan continent 100,000 years ago. During the sword's refinement process, it was soaked in the blood essence of over 10 powerful azure WRMs, and once it took shape, Old Man Crescent worked for several centuries to guide and inject the essential power of the moon into the sword, so its spiritual nature and power are both of an extremely high standard. Those who are interested can come and examine the sword for yourselves, Hu Yushuang introduced with a smile. Following her introduction, there really were some people on the plaza who stood up and strode onto the stone platform one after another to examine the sword. These people all displayed different reactions, and close to 30 people had made their way onto the platform in succession in a short time. After the final person had departed, Hu Yushuang raised the sword high above up into the air with both hands and declared, "The base price for this azure WRM crescent sword will be 7 million spirit stones, also to be issued in top-grade spirit stones. Let the bidding begin." The base price of this item was lower than that of the Golden Lightning Lion Marrow, but in comparison, there were clearly more people interested in it. As soon as Hu Yushuang's voice trailed off, a bid of 7,500,000 was made. 8 million, 9 million. An image of the sword had already appeared on the light screen, and the number beside it was changing extremely quickly due to the frequency of the bids. However, once the price reached 26 million, the bidding abruptly stopped. It was clear that all of the attendees were of the opinion that it was no longer worth bidding up the price further. As for the Grand Ascension stage beings in the silver cabins, they had no interest in treasures of this caliber, so none of them had even bothered to place a bid. Thus, the azure WRM crescent sword was sold for 26 million. Hu Yushuang then opened the third wooden box to reveal a fist-sized piece of crimson ore. This was a piece of blood astral iron that was produced only on the Blood Sky continent. It was a material required for refining some special treasures, so it was quickly purchased at a price of 17 million. Thus, the auction commenced on a good note. One auction item after another was presented and sold by Hu Yushuang, but there weren't many items that caught the attention of the Grand Ascension stage beings in the flying cabins. In fact, close to 100 auction items had already been presented, but only a few had been purchased by Grand Ascension stage attendees. Han Li naturally had no interest in those items either, and he didn't make so much as a single bid. The Blood Soul was quite tempted by a few of those auction items, but she could only give up on them after hearing their prices. Having already spent the majority of her wealth, she was essentially relegated to being just a spectator for the rest of the auction. The Helian Trade Guild seemed to have predicted that these items wouldn't be enough to tempt the Grand Ascension stage attendees, So once the auction progressed to the halfway mark, 5 or 6 items that were even more precious than the golden lightning lion marrow were presented. These items were all related to resisting or delaying heavenly tribulations, and the Grand Ascension stage beings in the flying cabins finally began to display some interest. As a result, all of the items were sold for well over 100 million spirit stones. There was even a special material required to refine a tribulation resistance treasure that was sold for the astronomical sum of 400 million. The body integration and spatial tempering stage beings on the plaza were finally made aware of just how incredibly wealthy these Grand Ascension stage old monsters were. Hanli had also displayed some interest in that special material, but he had given up on the bidding after the price had exceeded 200 million. Those auction items had finally drawn some interest from the Grand Ascension stage attendees, and even though the auction items that came after were of a clearly lower standard, many of them were still purchased by those Grand Ascension stage beings. Time slowly passed by, and after the auction had been progressing for almost an entire day, it was finally nearing its conclusion. Thankfully, all of the people present were high-grade cultivators. Not only were they not tired, all of them were paying extra attention to the auction items to come. All of you have been kept waiting a long time for this, so I waste too much time with words. Next, I'll be presenting the top 3 auction items. I'm sure they'll satisfy everyone, Hu Yushuang said with a mysterious smile, then gently clapped her hands together. A burst of rumbling rang out from up above, and the 5-colored clouds suddenly parted to reveal a shimmering golden palace. Heavenly music then began to play within the palace, and 3 stunning beauties in 5-colored palatial dresses emerged, each of which was holding a silver platter that was enshrouded under a golden light barrier. Following the 3 women came 4 elderly men in different attire, all of whom were Grand Ascension stage beings. Once the 7 of them landed on the stone platform, Hu Yushuang immediately extended a respectful bow toward the 4 elderly men. Hu Yushuang pays her respects to the 4 elders. I had intended to pay you a visit as soon as I arrived on the Tianyuan continent, but you were all in seclusion at the same time. Please forgive me for my transgression. Hehe, you're the direct lineal descendant of Old Man Hu, right? As expected, you really do possess exceptional aptitude. Don't worry about those formalities, we've never taken such trivial matters to heart. The 4 of us have been cultivating an ability together recently, and if Ming Zun hadn't strongly requested that we appear to ensure the safety of the most important auction items, we'd most likely still be in seclusion right now, a thin elderly man in a coarse cloth garment replied with a smile. Chapter 2334, Heaven-Turning Flag. The final 3 auction items are truly extremely precious. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have dared to suggest to Master Ming to invite you out of seclusion, Hu Yushuang replied in a respectful manner. It's all right, a short delay like this won't hamper our cultivation. There's no need to attend to us any further. Go ahead and continue the auction, the thin elderly said with a smile, while the other 3 stood beside him in silence. Please wait for me for a moment, esteemed elders. I'll conclude the auction as soon as possible, Hu Yushuang said before waving a hand toward the 3 women, and they immediately made their way to around 10 feet away from her before stopping again. Meanwhile, the 4 elders made their way over to the 4 corners of the stone platform in a flash before taking a seat with their legs crossed. All of the auction attendees were quite stunned that the Helian Trade Guild had brought in 4 Grand Ascension stage beings to oversee the final part of this auction. It seemed that the final 3 auction items were indeed extremely precious. At this moment, Hu Yushuang made a hand seal, and the light barrier above one of the silver platters abruptly vanished, revealing a small gray flag. The flag was only around half a foot in length and was completely dull and devoid of luster. Aside from a few yellow spirit patterns etched on its surface, it was completely unremarkable. However, there were 7 or 8 faint silver talismans plastered all over the flag's surface, yet it was still giving off peculiar energy fluctuations that was blurring the surrounding space. I'm sure you've all heard of the chaotic myriad spirit roll. The roll is a list of all of the most powerful treasures in this realm. Perhaps some of you are in possession of some of the spirit treasures ranked lower down on the roll. However, I'm sure not many of you have witnessed the profound heavenly treasures at the top of the roll, Hu Yushuang said with a seductive smile as she cast her gaze across the plaza. Are you implying that there are profound heavenly treasures among the final 3 auction items? A body integration stage being couldn't help but ask. Hehe, that's right. The item that I'm holding right now is a profound heavenly treasures. It's the Heaven-Turning Flag, which is ranked 9th on the Chaotic Myriad Spirit Roll, Hu Yushuang declared as she raised the small flag in her hand. What? That's the Heaven-Turning Flag? How is that possible? That profound heavenly treasure disappeared countless years ago. At the time, 7 or 8 major races on the Tianyuan continent were severely damaged in a battle over this treasure, and 2 smaller races were wiped out altogether. I never thought this treasure would appear again. Excited chatter immediately rang out across the entire plaza, and even the Grand Ascension stage beings in the silver cabins were quite stunned to hear this. I've also heard of the heaven-turning flag, but never did I think it would appear in an auction like this, as expected of a superpower like the Helian Trade Guild, Hanli mused with a hint of surprise in his eyes. As for the Blood Soul and Zhu Guer, their eyes were already wide with incredulity. May I ask if that really is the profound heavenly treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll? If that really were the case, wouldn't your trade guild have hidden it away? Surely there's no way you would auction off such a precious treasure, the Grand Ascension stage being who had bid for the Golden Lightning Lion Marrow interrogated in a cold voice. You're correct, Senior. If this really were the very same treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, then there's no way our trade guild would dare to bring it out in such a blatant manner. Setting everything else aside, if several true spirit beings were to come after the treasure, our guild would be in immense trouble. However, I wasn't lying when I said that this was the heaven-turning flag on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, Hu Yushuang replied with a slight bow. Oh, it sounds like this is quite an interesting treasure. Go ahead and elaborate on what you mean, another Grand Ascension stage being prompted. Yes, Senior, I'll provide an explanation right away. Most of you have heard of the heaven-turning flag, so I'm sure you know that it only appeared for a very brief period of time in history. However, I'm sure that not many of you are aware that this flag actually split up into 2, a Yin flag and a Yang flag. The flag I'm holding now is the Yin flag, and if this treasure were to be used on its own, it would be comparable to a normal divine spirit treasure in power. Only when both flags are united can it unleash the full power of a profound heavenly treasure. Otherwise, our guild wouldn't be selling it in this auction, Hu Yushuang explained. The heaven-turning flag split up into 2? This revelation naturally sent another stir running throughout the venue, and many of the attendees were enlightened upon hearing this. I see, so this is only half of the heaven-turning flag. However, all profound heavenly treasures possess immense spiritual nature. Now that the Yin flag has appeared, the corresponding Yang flag should have emerged as well. Would your guild happen to have any information about the Yang flag? Another Grand Ascension stage being asked. Everyone immediately turned to Hu Yushuang to hear her answer. It was clear that this was something that all of them had wanted to ask. If our guild were aware of the Yang flag's whereabouts, we would have already obtained it rather than being forced to sell this Yin flag independently. Even this Yin flag was something that our guild had unintentionally come across. As for the Yang flag, I'm afraid we have no information on it at all. Alright, I've said everything there is to be said about this treasure. I'll be displaying some of its power now. Even though it doesn't possess the might of a profound heavenly treasure, I'm sure this demonstration will be sufficient for all of you to verify its authenticity, Hu Yushuang replied before grabbing onto the flag and waving it through the air. A loud buzzing sound immediately rang out from the small flag, following which bursts of yellow light were released, transforming into countless small yellow flowers that instantly inundated the entire stone platform. In the next instant, Hu Yushuang began to chant an incantation, and all of the yellow flowers began to revolve around her. All of the world's origin chi in this entire space shuddered before surging toward the stone platform in a frenzy, then disappeared into the yellow flowers. All of the yellow flowers began to radiate bright spiritual light while expanding drastically in size before beginning to drift and spread over the sky above the entire plaza. In the blink of an eye, the air above the plaza had transformed into a world of giant yellow flowers. The foreign beings down below swept their spiritual sense up toward the yellow flowers, upon which their expressions immediately changed slightly. All of them could sense the fearsome power imbued within the giant yellow flowers, and what was even more alarming was that these flowers seemed to be extremely internally unstable, as if they could explode at any moment. However, right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out from one of the flying cabins. There's no need to continue this demonstration. Do you think we can't tell if this is a profound heavenly treasure or not? Hurry up and begin the auction. As soon as the voice trailed off, a gust of fierce azure wind swept out of the silver cabin, eradicating most of the giant yellow flowers above the plaza in the blink of an eye. Yes, Senior, I'll begin right away. Hu Yushuang's heart jolted upon seeing this, and she hurriedly waved the flag through the air again, releasing a burst of energy fluctuations that withdrew the rest of the yellow flowers. The base price of the heaven-turning flag's flag is 300 million spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. If you don't have enough spirit stones, trading in treasures for discounts is permitted, Hu Yushuang declared as the small flag in her hand returned to its original dull and lusterless appearance. 500 million. As soon as her voice trailed off, the Grand Ascension stage being who had spoken earlier immediately made a bid. All of the body integration and spatial tempering stage beings on the plaza were rendered speechless upon hearing this. 500 million spirit stones was far beyond what they could afford. It seemed that the final auction items would all be taken by the Grand Ascension stage beings, as had been the case during all of the past auctions. However, the spirit realm had always been a place where power reigned supreme. They couldn't compare with those Grand Ascension stage beings in power or wealth, so they naturally didn't dare to display any dissatisfaction. You're dreaming if you think you can purchase a profound heavenly treasure for just 500 million spirit stones. I'll take it for 800 million. A female Grand Ascension stage being in another flying cabin chuckled. Humph, the complete heaven-turning treasure would be a priceless treasure that couldn't be bought no matter how many spirit stones you have, but it's only half a flag that's comparable to a divine spirit treasure in power. The price I gave was already quite high. If you think this is worth more than that, then you can have it, the first Grand Ascension stage bidder harumphed coldly. All of the other flying cabins remained silent, and no further bids were made. Perhaps they had been swayed by the words of that Grand Ascension stage being, or they were concerned about something else. The second bidder paid no heed to this as she said to Hu Yushuang, Junior Hu, no one else is making any bids, so shouldn't you declare me as the new owner of this treasure? Hu Yushuang's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and she forced a fawning smile onto her own face as she replied, Yes, Senior, I'll begin the count of 3 right away. If no one. However, before she had a chance to finish her sentence, a bid of 900 million was suddenly made. Both the Blood Soul and Zhu Guer turned to Han Li with surprised expressions as he was the one who had made the bid. 950 million? 1 billion? 1,300 million? The entire plaza fell silent once again. Chapter 2335, Page of the Golden Jade Tome. Hee, I didn't think that there would be so many fellow Taoists competing for merely half a profound heavenly treasure. Are all of you confident that you'll be able to find the Yang flag? Aren't you afraid that this flag will bring disaster instead of fortune upon your respective races? A coarse female voice chuckled coldly. In that case, why are you bidding for this item as well, Fairy Goo? Just leave it to us, a sharp voice replied in an unyielding manner. Does your stone elf race have what it takes to claim this profound heavenly treasure? Aren't you afraid it'll spell the downfall of your entire race? The coarse female voice scoffed in a disdainful manner. The stone elf race may not be powerful enough, but what do you think of our mayfly race, Fairy Goo? A cold, elderly voice rang out from another flying cabin. The mayfly race? Most of the Grand Ascension stage beings' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. The mayfly race may be one of the most powerful races on the Tianyuan continent, but our Sky Call race isn't to be looked down on either. Perhaps I'd be willing to let you take this auction item if it were something else, but there's no way I'm giving up on this profound heavenly treasure, the coarse female voice replied in an emotionless manner after a brief pause. Seeing as no one is willing to give up, let's see who can make the highest bid. This is the auction of the Helian Trade Guild, so wealth will be the deciding factor. I currently hold the highest bid. If no one else is going to exceed it, then I'll be taking this flag, the mayfly being chuckled. 1,500 million. The woman from the Sky Call race made another astonishing bid. Do you even have 1,500 million spirit stones in your possession, fellow Taoist Goo? Don't tell me you've already traded in some treasures, the mayfly being said in a cold voice. So what if I have? I didn't bring that many spirit stones, but I brought along a lot of redundant treasures and I'm putting them to good use now, the Sky Call being chuckled coldly. In that case I'll get involved as well. 1,800 million. The Grand Ascension stage being from the Stone Elf race also spoke up again. 1,850 million. 1,900 million. At this point all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings had backed out of the bidding. Some of the wealthier ones among them could still afford to make more bids, but they wouldn't be able to keep this treasure anyway, so they could only reluctantly give up on it. Thus, only 3 Grand Ascension stage beings were still in the running. Hu Yushuang was standing on the stone platform with a pleased smile, awaiting the final outcome. Senior Han, don't you want that heaven-turning flag anymore? The Blood Soul couldn't help but ask. Han Li had only made one bid before falling silent, and that was rather surprising to both the Blood Soul and Zhu Guar. This is quite an alluring treasure, but it may not be a good thing for me to secure it. After all, an incomplete profound heavenly treasure wouldn't be able to immediately bolster the power of our human race, and it'll attract a lot of attention from those major races. Our human and demon races still don't possess sufficient power to hold on to such a treasure, so it would be unwise to try and obtain it, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. Indeed, this treasure really was something that wasn't entirely necessary to him. You're right, this is a treasure that's vastly renowned, but its power belies its reputation, so it's more trouble than it's worth. It's a pity that this isn't the complete Heaven Turing flag. Otherwise, you could consider securing it, the Blood Soul said in a rather forlorn manner. If this were a complete profound heavenly treasure, I'd be able to summon an ancient true spirit being to protect our human race. As a result, our human race would become a mid-grade power, and we'd be able to expand both our population and the territory under our control without any qualms. In that case, I wouldn't mind taking the risk, but as things currently are, it's simply not worth it, Han Li elaborated. The Blood Soul and Zhu Guer became a lot less interested in the bidding now that they knew that Han Li wouldn't be getting involved. In the end, the Yin flag was taken by the Mayfly being for the astronomical price of 5,000 spirit stones. The other Grand Ascension Stage beings were extremely envious, but they could only watch as a Grand Ascension Stage elder of the Trade Guild carried the flag to the flying cabin that the Mayfly being was situated in. After a full 15 minutes had passed, the elder finally re-emerged from the cabin with a pleased expression. It was clear that even though the Mayfly being had managed to secure this treasure, he had traded in most of his own treasures and could only give up on the final 2 items. Furthermore, the journey back to the Mayfly race most likely wasn't going to be a peaceful one for him, so he would have to be extra careful. At this moment, Hu Yushuang removed the restriction over another silver platter to reveal a palm-sized jade box, which she carried gently with one hand. Everyone immediately directed their attention toward the jade box, awaiting her introduction. Hu Yushuang took a glance at everyone's expectant expressions, then introduced with a smile, "I'm sure many of you have heard of the immortal tome, the Golden Jade Tome. The next auction item is a complete page from the Golden Jade Tome. Our trade guild guarantees that this is one of the 36 original inner pages, not a replica copy, and the immortal cultivation art recorded on the page is definitely viable for cultivation. As for its name and effect, we'll be withholding that information. It'll be up to you to decide whether you'd like to purchase it or not." Following her introduction, Hu Yushuang laid a hand onto the jade box, and a thick pillar of light immediately erupted forth amid a rumbling boom, within which contained a shimmering golden page. There were countless golden runes inscribed onto the surface of the page, and just a quick glance at a single one of those runes struck one with a sense of awe and veneration. This was the golden seal text of the true immortal realm. It really is one of the inner pages of the Golden Jade Tome. I didn't think the Helian Trade Guild would be able to obtain something like this. I've heard that the Golden Jade Tome contains true immortal cultivation arts and secret techniques. Never did I think that I would get to witness an actual page from the tome. This auction item created less of a stir than that heaven-turning flag, but there were clearly more people interested in it. Why aren't you disclosing the name of the secret technique recorded on that page? There must be some type of fallacy or restriction in its cultivation, right? Otherwise, why would you intentionally withhold this information? The Sky Call being from before asked. The excitement on everyone's faces immediately faded slightly upon hearing this. "Please forgive me, Senior. We are withholding the name of this cultivation art as a gesture of consideration toward its eventual new owner. After all, I'm sure its new owner wouldn't want everyone to know what's recorded on this page. As for fallacies and restrictions, the only one is that it takes longer to cultivate than normal cultivation arts," Hu Yushuang replied without any hesitation. "Given your trade guild's reputation, I'll trust your words to be true," the Sky Call being chuckled before falling silent. A few more questions were asked before Hu Yushuang declared a base price of 100 million spirit stones. 150 million, 170 million, 200 million. Even before the Grand Ascension Stage beings had made any bids, a flurry of bids had already been made by the attendees on the plaza. You're all dreaming if you think you can secure an inner page of the Golden Jade Tome for such a paltry price. I'll take it for 300 million. A Grand Ascension Stage being finally made a bid. What a coincidence. I'm also very interested in this inner page. I'll make a bid of 600 million. If anyone can make a higher bid, then you can have the item. However, Junior who just said that this secret technique will be extremely time-consuming to cultivate, so I'm assuming we'll most likely only be able to study and reference it. In that case, is it really worth such a huge sum of spirit stones? The stone elf being from before said. The other Grand Ascension stage beings who were interested in this inner page became rather hesitant upon hearing this. This price was indeed quite high for a cultivation art that may not even be practically feasible for cultivation. In that case, I'll make a bid of 610 million. The one who had made this bid was Han Li, and both the Blood Soul and Zhu Guer turned to him with surprised expressions. I'll stick by my word and hand the item over to you then, fellow Taoist. The stone elf being was clearly rather displeased, but he still backed out of the bidding as he promised. Thank you, fellow Taoist, Han Li replied in an unhurried manner. Alright, the current top bid stands at 610 million. I'll begin a count of 3, and if no further bids are made, then this inner page will go to that senior, Hu Yushuang announced with an elated smile. An inner page of the Golden Jade Tome was indeed extremely precious, but the projected price was only 300 million to 400 million, so this was very much a pleasant surprise. On this occasion, no one competed with Han Li, and the inner page was delivered to him by an elder of the Trade Guild. Han Li issued the required spirit stones before immediately stowing the inner page into his storage bracelet without even taking a look at it first. He then sat back down to await the final auction items. According to past convention, the final auction item was supposed to be the most valuable one, and this was one of the reasons why the other Grand Ascension stage beings had decided to give up on the inner page in the end. After all, no one wanted to let the final auction item slip through their fingers due to insufficient spirit stones. Hu Yushuang took a deep breath before making her way over to the final platter-holding woman, then swept a finger toward the light barrier above the platter, upon which a small gash slowly opened up on the barrier. Chapter 2336. Ancestral Dragon Blood. A fragrant aroma immediately surged out of the gash in a frenzy, permeating to every single corner of the plaza in the blink of an eye. Upon inhaling this scent, everyone was struck by a sense of comfort and reinvigoration. The final auction item seems to be a spirit medicine. The same thought sprang into everyone's minds, and they immediately focused their attention on the platform. In contrast with treasures and cultivation arts, spirit medicines were universally useful, and this spirit medicine had been reserved for last, so it had to be something truly incredible. Hu Yushuang's reached into the gash with a slender hand before pulling out a palm-sized silver bowl, which was the source of the fragrant aroma. I'm sure many of you must be very curious about what's in here. Without further ado, let me show you our final auction item, Hu Yushuang said with a smile before tossing the bowl forward, and it hovered in midair in front of her as she cast a string of incantation seals toward it. Dazzling spiritual light erupted out of the bowl, and it suddenly became transparent in appearance, thereby revealing its contents. The bowl contained some type of clear liquid, within which a shimmering golden five-clawed dragon was swimming around. The golden dragon was only several inches long, but every single claw, scale and detail on its body was clearly visible. It was completely identical to a legendary true spirit heavenly dragon. That's the descendant of a heavenly dragon? Have you all gone insane? You captured the descendant of a heavenly dragon for your auction? If the true spirit's dragon race were to descend upon our spirit realm over this matter, the Tianyuan continent. No, the entire spirit realm would be doomed. This is no laughing matter. I recall hearing about direct descendants of heavenly dragons being stolen in other realms before. All of the smaller realms were completely destroyed by the dragon race, while the larger ones were severely ravaged by the revenge of the dragons. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the entire plaza erupted into a frenzy, and many attendees sprang to their feet while appraising the miniature golden dragon in the bowl with horrified expressions. The Grand Ascension stage beings in the flying cabins were also stunned to see this, but for some reason they all remained silent. The situation was beginning to spiral out of control, and Hu Yushuang's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. Right at this moment, one of the Trade Guild elders seated at a corner of the stone platform suddenly opened his eyes. Silence. His voice wasn't very loud, but it was somehow clearly audible to everyone present, and all those who heard his voice felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, thereby instantly calming them down. Only then did they recall that they were still in the Trade Guild's territory with several Grand Ascension stage beings overseeing the situation. All of the attendees immediately sat back down with sheepish expressions, and the commotion quickly died down. What's going on here, fellow Taoist Jia? I'm sure your trade guild wouldn't do something as foolish as abducting the descendant of a heavenly dragon. How do you explain that golden dragon? Don't tell me it has nothing to do with heavenly dragons. We can all clearly sense the true dragon aura that it's releasing, the female Grand Ascension stage being from the Sky Call race said. That's right, this is an extremely important matter, and your trade guild owes us all an explanation. Another Grand Ascension stage being chimed in. Hu Yuxuang's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and she was just about to say something when the thin trade guild elder held up a hand to stop her. What do we need to explain? Take a closer look at that so-called heavenly dragon descendant and you'll know what's going on. After that, the elder closed his eyes and offered no further explanation. Thus, all of the attendees in the venue turned their attention toward the miniature golden dragon in the bowl again, inspecting it with both their eyes and their spiritual sense. Han Li's eyes also narrowed slightly as a hint of blue light flashed within his pupils. A hint of surprise then appeared on his face as he identified exactly what the golden dragon was. Aside from Han Li, there were also several other Grand Ascension stage beings with spirit eyes abilities and other secret techniques that allowed them to glean the nature of the golden dragons, and several cries of surprise rang out almost in unison. This golden dragon is formed by a spirit item. This is incredible. How could it possibly possess such a strong true dragon aura? TSK, I've also identified it to be a manifestation of a spirit item, but I can't tell what its true body is supposed to be. Has anyone figured that out yet? Indeed, a spirit item that can manifest a heavenly dragon definitely be an extraordinary item. A spirited discussion immediately ensued between the flying cabins. I think I've managed to identify something, but I'm not sure if that's its true form, Han Li said as he stroked his own chin in a contemplative manner. Go ahead and tell us what you've seen, fellow Taoist, a Grand Ascension stage being urged. Even though Han Li had secured the inner page of the Golden Jade Tome earlier, he still hadn't revealed the race that he belonged to. However, he was now proclaiming to have identified the true form of the Golden Dragon in the bowl, something that no other Grand Ascension stage being present had been able to achieve, and that naturally attracted a lot of attention. If I'm not mistaken, that golden dragon's true form is a drop of spirit blood, Han Li said. What? A drop of spirit blood? But that's impossible. How could a drop of spirit blood take on the form of a heavenly dragon? Could it be that this is a drop of heavenly dragon true blood? It can't be. I've seen heavenly dragon true blood in the past, and it definitely wasn't like this. Han Li's words immediately triggered another round of spirited discussion. As for the foreign beings on the plaza down below, they were also conversing among themselves with perplexed expressions. A hint of surprise flashed through Hu Yuxuang's eyes upon hearing Han Li's verdict, and her change in expression naturally didn't escape Han Li's notice. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "Why are we all playing this guessing game when we could just ask fellow Taoist who to tell us the answer? That's true, this auction item is being presented by the Trade Guild, so they must know what it is. Fellow Taoist who, stop wasting time and explain to us what this final auction item is." I wouldn't dare to waste everyone's time, it's just that I wasn't even given a chance to explain, Hu Yuxuang said with a wry smile as she put on a pitiable expression. Hee, now that I think about it, we were indeed a bit too impatient. You can go ahead and talk now. Yes, Senior. The Senior from before is correct. The true form of this heavenly dragon is indeed just a drop of spirit blood, Hu Yuxuang said as bright white light suddenly erupted from her hand, following which she placed her palm down onto the bowl before her. The liquid within the bowl was shaken slightly, and the fragrant aroma it was giving off immediately became around twice as potent. At the same time, the miniature golden dragon curled up into a ball before forming a drop of golden liquid. The drop of liquid was slowly revolving on the spot while giving off a metallic sheen, presenting a mysterious sight to behold. Could it be that this really is a drop of heavenly dragon true blood? Someone asked. Of course not. Our Helian Trade Guild has auctioned heavenly dragon true blood in the past, and this is clearly different, Hu Yuxuang replied. Then what exactly is this? I don't know. All we know is that this is a drop of blood essence, but it's different from the blood essence of all other known powerful beings. Actually, let me rephrase that. None of the powerful beings that we know of can even begin to compare with the owner of this drop of blood essence, Hu Yuxuang said. Does that include even true spirit heavenly dragons? Someone asked in a stunned voice. Of course it does. Truth be told, we've conducted a series of thorough examinations on this drop of spirit blood, and setting aside everything else, The energy contained within this drop of blood essence is over 100 types more potent than what should be found in a drop of heavenly dragon true blood of the same mass. I'm sure all of you are aware of what that entails, Hu Yushuang said with a serious expression. Over 100 times more potent? That's impossible. Are you saying the owner of this spirit blood is over 100 times more powerful than a heavenly dragon? Someone immediately exclaimed upon hearing this. Even if that isn't the case, it's definitely not far from the truth, Hu Yushuang replied. Something that's over 100 times more powerful than a heavenly dragon definitely isn't a living being from our realm. Could it be a powerful existence from a higher realm? The sky call being asked in an astonished voice. She was naturally referring to the true immortal realm. So this is a drop of blood from a true immortal? But that doesn't explain the heavenly dragon aura that it's releasing, another grand ascension stage mused. Have you all forgotten that true dragons exist in the true immortal realm as well? Hu Yushuang asked. Are you referring to the ancestral dragons of the true immortal realm? Could it be that this is a drop of ancestral dragon blood? Someone else exclaimed. We can't verify this, but the appraisal masters of our guild are indeed of this opinion, and this is also one of the reasons why our guild doesn't dare to keep the item and has decided to auction it instead, Hu Yushuang explained. Chapter 2337. Treasure Heist? You said that's only one reason. What about the other ones? The Mayfly Race Grand Ascension stage being asked. The other reason is that even though this drop of spirit blood is clearly an extraordinary item, our trade guild still hasn't been able to find a good way to use it. All we know is that water that the blood has been soaked in for some time can become spirit liquid that can regenerate magic power, but there's no way to extract the fearsome power contained within the blood essence. Nor can we find any way to refine it, Hu Yushuang explained. This spirit blood can't be refined? A grand ascension stage being exclaimed. This ancestral dragon blood definitely has many extraordinary uses. If it can be easily refined, then our guild wouldn't be putting it up for auction. However, many of the fellow Taoists present are extremely powerful beings, so just because our guild is unable to accomplish something doesn't mean that the same applies for all of you. If you can truly refine this spirit blood, perhaps it wouldn't even be impossible for you to directly ascend to the true immortal realm. Of course, if you don't have confidence in your ability to find a refinement method, then it would be best not to participate in the bidding, Hu Yushuang replied. Even if this isn't ancestral dragon blood, the fact that it contains such fearsome energy means that it definitely belonged to an unimaginably powerful being. I'm determined to take it for myself. A grand ascension stage being declared in a calm voice. Haha, you can't just decide that for yourself. Everyone else has to agree first. Junior Hu, go ahead and begin the bidding, another grand ascension stage being chuckled. No one from the other silver cabins said anything, but the tense aura in the air clearly indicated that they were all tempted by the golden spirit blood as well. As for the body integration and spatial tempering stage attendees on the plaza down below, they were all staring at the drop of blood essence with wide eyes. There was no way that they would be able to obtain such an incredible item, but just being able to witness it was worth the trip here. The base price for this spirit blood is 1 billion spirit stones. Let the bidding. Please wait a moment, I seem to have some recollection of this item, but I'm unable to recall exactly what it is. Would it be possible for me to examine it up close? A male voice rang out, following which a black-robed man with an ordinary appearance rose to his feet on the plaza. You recognize this spirit blood, fellow Taoist? Hu Yushuang's expression immediately changed slightly upon hearing this. Everyone else also turned their attention toward the black-robed man with surprised expressions, and even the 4 trade guild elders had opened their eyes to see what he had to say. Does this spirit blood release a burst of 5-colored light once every 24 hours? The black-robed man asked. Hu Yushuang was rather skeptical toward the man's claims, but a hint of delight immediately appeared on her face upon hearing this. How did you know that? Instead of answering the question, the black-robed man replied in an ambiguous manner, I'll have to examine the spirit blood to confirm that I haven't misidentified it. Hu Yushuang hesitated momentarily before turning to the 4 trade guild elders. What do you think, esteemed elders? What do you think, Brother Ming? The thin elderly man asked as he looked up into the air. If he wants to take a look, then let him. With the 5 of us here, it's not like a grand ascension stage junior like him can do anything, Ming Zun replied from within the golden palace up above. In that case, invite him onto the platform to examine the spirit blood, but directly touching the spirit blood is prohibited, the thin elderly man instructed in a cautious manner. I understand. You can come onto the platform now, fellow Taoist, Hu Yushuang prompted. Thus, everyone's attention naturally shifted onto the black-robed man. He was already making his way toward the stone platform, and a few moments later, he arrived beside Hu Yushuang before carefully inspecting the bowl before him. I can almost confirm what this spirit blood is now, but as a final check, would I be able to extract some of the spirit liquid in the bowl before giving a final verdict? The black-robed man asked. Hu Yushuang's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but she still nodded in agreement in the end. All right, but you can't extract too much. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I won't overstep my boundaries. Please remove the restriction for me, the black-robed man said with a smile. Hu Yushuang gave an affirmative response before making a hand seal, then thrust a palm toward the bowl. The light barrier above the bowl instantly dissipated amid a dull thump. The man stepped forward before pointing a finger at the bowl, and it shuddered slightly before a small ball of the spirit liquid rose up out of the bowl. Hu Yushuang's heart eased slightly upon seeing how small the amount of spirit liquid that had been extracted was. However, just as she was lured into a sense of security, the black-robed man casually reached forward, as if he were going to catch the ball of spirit liquid. Spiritual light flashed between Hu Yushuang's fingers as she prepared to reactivate the restriction over the bowl. However, right at this moment, the thin elderly man's expression abruptly changed and he roared, "Stop! What do you think you're doing?" He swept a sleeve through the air as he spoke, and his seemingly ordinary hand abruptly transformed into a massive blue palm that came crashing down toward the black-robed man like lightning. Hu Yushuang's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and she hurriedly pointed a finger toward the bowl, but it was already too late. The black-robed man cackled as he completely disregarded the descending giant palm, and silver light erupted beneath him before instantly sweeping toward a certain direction. The silver light flashed past, and the bowl abruptly vanished along with its contents. However, right at this moment, the giant blue hand also arrived, sending an inescapable burst of enormous force crashing down upon the black-robed man. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted above the black-robed man, and a gray shadow appeared before immediately raising a hand, sending a giant crimson palm hurtling directly upward. The two massive palms clashed amid an earth-shattering boom, resulting in powerful shockwaves that sent the three platter-carrying women and Hu Yushuang flying off the stone platform. No one had expected anyone to attempt a heist during this auction, and even Han Li was rather dumbstruck by what he was seeing. The thin elderly man wore an enraged expression as he made a hand seal, and an azure crystal ball flew out of his body alongside a small silver hammer. The crystal ball rose up into the air before rotating on the spot, releasing an azure light barrier downward to encompass the entire stone platform. As for the silver hammer, it was caught by the elder before swelling to around 10 feet in size with arcs of silver lightning flashing over its surface. "Who are you and what gives you the courage to attempt such a brazen heist?" the thin elderly man interrogated a cold voice. Even though the spirit blood had been snatched away, he didn't seem to be too panicked. Both the black-robed man and the gray shadow had already displayed Grand Ascension stage powers, so they definitely couldn't just be a pair of nobodies. The other three trade guild elders also rose to their feet expressionlessly before releasing their own protective treasures, surrounding the black-robed man and the gray shadow from all sides. The heavenly music being played up above drew to an abrupt halt, and the five-colored cloud parted, releasing countless armored guards who instantly filled the air above the entire plaza. At the same time, a series of formations began to appear near the plaza, completely restricting the surrounding area. At this moment, the spiritual light around the gray shadow faded, and he was revealed to be a short gray-robed elderly man with a long beard. "Did you get the right item? Don't let them fool you with a counterfeit," the short elderly man cautioned. "Hee, don't you trust my abilities? This is definitely real ancestral dragon blood. Otherwise, I wouldn't have struck here," the black-robed man chuckled in response. "Good. Looks like we didn't come all the way here and expend all that effort for nothing," the elderly man replied with a pleased expression. The two of them were chatting with one another and completely disregarding the four trade guild elders. The thin elderly man was furious to see this, but he didn't immediately lash out. Instead, he said in a cold voice, "There's no way the two of you can get away now. If you return the spirit blood now, we can view your actions as a result of an impulsive rush of blood to the head and deal a lighter punishment upon you too. Otherwise, don't blame us for what we're about to do." "Aha, return the spirit blood? Why do you think the two of us spent so much effort to plan this heist? There's no way we're returning the item." The black-robed man chortled with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Cut the chit-chat, let's get out of here, the short elderly man urged in an impatient manner. Don't worry, there's no way they'll be able to stop us anyway, the black-robed man said in a nonchalant manner, but he still filled a hand over to produce a dark green formation plate, which he immediately tossed forward. Spiritual light flashed within the formation, following which a green seedling emerged, and the seedling grew to become a massive tree in the blink of an eye. Han Li's pupils immediately contracted at the sight of this giant tree. Chapter 23:38, Heavy Promise Go. The thin elderly man immediately yelled upon seeing this, then raised his giant silver hammer up high before sending it crashing down viciously toward the center of the stone platform. A rumbling boom rang out as a bolt of thick silver lightning hurtled down toward the giant green tree from above. He knew that their opponents were also Grand Ascension stage beings, so he wouldn't be able to subdue them in a short time. Thus, he had decided to target this massive tree with his attack. He didn't know what purpose this tree was meant to serve, but destroying it was definitely the right thing to do. The other three elders naturally sprang into action without any hesitation as well. 7 or 8 treasures rose up into the air in unison amid a loud buzzing sound, then combined to form a massive mountain that came crashing down viciously from above. Even before the giant mountain had actually landed, it released a storm of invisible threads that were threatening to punch countless holes into the 2 treasure thieves along with the stone platform beneath them. However, the black-robed man suddenly vanished into the giant tree in a flash amid a burst of raucous laughter. As for the short elderly man, he also sped into the massive tree as a streak of light. The silver lightning struck the tree in the blink of an eye, and countless arcs of lightning sprang over its surface. A charred smell began to waft through the air, and the tree quickly wilted away into ashes, but the duo that was supposed to be inside it was nowhere to be seen. They got away. The thin elderly man was stunned to see this, as were all of the other trade guild elders. Many formations had been set up in this place in advance, including 5 or 6 flight restrictions, so it was incredible that those 2 had managed to teleport away so easily. Don't panic, this space is like an impregnable fortress. There's no way that those 2 could have gotten away. Hold on. They managed to obtain entry talismans that are available only to the elders of this guild, and they've torn through the restrictions to escape. We have to stop them. That voice belonged to Ming Zun, and initially, it was quite calm and collected, but it suddenly took a drastic turn as Ming Zun discovered something using his spiritual sense. Immediately thereafter, a ball of golden light emerged in midair before vanishing into the distance after just a few flashes. The elders' expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, and they also set off in pursuit, leaving the auction attendees to exchange bewildered glances with one another. Only then did Hu Yushuang return to the stone platform in a pale-faced manner, then forced a smile onto her own face as she offered everyone some words of consolation. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings in the flying cabins all wore different expressions upon witnessing this sudden turn of events, but none of them departed from the auction venue. After all, doing so would most likely arouse suspicions that they were accomplices of the black-robed man, or were trying to take advantage of this situation to cause more trouble. Even though they were extremely eager to obtain the ancestral dragon blood, they could only give up on it due to the qualms they held toward the trade guild. Furthermore, judging from the black-robed man's display of confidence, it was most likely the case that pursuing them would be nothing more than a futile task anyway. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings present were extremely wily characters, so they naturally weren't going to do something so with such a terrible risk-to-reward ratio. As expected, the Grand Ascension stage beings of the Trade Guild returned not long after their departure. A faint buzzing sound rang out, and a white light formation appeared on the stone platform, following which Ming Zun and the 4 elders emerged with dark expressions. Their auras were completely unchanged, so it was most likely the case that the 2 treasure thieves had managed to get away. Hu Yushuang hurriedly made her way over to the 5 of them before extending a respectful curtsy. Ming Zun waved a dismissive hand toward her and instructed, "Release portraits of those 2 across the entire trade guild. Make sure to find out who they are and their current location as soon as possible." "Yes, I'll get that organized right away," Hu Yushuang hurriedly replied before immediately making a hand seal, upon which he abruptly vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Han Li was seated in his flying cabin with a contemplative look on his face. All of a sudden, he made a grabbing motion, and a dark green wooden sword appeared in his grasp amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Han Li held the sword horizontally before himself, then stroked the dark green patterns on the blade with 2 fingers in a contemplative manner. The Blood Soul and Zhu Guer exchanged a glance upon seeing this, but they didn't dare to interrupt him. There may have been an issue with the final auction item, but we'll still abide by past convention and present the intercontinental teleportation spots are our special auction item. I will be hosting this segment of the auction in person, Ming Zun said in a calm manner. His words created another stir in the venue, but no one was truly surprised to hear this. Generally speaking, an auction would always conclude after the most valuable auction items were sold. However, it was a signature trait of the Helian Trade Guild's auctions to save the intercontinental teleportation spots for last, and that wasn't something that would be changed for no good reason. However, never had the manager of the Trade Guild hosted this part of the auction in person. As such, even though the majority of people had no intention of securing a teleportation spot, they were still paying close attention to the proceedings. Han Li also returned to his senses from his train of thought and temporarily cast whatever he was thinking aside. In contrast with the ancestral dragon blood, which he couldn't even verify the authenticity of, it was far more important for him to secure spots to travel to the other continents so he could reunite with Nangong Wan as soon as possible. The rest of the auction progressed extremely smoothly. Perhaps it was due to the fact that all of the teleportation spots had been switched to the Blood Sky continent, but not many people were eager to claim them. Thus, Han Li was able to secure several spots at a price that was only slightly higher than the base price, and that was naturally a pleasant surprise for him. Today's auction concludes here. You may now leave this space. Thank you for your patience, Ming Zun said with a smile as he cupped his fist in a salute after the final teleportation spot was sold. Many of the auction's attendees on the plaza were still quite bewildered by what they had seen, but they all hurriedly rose to their feet and returned Ming Zun's salute. Thus, all of them began to depart from the plaza under the guidance of the Trade Guild servants. Shortly thereafter, only the Grand Ascension stage beings in the flying cabins remained. My apologies for showing you something so embarrassing, fellow Taoists. Never has an auction item been stolen from our Trade Guild since its founding. If anyone can help us capture those 2 thieves, our Trade Guild will be sure to reward you handsomely. Not only will you be able to make 3 requests to our Trade Guild that are within the Guild's realm of capability, you can take the ancestral dragon blood as part of your reward as well, Ming Zun declared in a calm manner. Are you being serious, fellow Taoist? You won't go back on your word, will you? All of the Grand Ascension stage beings drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. Even for beings of their caliber, the reward being offered by the Helian Trade Guild was extremely alluring. I wouldn't dare to say that our guild is the most powerful force in the spirit realm, but it's still quite a reputable and renowned one, so we wouldn't go back on our word. This offer will stand until those 2 are captured, and it doesn't matter to us how that's achieved, Ming Zun replied with a smile. That's all I needed to hear, the Mayfly being chuckled coldly, seemingly rather confident in his ability to track down those 2 thieves. Brother Ming, may I ask if you and the others managed to catch a glimpse of those 2 at all as you were pursuing them? Do you know what type of teleportation technique they used? How could they have successfully teleported away when there are so many restrictions set up here? Another Grand Ascension stage being asked in a cautious manner. The 5 of us had already chased them down, but they had set up a temporary teleportation formation in advance nearby, so they were able to teleport away. We don't know what they did to that formation, but none of our patrols were able to detect it. As for the method they employed to leave this space, that was something I'd never seen before, so I can't offer much insight into that, Ming Zun replied with furrowed brows. Thank you for this information, Brother Ming. I know what I need to do now, the Grand Ascension stage being said. After that, a few more Grand Ascension stage beings asked some questions pertaining to the ancestral dragon blood and the black-robed man, but unfortunately Ming Zun wasn't able to give any definitive answers. At this point, some of the Grand Ascension stage beings were already beginning to depart, and Ming Zun displayed no intention to stop them. Let's go. We don't have time to search for those 2. Let's go back and wait for the teleportation to the Blood Sky continent. I'm guessing we won't have to wait for too long, Han Li said as he rose to his feet. The Blood Soul and Zhu Guer naturally offered affirmative responses. Thus, moments later, the 3 of them departed from the flying chamber within a ball of azure light before heading directly toward the exit of this space. After returning to the pavilion where they were staying, Han Li issued a few instructions to the Blood Soul and Zhu Guer before entering his secret chamber. As soon as he took a seat, he flipped a hand over to release a ball of golden light from his storage bracelet, which transformed into the shimmering golden page of the golden jade tome that he had just purchased before landing in his grasp. Chapter 2339, Organ Refinement Origin Arts. As soon as the page was released, it began to buzz and tremor incessantly within his grasp, as if it were trying to fly away with all its might. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he merely rubbed his hands together, upon which the buzzing immediately subsided. He then held the page between two of his fingers before rustling it in a casual-looking manner. Countless golden runes immediately surged out of the page in a frenzy, quickly forming a passage of text before him. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to carefully inspect the passage. Organ Refinement Origin Arts, he murmured to himself as he read the name of the enclosed ability. His expression then changed slightly as if he had made a sudden realization, and he immediately began to read the rest of the text. Time slowly passed, and a hint of elation gradually crept into Han Li's eyes. After reading the entire passage, he swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light, which instantly scattered the passage of text. After that, he closed his eyes and began to carefully review what he had just read. A long while later, he reopened his eyes and chuckled to himself, "How interesting! This is a very rare cultivation art specifically for refining one's organs. After mastering the cultivation art, one's organs would become magic power containers, much like Danshan's, and it can also drastically enhance magic power, as well as manifest many profound abilities. This cultivation art works perfectly in conjunction with the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra. They most likely stem from the same origins. It's quite fortunate that I was able to obtain 2 inner pages of the Golden Jade Tome containing immortal secret techniques of the same origins," Han Li murmured to himself, but his brows then furrowed slightly as a thought occurred to him. According to the passage of text, this cultivation art had extremely stringent requirements on one's physical body and meridians. Furthermore, a massive amount of the world's origin chi had to be absorbed to use it, and the rate of cultivation was preposterously slow. Having already cultivated the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra, Han Li's physical body was definitely powerful enough to satisfy the first criteria. However, even if he were to use pills to drastically enhance his rate of cultivation, it would still take over 10,000 years to reach initial mastery in this cultivation art. Hu Yushuang really wasn't kidding when she said that this cultivation art was going to take longer to master than others. If a normal Grand Ascension stage being were in my place, a minimum of 50,000 to 60,000 years of arduous cultivation would be required to make any substantial progress. The Provenance True Devil arts were already considered to be extremely difficult to cultivate, and he had spent an extensive amount of time on it, but it was nothing compared to this cultivation art. It was no wonder that the Helian Trade Guild was willing to sell such a burdensome item. However, according to that passage of text, even achieving initial mastery of this cultivation art would result in an astonishing enhancement of one's powers, so it would be a pity to just give up on it. A hesitant look appeared on Han Li's face as he weighed up his options. This immortal secret technique was very tempting, but 10,000 years certainly wasn't a short time. One had to realize that it had only taken him less than 3,000 years to reach the body integration stage from his base as a mortal. As such, he was naturally very hesitant about practicing an auxiliary cultivation art that would take 4 to 5 times as much time to master. All of a sudden Han Li detected something with his spiritual sense, and a cold look appeared in his eyes as he yelled, "Who's sneaking around there?" He then swept a hand toward the door of his secret chamber, and the door was immediately flung open to reveal a faint humanoid figure. You really are very alert, fellow Taoist Han. I only just arrived here using a secret technique, and you already detected my presence." The blurry figure quickly became clearer as he spoke. Han Li's pupils immediately contracted upon identifying his visitor. "You're quite courageous to have appeared here instead of trying to get away. Aren't you afraid that I'll detain you right here?" he said in a cold voice. The humanoid figure was none other than the black-robed man who was supposed to have already gotten away. The man currently had a smile on his face, but there was a hint of surprise deep in his eyes, clearly stunned by the fact that he had been discovered so quickly. "If I could get away, then I would have already done so rather than coming here to see you, fellow Taoist Han. That teleportation formation was only a smokescreen that teleported us into another corner of the underground world." The black-robed man chuckled as he strode casually into the secret chamber. Han Li was rather surprised to hear this, but his expression then quickly returned to normal as he said, "That's quite a crafty plan. No wonder fellow Taoist Ming and the others were all fooled. Why have you come here instead of trying to escape? Did you come specifically to see me?" "That's right, I came here to find you," the black-robed man replied with a nod. "Have we met in the past?" Han Li asked with furrowed brows. Of course not, this is our first meeting, the black-robed man immediately replied. In that case, why have you come to see him? It sounds like you're not unfamiliar with me, would you be able to give me an explanation? Han Li asked in an expressionless manner. I heard about you from someone else. Do you still recall Fan Paozi, fellow Taoist Han? The black-robed man asked in an unhurried manner. Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this. You know fellow Taoist Fan? I don't just know him, he's one of my best friends. Otherwise, how could I have heard of you from him? He has a lot of admiration for you and has given you immense praise. I had thought that he was exaggerating, but now that I'm meeting you in person, I'm beginning to believe him, the black-robed man replied with a smile. You're far too kind, fellow Taoist. Back when I met fellow Taoist Fan, there was no one else around, so the fact that you mentioned him tells me that you're indeed a friend of his. Please forgive me for any transgressions I've made, Han Li said as his expression eased slightly, and he invited the black-robed man to take a seat. It was clear that Fan Paozi had done some research on him following their first meeting. Haha, it's only to be expected, I would also be quite wary upon being approached by a stranger like this, the black-robed man said with a smile as he sat down on a futon across from Han Li. Brother Han, I really do need your help with something. I hope you can lend an ear to my request, the black-robed man continued as his smile faded. Go ahead, Han Li prompted calmly. Due to the heist that I just completed, the exits of this underground world and the teleportation halls in this area will all become extremely tightly guarded, so I most likely won't be able to leave this place in the near future through my own power. However, I heard that you secured several intercontinental teleportation spots, and I was wondering if you could take me with you during your teleportation. I'll be sure to compensate you handsomely for this, the black-robed man revealed in a straightforward manner. Han Li was rather surprised to hear this. You want to use the intercontinental teleportation formation? That's right, this is the only method that I can think of that would allow me to get out of this place in the near future, the black-robed man replied with a wry smile. Why is it that you didn't plan a way to escape after your heist? And where is that companion of yours? You don't seem to have mentioned him at all, Han Li said. A mishap occurred in the escape measures that he set up, and he was able to escape, but I'm now stuck here without a way out, the black-robed man explained with an awkward expression. I see things like this happen from time to time. Having said that, you really did create quite a drama, fellow Taoist. The Helian Trade Guild is already offering a reward for your capture, comprised of both the ancestral dragon blood, as well as 3 favors from the Trade Guild. Have you already heard about this? Han Li asked. Of course. The Trade Guild sure is generous. I'm almost tempted to hand myself in for such a lavish reward, the black-robed man chortled in response, seemingly without a care in the world. Regardless of why the Trade Guild decided to offer such an extravagant reward, it's a reflection of their determination to hunt you down. I wouldn't mind taking you with me during my teleportation, but there are no absolute secrets in this world. What if the Trade Guild finds out what I did after the event? I have some confidence in my own abilities, but I definitely don't want to make a superpower such as the Helian Trade Guild my enemy. On top of that, all I know about you is that you're a friend of fellow Taoist fans. I'm not sure I want to get involved in this, Han Li said with a shake of his head. I see you're concerned about the potential repercussions that could arise from this. Rest assured, I can swear an inner demon vow that I'll never tell anyone about this, and once all is said and done, I won't linger in the spirit realm at all and will return to my race immediately. My race will also take public accountability for this matter, so you won't face any repercussions at all. As for my origins, isn't that already obvious enough considering I'm a good friend of Fan Paozi's? The black-robed man said with a faint smile. Han Li's expression changed slightly as a thought suddenly occurred to him. You're a true dragon. That's right, please forgive me for not revealing this to you sooner, the black-robed man confirmed. I see, no wonder you came to steal the ancestral dragon blood, Han Li murmured to himself with a peculiar expression. A hint of mockery appeared in the black-robed man's eyes upon hearing this. Ancestral dragon blood? Do you still believe that's what the auction item is? Chapter 2340, The Nightmare Dragon in Tian Fair. Oh? Is it not ancestral dragon blood? Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this. Not only is it not ancestral dragon blood, it has nothing to do with a true ancestral dragon. Only people outside the dragon race would make such a mistake. Then again, it's an understandable mistake to make, The aura being given off by that drop of blood is indeed a true dragon aura, the black-robed man chuckled. It sounds like you know what it is. Would you be able to tell me? Hanli asked. Of course. In reality, this item is only useful to the dragon race and is completely useless for everyone else. It's true that it's a drop of blood essence, but it belongs to the nightmare dragon rather than the ancestral dragon, the black-robed man revealed. Nightmare dragon? Han Li's brows furrowed slightly with befuddlement. It was clearly his first time hearing such a name. It's no surprise that you haven't heard of the nightmare dragon. There aren't even many people in the dragon race who are aware of such an existence. The nightmare dragon is an existence in the true immortal realm that's no less powerful than the esteemed ancestral dragon, but it's the patriarch of the devilish dragons, which are the sworn enemies of us true dragons. This nightmare dragon blood most likely descended from the true immortal realm, and this is only one drop of 8 in total, the black-robed man explained. 8? There are that many? Hanli was quite stunned to hear this. The elders of our race were able to detect this number through special methods using their bloodline power, and that's why some of my brethren and I were sent out to all the realms to recover these drops of nightmare dragon blood. Even though this blood contains extremely enormous power from the nightmare dragon itself, it's also imbued with chaotic power that can only be slowly refined by us true dragons over time. If anyone else tries to refine this blood by force, not only will they be unable to access the energy in it, their magic power will be contaminated, thereby transforming them into a projection clone of the nightmare dragon. The elders suspect that the nightmare dragon intentionally sent its blood down into the lower realms for this purpose. As the sworn enemies of the devilish dragons, we naturally can't allow this sinister plan to come into fruition, the black-robed man said with a serious expression. In that case, not only is this blood useless to the rest of us, it's extremely dangerous as well. Having said that, with his nightmare dragon blood, the power of your race will be drastically enhanced in the near future. Perhaps there will even be some of you ascending to the true immortal realm, Hanli mused. The black-robed man immediately shook his head in response. Refining nightmare dragon blood is nowhere near as simple as you think, fellow Taoist. The blood is indeed imbued with extraordinary power, but the chaotic power contained within it will take an extremely long time to eradicate, and during this process, much of the energy in the blood will be lost as well. In the end, we'll be lucky if the blood even retains 10% of its original power. On top of that, this energy will only enhance one's magic power and save them some time in their cultivation. For true spirit beings, ascension is countless times more difficult than it is for others. Having said that, this blood could be consumed by some juniors below the grand ascension stage, and there's a chance that it could help them break their bottleneck to become true spirits earlier than they otherwise would. In that case, your true dragon race will most likely be welcoming a few new true spirits soon, Hanli said. That is indeed a possibility, but whether it'll actually happen is still yet to be seen. All of us true dragons possess true spirit bodies from birth anyway, so even if we rely only on gradual accumulation over time, it's not too difficult for us to become true spirits. Alright, I've revealed everything about this situation to you. Have you decided whether you're going to help me, Brother Han? The black-robed man asked in a seemingly nonchalant manner. Instead of directly answering this question, Hanli replied in an ambiguous manner, seeing as you're a friend of Fan Paraozzi's, and you'll be taking all responsibility publicly for this incident, there's no reason for me to refuse. Has Fan Paraozzi already given you an invitation for our vast spirit Dao Fruit Convention? The black-robed man asked with a smile. Are you referring to this? Hanli asked as he flipped a hand over to produce a shimmering silver dragon scale. That's right. If you're willing to help me here, I can assure you that I'll provide you with some minor assistance during the convention, thereby slightly increasing your chances of securing a Dao fruit, the black-robed man said. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. After receiving this invitation, I did some research about this Dao fruit convention, but unfortunately, not many fellow Taoists of the spirit realm seem to know about it. All they know is that invitations to this convention seem to be extremely difficult to obtain. I also heard that this Dao fruit is renowned as the #1 spirit fruit across all realms, but I don't know exactly what it can do. Even across all of the realms, only 1,000 people have been invited to the myriad spirit Dao fruit convention held on our Dragon Island. The only condition for receiving an invitation is that one must possess power close to or exceeding that of the average true spirit being. Senior Marshal Brother Fan has extremely high standards, so it's truly remarkable that you were able to gain his acknowledgement, Brother Han. Perhaps it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that our Dao fruit is the #1 spirit fruit across all realms, but I'm sure most people will agree that it definitely belongs in the top 3. After all, those who consume the fruit will attain vast spirit Tao physiques for 10,000 years, during which time their cultivation and ability to learn and understand cultivation arts will be enhanced by around 8-fold, the black-robed man chuckled. 8-fold? Han Li was truly stunned to hear this, and an incredulous look appeared on his face. That's right. Each person can only consume a single vast spirit Tao fruit in their life. Consumption of the fruit can temporarily allow one to attain the legendary vast spirit Tao physique. The physique won't assist you in battle, but it's incredibly useful for cultivation and mastering cultivation arts, the black-robed man said with a hint of yearning in his eyes. If this fruit really does possess such incredible abilities, then it's no exaggeration to say that it's the number 1 spirit fruit across all realms. However, it sounds like the fruit will be extremely difficult to obtain even if one gets to participate in this convention. How will you be able to assist me? Even if you're a true dragon yourself, I'm sure it'll be very difficult for you to swing things in my favor when it comes to obtaining such a precious treasure, Han Li said in a calm manner. Rest assured, Brother Han, I've already been assigned the role of one of the 36 overseers of the convention for this edition. On the surface, I won't be able to help you, but I can pass some information about other people on to you, as well as some other obscure information that's inaccessible to outsiders, the black-robed man replied. Is that it? Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. You should be satisfied with that, fellow Taoist. Vast spirit Tao fruits are extremely precious, and all of the people attending the convention will be powerful beings. On top of that, the past track record of the convention indicates that only 1 out of over 100 people will obtain a Tao fruit, while others will only be able to taste some spirit juice made from diluted Tao fruit juice. This spirit juice is also extremely precious to cultivators like us, but it's completely incomparable to the Tao fruit itself. I would already be making an exception by providing information to help you. Perhaps my assistance will be the difference between obtaining a Tao fruit and failing to do so, the black-robed man said with a faint smile. You're right, I was being too greedy there. In that case, I agree to this deal, Han Li decided after a brief moment of contemplation. I knew you'd agree, Brother Han. I'll hide here for a few days, and when the time arrives, we'll be able to leave this continent together, the black-robed man said in an elated manner. That's not an issue, but I only purchased 3 teleportation spots. How will you be able to accompany me during the teleportation without being noticed? Han Li asked. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I've cultivated an imitation secret technique that can allow me to pose as an accessory, and there's a good chance I'll even be able to fool a true immortal with this secret technique, the black-robed man replied in a confident manner. Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. All right, then there shouldn't be any problems. Seeing as everything has been decided, I won't disrupt you any longer. I need to go and find a room to rest as well. I've been searching for this drop of nightmare dragon blood non-stop these past few years, and I haven't truly slept once during this time, the black-robed man said as he rose to his feet, then departed after extending a parting salute. Right as the black-robed man was departing, a peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face as he said, I hope to be able to see you in your true form next time we meet, fellow Taoist. The black-robed man stiffened slightly upon hearing this, following which a peal of tinkling female laughter suddenly rang out. So you've already seen through my disguise. In that case, I'll present myself to you in my true appearance next time we meet. By the way, my name is Tian Feier, make sure you remember that. Immediately thereafter, she vanished from the secret chamber in a flash. Tian Feier, eh? She's most likely quite an important figure in the dragon race, Han Li murmured to himself with a contemplative expression. 4 days later, Han Li was in the process of meditating in the secret chamber when a burst of crimson flames flew into the room before landing in his grasp. Ming Zun's calm voice then rang out from within the flames. Fellow Taoist Han, the teleportation formation is ready. Chapter 2341. Arriving on the Blood Sky continent within a secretive and heavily guarded hall in the underground world was a giant formation that was releasing resplendent 5-colored light. Around a dozen black-armored guards were busy at work in the formation, quickly placing one top-grade spirit stone after another into the slots on the formation. At the same time, there were over other people standing in the hall outside the formation. Among them, there were only 5 Grand Ascension stage beings, while the rest were mostly comprised of body integration stage beings, and only 7 or 8 were of a lower cultivation base than that. The Blood Soul and Zhu Guer were naturally included in that final group. Han Li was standing in one corner of the hall with the two women and Patriarch Hua Shi, calmly appraising the busy guards inside the formation. The 12 fragrant maidens naturally couldn't be teleported to the Blood Sky continent with them, so the Trade Guild was tasked with sending them to the human race. The other Grand Ascension stage beings in the hall were clearly very proud, and they were split up into distinct groups with their respective entourages, displaying no intention to communicate with one another. The other foreign beings didn't even dare to look at Han Li and the other Grand Ascension stage beings as they also waited in silence. All of a sudden the sound of footsteps rang out, and Ming Zun strode into the hall with Fairy Fei Yun. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings immediately directed their attention toward the duo, and Han Li also did the same after gently tapping a green bracelet on his wrist. This seemingly ordinary storage bracelet was none other than Tian Fei'er. Fellow Taoists, this teleportation formation can generally only be used once every century, so I came here in person to ensure that nothing goes wrong with the teleportation, Ming Zun said with a smile, and his gaze lingered on Han Li momentarily before he looked away. With you here person, I'm sure nothing will go wrong here, Brother Ming, an extremely thin and tall Grand Ascension stage being said with a smile. Everyone else also offered some words of gratitude with smiles on their faces. Ming Zun was one of the most powerful figures in the Trade Guild, so no one dared to show any disrespect toward him. Ming Zun spoke briefly with the other 4 Grand Ascension stage beings one after another before finally getting to Han Li. He cupped his fist in a salute and said, "I've heard much about you, Brother Han. If it weren't for the mishap that had taken place during the auction, I had planned to pay you a visit in person. Please forgive me for failing to do so." "You're far too kind, Brother Ming. I was quite honored to have met so many fellow Taoists of the same cultivation base as myself during the auction," Han Li replied with a smile as he returned the salute. The other Grand Ascension stage beings were quite surprised at the attitude being displayed by Ming Zun toward Han Li. One had to realize that Ming Zun was one of the most renowned powerful beings on the Tianyuan continent. The fact that he was treating Han Li as an equal indicated that Han Li was clearly no ordinary Grand Ascension stage being either. "I believe an introduction is in order, Brother Ming," the tall and thin Grand Ascension stage being said. Before Ming Zun could give a reply, Han Li gave a self-introduction. "My name is Han Li, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Han Li? You're the human Grand Ascension stage being who ventured into the Elder Devil realm and slew the Stemborer Queen?" All of the Grand Ascension stage beings' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. At this point, it was apparent to all of them that Ming Zun had most likely come here solely to see Han Li. Otherwise, there was no way that someone of his esteemed prestige would come here in person. "I did indeed go to the Elder Devil realm, but I didn't kill the Stemborer Queen on my own. All of the rumors have painted me in far too flattering a light," Han Li replied. All of a sudden the other Grand Ascension stage beings became far more hospitable toward Han Li, and they all made self-introductions before engaging in conversation with him, with Ming Zun occasionally interjecting on the side. Shortly thereafter, a faint buzzing sound rang out within the hall. All of the spirit stone slots on the giant formation had been filled, and the formation lit up as countless 5-colored runes appeared all over its surface. "The spirit stones have been installed. You may all enter the formation now," Ming Zun said after taking a glance at the formation. "Take care, Brother Ming, I'll be taking my leave now." Han Li cupped his fist in a salute before making his way toward the formation with his small entourage. The other Grand Ascension stage beings also followed suit. Thus, all of the people waiting in the hall quickly entered the formation, then vanished amid a flash of dazzling light. "They're finally gone. Master Ming, was that true dragon really among them?" Fairy Fei Yun asked after heaving a sigh of relief. "There's only one way to find out," Ming Zun replied before making a grabbing motion toward the giant formation, upon which a round formation plate immediately flew out of the formation before landing in his grasp. This was a translucent formation plate with spirit symbols akin to the markings of a compass running along its edge, and most of the markings were flashing with faint light. Fei Yun took a glance at the formation plate before an elated look quickly appeared on her face. "There are 57, as expected. There was an extra person's worth of teleportation energy expended than expected. I wonder how she managed to do it. None of the restrictions in the hall were able to detect her. The true dragons possess unfathomable powers, so it's no surprise that she had some type of cultivation art or treasure that could allow her to escape our detection. This was her only opportunity to return to the dragon race in the near future. Now that the nightmare dragon blood has been taken out of our hands, we can all heave a huge sigh of relief," Mingzun replied with a faint smile. It's a good thing a close friend of yours from the dragon race informed us that it was nightmare dragon blood rather than ancestral dragon blood. Otherwise, if it had been sold or we had enforced stronger measures and harmed the dragons performing the heist, it would have spelled a lot of trouble for our trade guild, Fei Yun said with a wry smile. Given the properties of the nightmare dragon blood, it would definitely have been a ticking time bomb if it had been sold. However, handing it over to the dragon race would have been a display of weakness that would have placed our trade guild in a bad light. Even though allowing those two to get away would also affect our guild's reputation, it's the better alternative in comparison, Mingzun mused. That's true. It was too late to employ any other course of action anyway, so this was our only choice, Fei Yun replied in a respectful manner. Alright, that brings this matter to a conclusion. Keep the bounty for those two, but it'll just be for show. I'm sure everyone will forget about this incident in a few years. Let's go back. The auction may have concluded, but there are still some things that must be taken care of, Mingzun said before departing, followed closely by Fei Yun. Han Li was naturally unaware that the Nightmare Dragon Blood heist had actually been partially orchestrated by the Helian Trade Guild. Even if he did hear about it, he wouldn't have thought much of it anyway. The white light around him faded, and he quickly recovered from the rush of teleportation dizziness, but upon which he immediately identified that he had arrived in another giant formation. There was a spacious area around the giant formation that was paved with bluestone, and only a man and a woman were situated in the area. The man had a round face and appeared to be around 30 years of age, and he cupped his fist in a salute with a benevolent smile on his face. Welcome, seniors and fellow Taoists, to the Blood Sky continent. My name is Fang Jin, and I'm the supervisor of the Helian Trade Guild here. If anyone has any questions, feel free to direct them toward me, and I'll be sure to answer them to the best of my abilities. In contrast, the young woman beside him was much more cold and forbidding, and she was appraising everyone in the formation in silence. These two both at the body integration stage, so most of the people in the teleportation formation hurriedly returned their salute, and one of them immediately asked, Fellow Taoist Fang, do you have a map of the nearby area with annotations of the powers that we need to look out for? Of course. Those who require such a map can receive a copy from me, Fang Jin immediately replied before sweeping a sleeve through the air, releasing several tens of jade slips of different colors. Everyone was quite pleased to see this, and they each took a jade slip for themselves. Some of the more eager individuals only briefly inspected their jade slips before quickly departing, while the others also left after asking some questions, including the 4 Grand Ascension Stage beings and their entourages. Thus, Han Li was the only Grand Ascension Stage being left near the formation, and he was joined by several foreign beings who seemed to be from the same group. The group of beings were currently discussing something quietly among themselves. Let's go. After briefly inspecting the contents of the jade slip, Han Li also prepared to depart. Of course, he hadn't taken a jade slip in person. It was Patriarch Hua Shi who had collected jade slips for everyone in the group. The Blood Soul and the others naturally didn't offer any objections, yet just as they were about to depart, the woman suddenly called out, Please wait, fellow Taoist Han. I was sent here with the sole purpose of welcoming you, and I hope you can come with me. The woman's voice was surprisingly sweet and pleasant to the ears. You were sent here to welcome me? By who? Someone from your Helian Trade Guild? Han Li was quite surprised to hear this. Chapter 2342, 8 Buddha Devouring Ghosts. I am indeed a member of the Trade Guild, and I was instructed to come here by the manager of the Trade Guild on the Blood Sky continent, Master Baiying. He would like to see you, Senior Han, the woman replied in a respectful manner. Baiying? This is the first time I'm hearing this name, but seeing as he's the manager of your guild on this continent, he must be quite a renowned figure. What would he like to see me for? Han Li asked. At this point, it was already apparent to him that Mingzun had to have told this Baiying about him. Otherwise, why would this woman be here specifically for him? I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that. I was merely instructed to invite you to meet with Master Baiying. If you have any questions, you can ask Master Baiying in person, the woman replied. Did fellow Taoist Bai not tell you anything when he instructed you to come and see me? How is he so sure that I'll agree to meet him? Han Li chuckled coldly in response. Master Bai gave something to me prior to coming here, and he asked me to deliver it to you in person, the woman replied. Oh? Go ahead and show it to me, Han Li prompted as his eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, please take a look, senior. The woman immediately summoned a crimson scroll, which she offered up to Han Li with both hands. Han Li swept a hand through the air to draw the scroll into his own grasp, then swept his spiritual sense toward it, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. He opened the scroll to discover that there was an inky black image of 8 ghosts devouring a Buddha etched on the scroll. The 8 ghosts were extremely vicious in appearance, and they were wielding different types of bone weapons as they surrounded a monk with a blurry set of facial features. The image was extremely lifelike, and it seemed that the monk was on the verge of being dismembered and devoured. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he appraised the image, but he was feeling rather perplexed internally about why he was being shown this image. Right at this moment, a burst of crimson light suddenly flew out of the scroll before hurtling directly toward Han Li. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this before instantly sweeping his spiritual sense toward the crimson light. Upon determining what the crimson light was, he made no effort to evade and allowed himself to be swept up by the light, upon which he was drawn into the image in a flash. The Blood Soul and the others were naturally very alarmed by this, and several bursts of black qi immediately erupted out of Patriarch Huashir's back. The burst of black qi then transformed into giant black pythons that were over 100 feet in length while Patriarch Huashir appraised the woman with animosity in his eyes, preparing to strike as soon as she made any suspicious movements. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, Senior Han is fine. He was merely drawn into the image by a wisp of Master Bai Ying's soul for a private meeting, and he'll return soon, the woman said in a calm manner. Is that true? If something happens to Master Han in there, don't blame me for turning on you, Patriarch Huashir threatened. If Senior Han doesn't come out soon, then you can hold me accountable, the woman replied with a smile. She seems to be telling the truth, Brother Shi. Let's wait here and see what happens. With Senior Han's powers, I'm sure he won't be in any danger, the Blood Soul said. Patriarch Huashir felt this to be reasonable, and he withdrew his giant pythons before standing off to the side with a dark expression. Meanwhile, Zhu Guer was appraising the image with a hint of concern in her eyes. The image was currently hovering in midair and enshrouded within crimson light that was able to keep out everyone's spiritual sense. There was even a bloody odor wafting out of the strange image. The group of foreign beings nearby hurriedly concluded their discussion upon seeing this, then quickly flew away in fear of being swept up in whatever was happening. Meanwhile, Fang Jin remained present with a faint smile on his face. At the same time, Han Li was situated in a mysterious space within the image, appraising a meditating gray-robed monk in front of him with slightly furrowed brows. Judging from his attire, this monk was the same as the one that had been surrounded by the 8 ghosts in the image. However, the monk was currently as still as a statue, and the malicious ghosts were nowhere to be seen. Han Li inspected his surroundings to find thick crimson mist that was as viscous as treacle all around him only just over 100 feet away. There were wisps of baleful qi surging within the blood mist, and as soon as his spiritual sense came into contact with this baleful qi, the former would immediately become extremely sluggish as if it had come into contact with some glacial object. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this. Right at this moment, a thunderous roar rang out within the blood mist, following which it parted to reveal 8 sinister ghosts, each of which was over 100 feet tall. These ghosts were wearing beast-hide garments on their lower bodies, while their upper bodies were completely bared. They had pairs of strange horns on their heads as well as ghostly patterns all over their skin, and they immediately surrounded Han Li as soon as they emerged from the mist. What's the meaning of this, fellow Taoist Bai Ying? Han Li suddenly asked in a cold voice as he turned to the monk with a dark expression. The monk stirred slightly upon hearing this, and he opened a pair of bleary eyes, as if he hadn't fully woken up yet. Oh, how did you know I was here, fellow Taoist Han? I may not have been a grand ascension stage being for long, but I've witnessed this type of spiritual sense technique in the past. I had thought that you had summoned this treasure to discuss something with me in private, so I allowed you to pull me in here, but it seems like you have some different intentions, Han Li said. Please don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist Han. I did draw you in here as I had something to tell you, but this is a very important matter, and I must verify if you have what it takes to hear about this first. These 8 infernal ghost monarchs aren't very powerful, but they're wielding true infernal netherworld winds. If a normal cultivator were to come into contact with even the slightest amount of this wind, they would immediately be eroded into nothingness, so even the average grand ascension stage being wouldn't dare to face this wind head-on. If you can traverse freely through this wind without using any treasures for 15 minutes, then you'll have passed my test, and I'll be sure to offer you an apology, as well as disclose what I wish to discuss with you today. If you can't do this, then I'll have to eject you out of this image and pretend as if nothing ever happened, the monk replied in an expressionless manner. Almost at the exact same moment, the 8 ghosts let loose low roars before opening their mouths to release inky black gusts of winds, forming massive walls of wind that sealed away all avenues of escape before converging toward Hanli. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes at the sight of the oncoming winds, but his expression quickly returned to normal as he said, "Opposing these infernal netherworld winds without any treasures is an interesting challenge, but aren't you underestimating me a little too much here?" All of a sudden, a layer of golden light appeared over his body, and the black winds were kept at bay around 10 feet away from him, unable to advance any further. The monk's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, but he remained expressionless as he said, "Your powers are indeed incredible, fellow Taoist, but don't grow complacent. This isn't the extent of the infernal netherworld wind's power. It's capable of adjusting its own power depending on the power of its foe." "Is that so? I'm very interested to see this infernal netherworld wind in action then," Hanli said in an indifferent voice. As soon as his voice trailed off, a burst of incredible power erupted out of the winds, and the golden light released by Hanli was instantly compressed inward upon coming into contact with this tremendous force. Even though the golden light was only forced back by about half a foot before it was bolstered by Hanli again, he was still rather intrigued to see this. "This infernal netherworld wind really is quite interesting. You wouldn't mind if I took some for my own research, will you, fellow Taoist?" Hanli asked. The monk was rather taken aback by this request, but he replied with a faint smile, "If you're capable of doing that, then go right ahead. I have plenty of this wind in my possession." "All right, then pardon my intrusion," Hanli said as he made a hand seal, upon which the Provenance True Devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light. The projection was over 100 feet tall with countless golden runes all over its body, and it was radiating scintillating golden light. As soon as it appeared, it raised its 6 arms while chanting an incantation, and 6 golden balls of light appeared over its palms, then sprang forth before combining to form a massive golden vortex in front of Hanli. Hanli pointed a finger at the vortex, and uttered the word, "Gather." A loud rumbling immediately rang out, and countless golden runes surged out of the vortex alongside several bursts of enormous suction force. As soon as the fearsome wind came into contact with this suction force, it was drawn into the vortex as pillars of wind as if it had encountered the bane of its existence. The pillars of wind plunged into the golden vortex, and it was as if they were erased out of existence. The massive black walls of wind were reduced to tatters in the blink of an eye. Even the 8 ghosts that were releasing black wind with all their might were beginning to involuntarily approach the golden vortex, unable to resist its suction force. Chapter 2343, 10 Monarchs of the Netherworld. A hint of surprise flashed through the monk's eyes upon seeing this, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of energy fluctuations that severed the enormous suction force being released by the golden vortex. "Please have mercy, fellow Taoist Han. You've already passed the test and those 8 ghost monarchs are still useful to me, so please spare them." Upon regaining their freedom, the 8 ghosts let loose low roars before disintegration into specks of black chi. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I wouldn't have actually attacked those 8 ghosts. I was merely curious and wanted to examine their power," Hanli chuckled in response. The projection and golden vortex behind him then vanished in unison, but an inky black ball had appeared in his hand, and he was appraising it in an intrigued manner. This was none other than the infernal netherworld wind that he had gathered with his revolving golden light. However, the wind had been compressed into this ball by his enormous magic power. "Your powers far exceed my expectations, Brother Han. It seems that the rumors were true and I was foolish to have implemented this test," the monk said. "Seeing as I've passed your test, can we move on to the topic of discussion?" Hanli asked. "Of course you have the right to hear what I have to say. I'm sure you're already aware of who I am," the monk replied. "If the woman outside hadn't lied to me, then you should be the manager of the Helian Trade Guild on the Blood Sky continent, which would make you equivalent in status to fellow Taoist Ming Zun," Hanli said. "That's correct, but how much do you know about our Helian Trade Guild?" the monk asked. "I'm afraid I don't know too much. All I know is that the Trade Guild is extremely powerful and is one of very few super organizations that span across all 3 continents," Hanli replied with furrowed brows. "In reality, our guild is quite a loose organization. Aside from the branches on each continent that were set up to facilitate easier exchange of resources and information, there are no set rules and duties. Generally speaking, whenever conflicts arise, the panel of Grand Ascension Stage Elders in the guild will pass down their judgment. I was assigned the duty of temporary manager of the guild on this continent by the Elders. If any Grand Ascension Stage fellow Taoists wish to join our guild, they'll generally become guest elders. This role won't affect their daily cultivation, nor their status in their own respective races, and they'll get to enjoy many incredible benefits. Their only duty will be to assist the guild in times of peril, the monk said in an unhurried manner. Why are you telling me this, fellow Taoist? Hanli asked. I want to formally invite you to join our trade guild. Would you be interested? The monk asked as a smile appeared on his face for the first time. Did you invite me here and conduct that examination just for this? Hanli asked in a calm manner. Of course not, but if you can become a member of our guild, I'll have fewer qualms about sharing what I'm about to discuss with you, the monk replied. I have some interest in the Helian Trade Guild, but I still want to hear what you want to discuss with me first before I make any other decisions, Hanli replied. Alright, in that case I won't force the issue. How much do you know about the infernal realm and the netherworld, fellow Taoist? The monk asked. Hanli was rather taken aback to hear this. The infernal realm? I often hear about it, but I've never heard of anyone who's actually seen it. As for the netherworld, its existence is nothing more than an unverified legend. At the very least, I'm unable to confirm whether it exists or not. Does our topic of discussion have something to do with those two places? That's right. Over 100 years ago, our guild unintentionally discovered the entrance to a new small world while exploring a certain spatial rift on the Blood Sky continent. A new small world? Is that true? Hanli was quite stunned to hear this. 100%. Even though it's a new small world, it's most likely already existed for many years. It's just that no highly intelligent life forms have been born in that world, and it's never been discovered before. Just as our guild was preparing to dedicate a massive amount of resources to develop this small world, we discovered that beings from another realm had also infiltrated the small world. A reminiscent look appeared in the monk's eyes as he spoke. He then continued, as soon as we clashed with these new enemies, we were all given quite a fright as these were all ghostly beings like the ones you had just battled. Their powers vary drastically, with the weakest ones only roughly equivalent in power to chi condensation stage beings, while the most powerful ones could compare with body integration and grand ascension stage beings of our spirit realm. That infernal netherworld wind was something I managed to collect after facing a powerful ghostly being in battle, and the 8 ghost monarchs were also manifested from the auras that I extracted from those ghostly beings. Of course, I was only able to imitate their form. Their actual power is incomparable to that of true ghost monarchs. The most powerful infernal ghost monarchs are beings that can rival the likes of you and me in power. According to these beings, the realm they come from is known as the infernal realm, and they serve the 10 monarchs of the netherworld. Our trade guild clashed with these ghostly beings in several major battles over this small world, but neither side could gain the upper hand and countless casualties arose. In order to avoid further casualties for both sides, we made a pact with those ghostly beings, arranging a match between the most powerful beings of our two sides to decide how much resources each side can claim from that small world. I want to invite you to participate in this match as one of our guild's representatives. Of course, if you could join our guild, then your inclusion would be more justified. Regardless of the outcome of your battle, as long as you participate, our guild will be sure to reward you handsomely, the monk revealed. I see. Is this infernal realm the actual infernal realm in the legends? And what type of beings are those 10 monarchs of the netherworld? Will they be participating in this match? Hanli asked. Our guild conducted an investigation into this, and even though we don't have much evidence, we believe this realm isn't the true infernal realm. Instead, it's most likely just another realm suitable for powerful ghostly beings to inhabit. As for the 10 monarchs of the underworld, they are formidable beings who are even more powerful than the ghost monarchs, and it's most likely the case that they'll participate in this match, the monk replied. It's a pity that this isn't the true infernal realm. I had thought that I would finally get to explore the secrets of reincarnation, Hanli said as he stroked his own chin in a disappointed manner. This realm may not be the true infernal realm, but the abilities cultivated by those ghostly beings are vastly different from ours, and they're fundamentally different life forms, so perhaps you'll be able to glean some of the secrets of the Tao of reincarnation through battling them, the monk said with a smile. Hanli offered no response to this, and only after a long while did he ask, where and when is this match being held? And how many battles will be in this match? Aside from myself, which other fellow Taoists will be representing the trade guild? As opposed to being displeased by Han Li's thorough line of questioning, the monk's eyes lit up as he hurriedly replied, "The match will take place in 3 years in that new small world, and there will be a total of 5 battles. Aside from myself, the other participants will be a fellow Taoist from the guild's Thunder Continent branch, a guest elder from the panel of elders, and a top-tier Blood Tao powerful being from the Blood Sky Continent. If you decide to participate as well, then our lineup will be complete. Rest assured, these battles are only sparring contests, so even if you lose, your safety won't come under any threat. On top of that, if you can secure a victory, I can allow you to enter our guild's heaven-scaling pavilion to choose any one immortal secret technique from the true immortal realm on top of the predetermined reward." A secret technique from true immortal realm? Did I hear that right? Han Li was very surprised to hear this. That's right. Our guild possesses several immortal secret techniques and not many people know about them, but it's not the best-kept secret either. The seniors who founded our trade guild were descendants of true immortals that were left behind in the spirit realm, and the trade guild was once an extremely secretive investigative organization set up by the true immortal realm in the spirit realm, so all of its important members were also direct lineal descendants of true immortals. As such, it's no surprise that they possess some immortal secret techniques. However, due to the spatial storm, all realms suddenly lost contact with the true immortal realm, so our seniors were forced to recruit some powerful outsiders into the organization, and that's how our trade guild came into existence. As such, not only is our organization a trade guild that spans across the 3 continents, it's also responsible for ensuring the safety of this realm in the shadows, battling against threats that arise against our realm. For example, our trade guild had sent some Grand Ascension stage fellow Taoists into the Elder Devil realm to slay the Stemborer Queen. Unfortunately, all of them were trapped in that seal before they had a chance to do anything, and it was all thanks to you that they were rescued, so technically speaking, you're a benefactor to many of the elders of our trade guild, the monk explained with a smile. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. Chapter 2344, Blood Crane City? May I ask how much the trade guild knows about the ancient altars on this continent? Han Li suddenly asked. The monk was rather taken aback to hear this. How much we know? What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist? I'm asking about how many altars your trade guild knows the location of, Han Li clarified. I'm not sure about other continents, but here on the Blood Sky Continent, we should have a grasp on the location of around 70% to 80% of all ancient altars. Are you interested in these things, Brother Han? The monk asked. It was no wonder that he found this to be strange. These ancient altars were generally defunct, so they were largely useless to Grand Ascension stage beings like them. I'll have to put more consideration into whether I want to join the trade guild, as this isn't a decision to be made lightly. However, I can agree to participate in the match, but aside from the compensation you just mentioned, I have another condition, Han Li said. What is it? A hint of caution appeared in the monk's eyes upon hearing this. I wish to be able to make use of your guild's information-gathering avenues during my time on the Blood Sky Continent so I can access the information I want as quickly as possible. As for the information about the ancient altars, I would like a detailed distribution map right away, Han Li replied. The monk's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and he nodded in agreement. That's not an issue, I agree to your request. As for the ancient altars, I'll get someone to deliver a distribution map to you immediately after you leave this space. Good. As long as your trade guild keeps its promise, I'll be sure to attend the match in 3 years, Han Li assured with a smile. I have no reasons not to trust a promise from a man of your status. Here is a token, please keep it safe. When the match is about to begin, it'll notify everyone, and when that time comes, just go to any subsidiary site of our guild, and you'll be taken to the entrance of the small world, the monk said as he flipped a hand over to produce a formation plate. Alright, I'll see you and the other fellow Taoists on the cusp of the match then. Han Li stowed the formation plate into his storage bracelet as he spoke. After that, the monk told him about some precautionary aspects of the match, then gave him an even more detailed map of the Blood Sky Continent before finally releasing him out of this space. All of a sudden, Han Li re-emerged in the outside world, enshrouded within a ball of crimson light. Master Han. Senior Han. Everyone hurriedly greeted him with respectful salutes. Sorry to make you worry, Han Li said to his entourage with a faint smile. At this point, the woman from the trade guild had already received instructions from Bai Ying, and she said in a respectful manner, Senior Han, I've already sent out a message requesting the information that you want. It should arrive soon, so please wait here for now. I've already stayed here for quite some time. It's not like waiting a bit longer will make any difference, Han Li replied in a calm voice. The woman didn't dare to say anything further, and she extended a respectful bow before rolling up the scroll that Han Li had just emerged from, then stood off to the side in silence. Fang Jin also remained silent as he stood still on the spot with a respectful expression. Only after more than 2 hours had passed did a streak of crimson light appear in the distant sky, then approached everyone at an incredible speed, arriving on the scene after just a few flashes. The woman made a hand seal before raising a hand upward, and the streak of crimson light immediately descended as a crimson flying sword, attached to which was a yellow jade slip. This is the information about the ancient altars that you requested, Senior Han. The woman removed the jade slip from the sword before hurriedly handing it over to Han Li. Han Li accepted the jade slip before injecting his spiritual sense into it, upon which a pleased look appeared on his face. This is indeed a very detailed distribution map. It's getting late, so it's about time we set off now. Han Li stowed the jade slip away, then raised a hand to release a ball of black light, which instantly transformed into the mountainous ink spirit Holy Arkansas. Fang Jin and the woman were both quite startled by the sudden emergence of such an enormous object, while Han Li and the others flew onto the ark, following which it quickly sped away as a streak of black light. In the blink of an eye, Fang Jin and the woman were the only two people remaining on the scene. Right as the giant ark disappeared into the distant sky, the woman suddenly turned to Fang Jin before extending a respectful bow. Master Baiying, it looks like Senior Han has already agreed to represent our guild. In that case, our chances of securing victory will be bolstered even further. Fellow Taoist Han does indeed possess incredible powers, but against a monarch of the netherworld, his chances of victory are only around 50%. Having said that, our trade guild won't be able to find any better representative during the next 3 years. I just hope that not all of the Infernal Realms representatives will be monarchs of the netherworld, Fang Jin replied with a smile, then suddenly grew drastically taller as he transformed into a green-robed elderly man with a pair of murky eyes. This Fang Jin was actually none other than Baiying in disguise. He was somehow able to disguise himself and even restrict his own cultivation base to the body integration stage, but it was unclear whether Han Li had been fooled. What did the trade guild want from you, Senior Han? It's not going to affect the objective of our trip, is it? The Blood Soul asked with a hint of concern in her eyes. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, the Helian Trade Guild is only asking for a small favor from me, and it won't affect our original plan at all, Han Li replied with a smile. The Blood Soul's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. That's good to hear. All of a sudden, Han Li flicked his wrist and said, Fairy Tian, you can show yourself now, and please keep my conversation with fellow Taoist Baiying a secret. Rest assured, Brother Han, I'm more than capable of keeping a secret. In any case, it's just a small world, and that's not enough to tempt our dragon race. If our dragon race wanted a small world, we could obtain any number of small worlds at any time we want. I swear on my inner vows that I won't disclose this to anyone. As soon as this voice trailed off, green light flashed from Han Li's wrist, and an elegant figure emerged before everyone. She wore a long green robe and had skin as fair as snow, creating a stark contrast with her long black hair. Her facial features were very beautiful, and she would be completely identical to a human beauty if not for the pair of short green horns sticking out of her hair. This was the true form of Tian Fair. The Blood Soul and the others were all given a fright upon seeing this, but judging from Han Li's words, they knew that this wasn't an enemy, so they didn't immediately lash out despite their surprise. Considering how wealthy the dragon race is, I'm sure you wouldn't revoke an inner demon vow over something like this, Han Li replied with a nod, seemingly in full trust of the woman. It was all thanks to you that I was able to escape from the Helian Trade Guild, and I'll be sure to repay you during the Dao Fruit Convention, Brother Han. I'll be leaving this realm and returning to my race now, Tian Fair said with a smile before taking her leave. Han Li naturally wasn't going to try and keep her, and after exchanging some parting words, Tian Fair sped away toward a certain direction as a ball of azure light. As for how she was going to leave the spirit realm, that wasn't something for Han Li to be concerned about. Let's go. The distribution map indicates that there seems to be an ancient altar just nearby. Let's take a look at that one first, Han Li said after Tian Fair had faded into the distance. Patriarch Hua Shi immediately gave an affirmative response, then controlled the puppets piloting the giant ark to change directions slightly before accelerating toward the nearest altar. "Fellow Taoist blood soul, please come with me to the hall. I have something to discuss with you," Hanli instructed. The blood soul wasn't surprised to hear this, and she immediately did as she was told. Moments later, the two of them arrived in the hall, and Hanli took a seat while the blood soul remained standing. "What are your plans now that we've arrived on the Blood Sky continent, fellow Taoist? Our agreement was that I would protect you if you encountered any powerful enemies, but it'll be up to you to find and recover your true body," Hanli said in a calm manner. "I've already decided that I'll be going to Blood Crane City, which was where I previously discovered some leads in the form of a mark left behind by my true body. Unfortunately, I was being pursued by enemies at the time, so I didn't get a chance to thoroughly inspect the nearby area and could only flee back to the Tianyuan continent. I'm sure that if I were given sufficient time, I'll be able to find more leads," the Blood Soul replied. "Blood Crane City? Let me check the location of that city," Hanli said as he flipped a hand over to produce the jade slip containing a map of the continent, then injected his spiritual sense into it. "It's quite a distant location. If we don't use any teleportation formations, it'll most likely take half a year to fly to the city. The good thing is that there are many ancient altars along the way, so it won't hamper my progress. However, I'll have to examine all of the nearby ancient altars on the way there, and that will result in some delays," Hanli said. The Blood Soul was ecstatic to hear this, and she hurriedly extended a deep bow as she said, "Of course, it's only right that you prioritize what you're doing above my quest. By the way, Blood Crow City is part of the territory of the Blood Dao sect that I made an enemy of, so we'll have to be careful once we get there." Chapter 2345, Bloodbone Sect. "Alright, if you have no objections then you can go and rest now. I hope we can have a smooth trip," Hanli sighed as he waved a hand to dismiss the Blood Soul. The Blood Soul naturally didn't dare to refuse and did as she was told. Meanwhile, Hanli sat in his chair in silence as a contemplative look appeared on his face. Several days later, the giant ark appeared in the air above a green lake, then descended onto a barren-looking small island. Half a day later, the ark rose up into the air again before traveling along a predetermined route. A month later, around a dozen foreign beings split up into the two groups were engaged in a fierce battle above a certain renowned mountain range on the Blood Sky continent. One group had fiery red skin with faint scales visible on their cheeks, while the other group had thick brows and huge eyes with wisps of baleful chi surging around them. Below the two groups was a secluded forest, within which were several spirit medicines that were releasing unique aromas into the breeze. On either side of the spirit medicine sat a crimson-robed elderly man and a gray-robed elderly man. The appearances of these two were similar to those of the two groups of beings locked in battle up above, but their cultivation bases were far superior. The two were locked in a battle of their own, with one of them controlling a flower basket treasure, while the other was wielding a round disc, and they appeared to be evenly matched. It was clear that these two were the leaders of the two groups, and that they were fighting over these rare spirit medicines. All of a sudden, a burst of rumbling rang out in the distance, and a mountainous black ark emerged before flying toward the forest at an astonishing speed. Even before the ark had arrived, an astonishing aura had already been sent sweeping through the air. The two groups of foreign beings battling in the air were only the core formation and nascent soul stages, and they immediately retreated in alarm in the face of this fearsome aura. The two spatial tempering stage elderly down below also hurriedly looked up with alarmed expressions. The black ark quickly sped over the forest like a tornado, causing the two groups of foreign beings to spin rapidly on the spot like spinning tops in an involuntary manner. Immediately thereafter, their bodies were sent flying back for hundreds of feet before they managed to right themselves again. As for the forest down below, a massive trench that was over 100 feet wide had been torn into the ground as if a giant primordial beast had just crashed its way through the forest, and countless trees had been felled. The two groups could only look on with astonished expressions as the giant black ark vanished on the spot as a gust of black wind close to 10 kilometers away. Even though the two spatial tempering stage beings just so happened to be situated on either side of the trench, they were also forced back in retreat by the suffocating aura that had crashed down from above. After rising to their feet again, both of them had turned completely pale, and they were looking at the giant ark in the distance as if they had seen a ghost. That was a Grand Ascension stage being. Only the ark of a Grand Ascension stage being could be this fearsome, the crimson-robed man murmured to himself. I wonder which Grand Ascension stage being that was. What about our spirit medicine? A thought suddenly occurred to the gray-robed man, and he hurriedly cast his gaze into the trench before heaving a long sigh of relief. The spirit medicines were completely unscathed as if by some type of miracle, and it seemed that the owner of the ark had intentionally spared them. The crimson-robed man and gray-robed man exchanged a glance, upon which their battle immediately resumed. As for the two groups of foreign beings above the forest, they took a moment to collect themselves before also engaging in battle again. 3 months later, a giant black ark was hovering in the air above the restricted area of a medium-sized sect. The ark was surrounded by over 1,000 high-grade puppets, which were taking up virtually the entire sky. Below the puppets were close to 10,000 foreign beings wearing the same attire, and regardless of their cultivation base, all of them were rooted to the spot with fearful expressions, not daring to move around as they pleased. Around 2 hours later, spatial fluctuations erupted from within the restricted area, upon which a streak of azure light forced its way through the restrictions before landing on the giant ark to reveal Han Li and Zhu Guar. "How did it go, Senior?" the Blood Soul hurriedly asked. "This isn't the altar we're looking for either." "Let's keep going," Han Li instructed. "Yes, Master." Patriarch Huashur immediately pulled out a badge treasure before waving it through the air, upon which all of the puppets in the sky returned silently to the giant ark. In the next instant, countless black runes emerged on the surface of the ark, and it sped away amid a resounding boom. There were several body integration stage beings among the foreign beings down below, and they were greatly relieved to see the departure of the ark. One of them was a burly man with green feelers all over his face, and he said in an indignant manner, "Are we really just going to let them get away like this? If word of this were to spread, the reputation of our sect would be swept to the ground. What do you suggest we do then? Their leader's cultivation base is completely unfathomable to us, so he's most likely a Grand Ascension stage being. Even setting him aside, just those puppets alone would be enough to destroy our entire sect several times over. Do you want us all to chase him down and give our own lives for no reason?" A hunchbacked elderly man harumphed coldly in response, and the others immediately chimed in agreement. "We may be no match for them, but can't we get an upper sect to step in? We pay so many spirit stones to the upper sect every year, aren't we doing that so that they can protect our sect at times like this? As long as the upper sect is willing to step in and teach those people a small lesson, the reputation of our sect would be saved," the burly man disagreed. "Even the upper sect possesses only a single Grand Ascension stage being. Do you think they would confront another Grand Ascension stage being over something like this? Besides, he only forced his way into our sect's restricted area, but he hasn't harmed any of our disciples. Aside from the damage to our reputation, our sect hasn't sustained any actual damage. The people of the upper sect definitely wouldn't be willing to step in under these circumstances," the hunchbacked man countered. The burly man disagreed, "Not necessarily. As long as we're willing to pay a heavy enough price. That's enough." "You want us to go offending a Grand Ascension stage being just to save some face? Have you gone insane, Elder Zhu?" A middle-aged man in a set of scholarly robes suddenly interjected to cut off the burly man. "I just don't want the reputation of our sect to be severely impacted by this, sect master. Seeing as none of you seem to care, I'll stay out of this matter as well," the burly man grumbled before falling silent. "Elder Fei, Elder Qiong, go and see if any treasures have gone missing in the restricted area, and try to follow the signs to see which parts of the area the Grand Ascension Stage Senior visited," the middle-aged man instructed. The two elders he was referring to immediately gave affirmative responses before flying into the restricted area as streaks of light. As for the other disciples, they were ordered to return to what they had been doing before by the sect master. The ancient altar? Half a day later, the sect master was seated in a secret chamber, appraising the hunchbacked elderly man with a hint of surprise on his face. "That's right, that senior seemed to have only visited that one place, and there are some signs suggesting that he attempted some type of divination there," the hunchbacked man replied with a wry smile. "The ancient altar in the restricted area has already been abandoned for many years. Why would he come to our sect just to visit the altar?" the sect master murmured to himself with a perplexed expression. "Who knows? Perhaps there's some type of secret hidden within that altar?" the hunchbacked elder speculated. "So be it, even if there is some type of secret, we can't get involved now that a Grand Ascension stage being has already visited the altar. From now on, double the number of guards in the restricted area, but aside from that, pretend as if nothing ever happened," the sect master decided. "I understand, I'll issue this order tomorrow," the hunchbacked man agreed with a nod. Meanwhile, Han Li was situated in the hall of the giant black ark, appraising a white light screen that was hovering before him. The light screen depicted an extremely clear giant map with annotations of some mountain ranges and lakes, as well as several flashing spots of azure light spread all over the map. Senior Han, we've already visited all of the altars nearby, and the next altar is around half a month's travel away. However, once we reach that altar, we'll be in the territory of the Blood Bone sect, which is one of the major Blood Dao sects, the Blood Soul explained as she pointed at one of the flashing azure dots on the light screen. That's the sect that you made an enemy out of, right? It looks like we'll have to be more subdued once we enter that area. I don't fear any other Grand Ascension stage being, but it would naturally be best to avoid senseless conflict, Han Li said with a nod. The Blood Bone sect has 5 or 6 Grand Ascension stage beings among its ranks, making it one of the most formidable powers on the Blood Sky continent. Even though this number of Grand Ascension stage beings is far less than that of other major powers, the Blood Dao cultivation arts of this sect are extremely fearsome, and all of its Grand Ascension stage beings are far more powerful than those of other sections. We'll have to try and avoid attracting their attention, so we won't be able to travel in this arc any longer, the Blood Soul said with a slightly grim expression. Chapter 2346. Masked Man, this arc is indeed a little conspicuous. I'll withdraw it once we enter Blood Bone sect territory. Once we arrive at Blood Crow City, you can go to search for leads about your true body on your own. I'll give you 2 body integration stage puppets to accompany you, so you'll be fine as long as you don't encounter any Grand Ascension stage beings, Han Li said. A hint of elation flashed through the Blood Soul's eyes upon hearing this. Thank you, Senior, I'll be sure to do my best. There's no need to thank me over something so minor, Han Li said as he waved a dismissive hand. Over a month later, Han Li and the others finally arrived in the territory under the Blood Bone sect's control. Thus, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark was withdrawn and replaced by an inconspicuous black flying carriage that was drawn by several flying wolf puppets. The next part of the trip progressed quite smoothly, and another 2 months later Han Li's group arrived at a giant Crimson City. The city's construction was very interesting in that there was a blue lake on either side of the city, and the section of the city wall where the city gate was situated jutted out significantly, forming what was almost like an independent small town. Atop the city wall was a group of crimson armored guards that were patrolling back and forth in an absent-minded manner. A group of foreign beings was lined up outside the city gate, and only after paying some spirit stones to the guards at the gate were they granted access. Blood Crane City is considered to be a major city of the Blood Bone sect, and the city produces several types of specialty products that are beneficial to mid-grade and high-grade cultivators. As such, there's an elite force from the Blood Bone sect that's constantly situated in the city, as well as a Grand Ascension stage Grand Elder, so no one dares to cause any trouble here and it's a very orderly city. However, everything is also a lot more expensive here than it is in other cities, and a sum of spirit stones must be issued if one wishes to permanently settle here, the Blood Soul introduced. We've encountered some Blood Bone sect disciples on the way here. Setting aside their cultivation bases, all of them have a type of baleful aura emanating from their bodies, indicating that they are indeed using an extremely formidable cultivation art. It's no wonder the Blood Bone sect is one of the major Blood Dao sects on the Blood Sky continent and is capable of constructing such a massive city. On top of that, this city is situated right in between several mountain ranges, so it must be frequently visited by many outsiders passing through the area, Han Li analyzed as he quickly gleaned the terrain near Blood Crane City with his spiritual sense. Indeed, Senior. Assuming things haven't changed too much compared to when I was last here, the majority of the city's population is comprised of foreign cultivators. However, most of the major businesses in the city belong to the Blood Bone sect, and others with businesses in the city are also supported by other major powers. There are also some strange individuals who hide within the city all year round, the Blood Soul replied. Sounds like a very complicated place. Does the Blood Bone sect not care about those mysterious individuals? Han Li asked. Blood Crow City is considered to be one of the more liberal major cities on the Blood Sky continent. Unless someone starts a fight in the city or does something to impact others, then the Blood Bone sect won't do anything aside from taking some spirit stones at set times. It's perhaps because of this that the city has always been thriving. On top of that, there are several large arenas in the city, and those who wish to settle their differences could do so by engaging in a battle for superiority or even battles of the death in those arenas, the Blood Soul replied. I see, I think I have a general understanding of what type of city this is now. Are you planning to enter the city with me, fellow Taoist? Han Li asked. I won't be going in, senior. According to the mark left behind by my true body, she appeared to have entered the myriad moon mountain range neighboring the city, so I'm planning to go there to search for other leads, the blood soul replied as she extended a slight bow. In that case you can go on your own. There are 2 ancient altars near the city, so I'll always be nearby. Take this transmission talisman with you and contact me with it if you discover something or encounter any trouble. Han Li flipped a hand over as he spoke to summon a golden talisman before tossing it toward the blood soul. Thank you, senior. I feel much more assured now with this talisman in my possession, the blood soul hurriedly replied in a grateful manner as she caught the talisman. She then extended a parting bow toward Han Li before departing as a streak of light. Only after the blood soul had completely disappeared into the distance did Han Li spur on the flying carriage to fly directly toward the giant city. There were already 7 or 8 foreign beings lined up outside the city. They were all asked some simple questions by the guards, such as where they came from and how long they were planning to stay in Blood Crane City. The foreign beings all provided answers to these questions, but as for whether they were being honest or not, that was something that only the heavens knew. The guards outside the city gate didn't care about that anyway, and they made some records of this information before handing out a metal badge to each person and granting them access. Once it was Han Li's turn, Patriarch Huashur stepped forward before releasing a portion of his body integration stage aura, then tossed a mid-grade spirit stone toward the guards as he said, 3 people, keep the change. Among the dozen or so guards in front of the city gate, the most powerful one was only at the nascent soul, and they were all forced to stumble back a few steps in the face of Patriarch Huashur's formidable aura as stunned looks appeared on their faces. The leader of the guards accepted the mid-grade spirit stone before immediately handing 3 badges to Han Li's trio, not daring to ask any questions. Thus Han Li's trio made their way into the city in a nonchalant manner. With such a powerful aura, that had to have been a body integration stage senior. How strange, there's been over 30 body integration stage beings who have arrived at our city in just this 1 month alone, the leader of the guard said as he wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead after Han Li's trio had disappeared into the distance. That is indeed quite strange. On top of that, none of these body integration stage beings are leaving the city. Could it be that something's about to happen? Another guard speculated. Perhaps. Do you guys feel like there are many new faces that have appeared among our superiors during the past month? All of them are extremely arrogant, and they seem to be important figures. I don't think they're inner sect disciples, another guard mumbled. A stern look appeared on the guard leader's face and he scolded, All right, let's end this discussion here. Regardless of what happens in the city, it has nothing to do with outer sect disciples like us. All we have to worry about is looking after this city gate. Have you forgotten the rules of our sect? The other guards immediately shuddered at the mention of the rules of the sect, and they immediately fell silent, not daring to discuss this topic any further. At this point, Han Li and the others had already made their way into the protruding area of the city wall beyond the city gate. Aside from a series of long streets that were lined with crude stalls, there were no other buildings in this area. Many of the people who had just entered the city were lingering in front of the stalls, examining the items being sold or bartering with the stall owners. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over the stalls to find that even though the items being sold were quite diverse or plentiful, they were all of a low caliber and were useless for beings like him and Patriarch Huashur. Thus, they naturally weren't going to linger here and quickly exited the area, upon which they arrived at a massive plaza with an area in excess of 10,000 acres. Many official shops of different sizes were spread all around the plaza, and judging from the signs hanging outside the shops, it was clear that everything could be purchased here, including materials, spirit beasts, treasures, etc. Patriarch Huashur and Zhu Guer's eyes lit up in unison upon seeing this. You can roam the city freely for the next few days, but come back here in 3 days to meet up with me again, Han Li instructed with a faint smile. During this past half a year, they hadn't entered any other cities as they had been busy traveling and searching for ancient altars. They were on a different continent, so the shops here were definitely selling rare materials, ingredients, and treasures that weren't commonly available on the Tianyuan continent. As such, it was necessary to give them some time to buy the things that they wanted. Yes, Master Han. Thank you, Senior Han. Patriarch Huashur and Zhu Guer were ecstatic to hear this, and they extended respectful bows toward Han Li before hurrying over to the shops around the plaza. 3 days wouldn't be enough for them to visit all of the shops, but it would suffice for exploring most of these shops. Right at this moment, Han Li suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and he reflexively raised his head to look up into the sky. Night was about to fall upon the city, and through the invisible restrictions he was able to see several murky crescent moons in the sky, while a bright red color was beginning to appear in the nearby space. It wouldn't take long before the crimson night was going to settle over the entire sky. For some reason the blood sky continent was no different from the other two continents during the day, but at night, it would turn a strange crimson color, and that was the origin of the continent's name. However, Hanli wasn't looking at the moons that were already beginning to take on a red tinge. Instead, he was looking at a certain spot above the plaza, and moments later, he lowered his head again in an expressionless manner before making his way toward a street that was connected to the plaza. Within the patch of space that Hanli had just been appraising was a completely concealed masked man, and his brows furrowed tightly as he murmured to himself, "That Grand Ascension stage being has noticed me as well. Who is he? I've never seen that face before." Chapter 2347. Daoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wanhua. Regardless of who he is, now that a Grand Ascension stage being has appeared, it looks like we won't be able to hide this any longer. We may as well spread the word and recruit their assistants to make a gamble. Surely that would be better than missing our opportunity and ending up with nothing. Having made up his mind, the masked man swept a sleeve through the air and instantly vanished on the spot. At this moment Hanli was walking along a street, having visited a few of the larger shops to replenish his supplies. After that, he went to a slightly secluded inn and rented a small independent courtyard, where he stayed and began to meditate. 3 days later Hanli returned to the plaza, where Patriarch Hua Shi and Zhu Guer were already waiting for him, and the three returned to the inn together. Hanli then informed the two of them that he had suddenly made a breakthrough in a secret technique, so he would have to go into seclusion for some time and set the search for the ancient altar aside for now. He also instructed the two to stay in the courtyard and cultivate in the meantime, and to not go out unless it was necessary. Patriarch Hua Shi and Zhu Guer naturally accepted this arrangement. Thus, for the next month or so, the three of them cultivated in the courtyard without leaving even once. On this day Hanli was in the process of meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes, seemingly having sensed something. His expression then darkened slightly as golden light erupted from his body, and he shot out of the room as a streak of golden light. Almost at the exact same moment, an earth-shattering boom rang out, and a massive fireball exploded above the inn akin to a scorching sun. Powerful shockwaves surged forth in all directions, toppling all of the surrounding buildings, and the majority of the people near the site of the explosion instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist, while only a minority of beings with advanced cultivation bases were able to rush out of the affected area before looking up with alarmed expressions. Patriarch Hua Shi and Zhu Guer were naturally among the latter group. Due to the flight restrictions, no one was able to rise up into the air, but they could still see everything clearly from down below. At the site of the explosion, there were two humanoid figures facing each from afar while hovering in midair. One of them was a young man in a set of Taoist robes, while the other was a wrinkly old woman with a head of white hair, and both of them were giving off astonishing auras. It was clear that those were responsible for the explosion. Those must be Grand Ascension stage beings. Even body integration stage beings can't rise too high up into the air with the potent flight restrictions in place in this city, someone immediately exclaimed. Some of the people who had survived the explosion were looking up with enraged expressions, but all of them drew a sharp breath upon hearing this before quickly scattering and fleeing into the distance. This was a clash between two Grand Ascension stage beings. It would be nothing short of suicide to stay here. As for seeking an explanation or compensation, that was something that they didn't even dare to consider. The fact that two Grand Ascension stage beings had suddenly appeared was enough to shake the entire city. Patriarch Hua Shi and Zhu Guer were a little perplexed as they couldn't see Hanli anywhere, but they weren't concerned and remained standing calmly on the spot. Right at this moment, a cold male voice suddenly rang out up above. "How dare you attack this city in such a blatant manner? Do you have no regard for the Bloodbone sect?" Faint spatial fluctuations erupted, and a burst of white light suddenly flashed between the young man and the elderly woman, following which a man wearing a white mask emerged. The mask had several silver spirit patterns etched onto its surface, and it concealed the man's entire face aside from a pair of black eyes. "You've finally come out, Xiaoming. This is what you get for avoiding us. Humph, if you had continued to hide from us, I would have destroyed this entire city." The elderly woman harumphed coldly. "Please forgive us, fellow Taoist Xiao. Mistress Wanhua and I only resorted to this as we had no choice. It's a good thing that we intentionally restricted the scope of the explosion so not much damage was caused to your city, the young Taoist priest said in an apologetic manner, creating a stark contrast with the elderly woman's cold demeanor. Not much damage was caused? There were close to 1,000 people living in this area, yet less than 100 managed to escape. Most importantly, during the few centuries I've been the lord of this city, no one has dared to do something like this. I'm not going to let things slide unless you give me a satisfactory explanation. The masked man replied in a cold voice. What explanation do you want? So what if a few hundred low-grade beings died? It's not a big deal. Are you trying to issue a challenge to me? The elderly woman asked as a dangerous gleam flashed through her eyes. The young Taoist priest's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he didn't say anything in the end. I know why you two came to find me, but if you want to discuss this matter, you and Mistress Wanhua will each have to endure 3 attacks from me at an arena. Regardless of the outcome, I'll be willing to let things slide, the masked man said. 3 attacks. No problem. I can take 30, even 300 if you want, the elderly woman guffawed. Good, I'll be able to give everyone in the city an explanation now. By the way, there's something I forgot to mention. You two aren't the first Grand Ascension Stage fellow Taoists to arrive at my Blood Crane City, the masked man said. Both the elderly woman and young Taoist priest were quite surprised to hear this, and the latter asked, Someone arrived here before us? Which fellow Taoist was it that managed to catch wind of this so quickly? Instead of providing a reply, the masked man turned toward a certain direction and said, You've been spectating for quite some time now, fellow Taoist. Why don't you come out and meet us? I didn't think you'd be able to see through my concealment technique. In that case, I guess I'll have to show myself. A male voice suddenly rang out from that direction, following which Han Li emerged amid a flash of azure light with a hint of a smile on his face. So it really is you. Don't be surprised that I was able to see through your concealment technique. Most of the restrictions in this city were set up by me, so anyone else unleashing abilities of this nature would also fail to escape my detection, Xiaoming said with a smile. So you're a formation master. No wonder you were able to see right through me. May I ask why you decided to call me out? Han Li asked. I must say, I truly admire your willpower, fellow Taoist. You clearly already know that that thing is about to open, but instead of seeking me out after arriving in Blood Crane City, you've made no effort to approach me at all. If fellow Taoist Qing Ping and fellow Taoist Wanhua hadn't arrived, you would have most likely continued to wait. I also didn't think that the two of them would decide to strike on the street where you're living. Life is truly full of coincidences, Xiaoming chuckled. The Taoist priest exchanged a glance with the elderly woman before the former said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Wanhua and I were unaware that a fellow Taoist of the same cultivation base as ourselves was living on this street. We had briefly inspected the area with our spiritual sense and decided to strike as the population density in this area was quite low. Having said that, it's very impressive that you were able to conceal your cultivation base so convincingly that you even managed to fool both of us. I don't recall ever seeing you before. May I ask your name, fellow Taoist? My surname is Han, and it's no surprise that you haven't seen me before. I'm not from the Blood Sky continent. I just so happen to be passing through this place, and I have no interest in getting involved with whatever you're planning. However, if I hadn't acted quickly, I would have been caught up in that explosion as well, so I believe you two also owe me an explanation, Han Li replied with a cold expression. Xiaoming faltered slightly upon hearing this, then turned to Taoist Qing Ping's duo with an amused look in his eyes. Taoist Qing Ping's brows furrowed slightly as he appraised Han Li, as if he were trying to figure out whether Han Li was telling the truth. His smile then faded as he replied, So you're a fellow Taoist from another continent. We were indeed a little rash with our prior actions, but what kind of explanation do you want from us? Do you want us to face 3 attacks from you as well? There's no need for 3 attacks. The two of you can take 1 attack from me each, Han Li replied in an expressionless manner. The elderly woman seemed to be very short-tempered, and she immediately flared up with rage upon hearing this. Sure, 1 attack each it is. Let me see what gives you the confidence to be so arrogant. A wry smile appeared on Taoist Qing Ping's face and he asked, Are you really just passing through this city and not pursuing the same thing as we are? I don't even know what you're referring to. How could I possibly be pursuing it? Rest assured, fellow Taoists, I have other important matters to attend to. As long as you don't get in my way, I won't pose any hindrance to you either, Han Li said in a calm manner. Taoist Qing Ping was ecstatic to hear this, and Mistress Wanhua's expression also eased slightly. As for Xiaoming, his expression remained calm as he said, Regardless of what your objective is as the city lord, I must welcome you to our city. I hope you can all do me the honor of paying my cave abode a visit once we finish our sparring matches in the arena. Chapter 2348, Nine-Eyed Blood Toad. The two of us came to see you, so we were planning to stay at your cave abode for a few days even if you hadn't offered, Daoist Qingping replied with a smile. Han Li also nodded in agreement after a brief moment of contemplation. Xiao Ming was quite pleased to hear this, and he looked around at the city guards that had already begun to gather from all directions, then said, "All right, then it's decided, let's go to the nearest arena first. I'll get the disciples of our sect to take care of everything else here." Daoist Qingping and Mistress Wanhua naturally had no objections to this, and Han Li followed them toward a certain part of the city after briefly communicating to Patriarch Hua Shi and Zhu Guer through voice transmission. Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi exchanged a glance before silently departing, quickly vanishing into a nearby street. Around an hour later, Xiao Ming and Mistress Wanhua were facing each other from afar in mid-air within a white light barrier that was situated in a massive ring-shaped building. Meanwhile, Han Li and Daoist Qingping were looking on calmly from the spectator stands outside the light barrier. Moments later, Xiao Ming declared that he was unleashing his first attack, following which he opened his mouth to release a streak of crimson light, which instantly transformed into a massive white bone blade. There were several silver rings embedded into the front tip of the blade, and they were clanging incessantly as they swayed in the wind. Xiao Ming grabbed a hold of the blade before swinging it viciously through the air, hurling it directly toward his opponent. As soon as the bone blade left his grasp, countless crimson runes appeared on its surface. It covered a distance of several thousand feet in the blink of an eye, reaching Mistress Wanhua in a flash. "Humph, is that all you've got?" Mistress Wanhua harumphed coldly as she put on a disdainful display, but she didn't dare to allow any complacency to set in as she swept a hand upward like lightning. An antiquated-looking black wooden hairpin was pulled out of thin air before being slashed toward the bone blade from afar. A clear ringing sound rang out, and a burst of black flames erupted out of the pointed tip of the hairpin, then wound itself around the bone blade before radiating dazzling light. The black flames only revolved several times around the bone blade before the latter was forced to a halt, then began to gradually melt away. Xiao Ming wasn't surprised at all to see this and he declared, "This is my second attack." He then pointed a finger at the bone blade, close to half of which had already melted away, and the silver rings embedded onto its surface shuddered slightly before flying out of the black flames, having been completely unaffected. In the next instant, the silver rings vanished on the spot, and Mistress Wanhua's expression suddenly changed drastically as she twisted around before rising up into the air as a streak of azure light. Spatial fluctuations erupted from the spot where she had been standing before, and several silver rings of light emerged before shrinking toward the center. However, they naturally missed their target due to the preemptive measures taken by Mistress Wanhua. Xiao Ming remained unfazed by this as he continued to chant an incantation while pointing incessantly at the rings of light. Countless arcs of silver lightning erupted from the smooth surfaces of the rings amid a rumbling boom, then surged directly toward Mistress Wanhua. Mistress Wanhua's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and she swept her wooden hairpin downward several times in succession, releasing more bursts of black flames. However, the black flames were unable to do anything aside from slow down the rings of light slightly. Mistress Wanhua flashing through the air over and over again, but the rings of light were also capable of instantaneous teleportation and were chasing her in hot pursuit. After evading a few more times, an impatient look finally appeared on Mistress Wanhua's face. "Do you really think these rings can suppress my devilish flames? Let me show you the true power of my bone-eroding devilish flames." As soon as her voice trailed off, she hurled her wooden hairpin through the air before expelling a ball of energy onto it out of her mouth. At the same time, a giant black lion projection that was over 100 feet tall appeared behind her amid a flash of black light. The lion's body was covered in scorching black flames, and it was giving off an astonishing aura. Right at this moment, the wooden hairpin suddenly transformed into a short black sword. The sword was only around half a foot in length, but it was giving off incredible heat that was threatening to set even the nearby space alight. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the rings of light reappeared above Mistress Wanhua before converging viciously toward her again. The giant black lion let loose a low roar as it raised its head to expel a black fiery cloud out of its mouth, keeping the rings of light at bay. Meanwhile, Mistress Wanhua cast an incantation seal into the short sword, and it flew into the black lion's mouth as a streak of black light. A cold smile then appeared on her face as she rapidly flicked a string of incantation seals through the air, and the black flames around the lion's body swelled drastically as it opened its mouth to expel a burst of black light. The black light was none other than the short sword, but its surface was now riddled with peculiar flame-shaped spirit patterns. The short sword pierced through the fiery cloud as a streak of light that was over 100 feet in length, then flashed right past the rings of light. Several dull thumps rang out, and the rings of light were all slashed apart before disintegrating into specks of spiritual light. As opposed to being alarmed to see this, a hint of elation flashed through Xiaoming's eyes instead. Impressive. That must be your signature treasure, the Qilin-slaying devilish sword. As expected, it truly is a fearsome weapon. Even my Mount Tai rings were unable to withstand it. However, I'm going to be using some of my true power in this final attack, so take care, fellow Taoist. He then suddenly slammed a palm viciously into his own dantian. A dull thump rang out as countless streaks of crimson qi surged out of his body, instantly forming a dense cloud of mist that completely inundated him. Mistress Wanhua's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and a serious look appeared on her face as she injected even more power into her black lion projection, further bolstering its aura and increasing its size by around a third. A sharp screech suddenly rang out from within the crimson mist, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps, as if some type of giant creature were about to emerge. The mist then completely parted to reveal a mountainous toad. The toad was over 1,000 feet tall with a glossy crimson body, and there were several head-sized bulges on its back. There were also 9 shimmering golden demonic eyes on its head that were flashing with an unsettling light. That's a 9-eyed blood toad. I didn't think you would truly refine the true blood of this true spirit being, Mistress Wanhua exclaimed as her expression darkened significantly. Taoist Qingping's expression also changed slightly upon hearing this. In contrast, Han Li's eyes abruptly lit up, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. He had naturally heard of the 9-eyed blood toad, and some of its true blood was even occasionally sold in some large auctions. However, in contrast with the blood of other true spirit beings, which would always attract fierce bidding from high-grade beings, this blood was rarely sought after, and there were even instances where it had gone unsold. This was because the blood of the 9-eyed blood toad was extremely poisonous, and even the majority of Grand Ascension stage beings wouldn't be able to handle the backlash from the poison within the blood during the refinement process. As for beings of lower cultivation bases, they would instantly perish upon even the slightest contact with this true blood. Thus, with so many other types of true spirit blood to choose from, there were naturally very few Grand Ascension stage beings interested in the blood of this creature. As such, it was very remarkable that this Xiaoming had dared to take this risk and had actually succeeded in refining this true blood. This is the first time I've ever used this form in battle, so you'll be the first person to experience its power, fellow Taoist Wanhua. Xiaoming's cold voice rang out, following which the giant toad suddenly opened its mouth before something shot out at an incredible speed. Mistress Wanhua immediately gave a muffled groan as shuddered violently before stumbling back a few steps, seemingly having just been struck by some type of powerful object. Around 10 feet in front of her, there was a head-sized ball of golden flesh viciously striking a vibrant green wooden shield. Behind this ball of flesh was a crimson pillar of flesh that was around as thick as a human wrist without countless bulging veins on its surface. This was the 9-eyed blood toad's tongue, and it had struck Mistress Wanhua before she had even managed to catch sight of it. If it weren't for the fact that she had summoned the wooden shield as a prophylactic measure, she would have most likely been unable to withstand that attack. Even as things currently were, she had clearly been forced onto the back foot. Mistress Wanhua let loose an enraged cry as the giant black lion behind her opened its mouth to release a streak of black light that hurtled directly toward the toad's tongue. However, right at this moment, the thick toad's tongue abruptly vanished on the spot. At the same time, the 9-eyed blood toad that was situated several thousand feet away suddenly sprang up using its hind limbs, then also disappeared into thin air. Mistress Wanhua was a seasoned combatant at this point in her cultivation journey, and she immediately knew that she was in trouble. Her expression changed drastically as she twisted around to flee, but it was already too late. A loud rumbling boom suddenly rang out up above, and the 9-eyed blood toad suddenly reappeared above her. As soon as it emerged, it reached out with a massive palm, conjuring up a crimson halo with a diameter of around 100 feet that came crashing down viciously from above. Even before the halo had completely descended, the space around Mistress Wanhua tightened, and she felt her own body become extremely heavy, following which countless rumbling booms rang out. Chapter 2349. Formation. Mistress Wanhua was quite alarmed to see this, and she immediately raised her head before opening her mouth to release a huge earthy yellow seal. At the same time, the giant black lion behind her raised one of its paws before slashing its claws upward amid a sharp tearing sound. 5 massive claw projections were unleashed, but as soon as they came into contact with the crimson halo, they were instantly repelled amid a dull thump. As for the giant seal, it was affected by the fearsome power being released by the halo, causing it to go out of control as it began to revolve aimlessly in midair. As for the crimson halo itself, it didn't pause even in the slightest as it continued to descend toward Mistress Wanhua. Mistress Wanhua's expression darkened even further upon seeing this, and she suddenly uttered a few strange sounds, following which the black lion behind her immediately released a black fireball amid a furious roar. As soon as the fireball emerged, it swelled to a size that was no smaller than the crimson halo before surging up toward it. A rumbling boom rang out as the fireball transformed into a cloud of scorching flames that swept forth in all directions, unleashing such incredible power that even the crimson halo was beginning to flash erratically. However, right at this moment, the nine-eyed blood toad up above opened its mouth to expel a ball of crimson chi, which vanished into the halo in a flash. In the next instant, a loud buzzing sound rang out, and the halo tremored slightly before being restabilized by the new influx of energy, upon which it continued to forcibly descend through the fiery cloud. The giant black lion was also releasing black flames out of its mouth to support the fiery cloud, but the crimson halo was clearly not something that it could resist. Mistress Wanhua was very alarmed to see this, and as the halo drew closer and closer, she was beginning to consider using her trump cards. However, right at this moment, the crimson halo abruptly vanished on the spot. "Thank you for the battle," the nine-eyed blood toad said in a calm manner, then reverted back into its human form amid a burst of crimson mist. "Your powers are very formidable, Brother Xiao. I concede this match," Mistress Wanhua said in an indignant manner as she withdrew the fiery cloud and black lion projection with a dark expression. "I was only able to seize the initiative due to my nine-eyed blood toad transformation. I may not necessarily be able to defeat you in a battle of life and death. It's your turn now, fellow Taoist Han. I'm looking forward to seeing your abilities from another continent," Xiaoming said. He then flew out of the light barrier as a ball of crimson light before descending near Han Li. "Would you like to take a rest first, fellow Taoist Wanhua? How about I spar with fellow Taoist Qingping first?" Han Li asked with a faint smile. "There's no need for that. I didn't expend much magic power during that clash, so I'm ready to face you right away," Mistress Wanhua replied in a cold voice before Taoist Qingming could respond. Taoist Qingming merely offered a faint smile in silence. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but he still accepted this arrangement. He made a hand seal and his body blurred before vanishing on the spot, then re-emerged within the light barrier amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. "I'll only be unleashing a single attack, so I won't be holding back much here," Han Li cautioned in an expressionless manner. "Humph, I'm well aware of that," Mistress Wanhua snapped in response, following which the giant black lion reappeared behind her amid a flash of black light, and it seemed to be even more menacing than before. It was clear that she was quite enraged by her loss in the previous sparring match, and that she intended to recover some dignity by defeating Han Li. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he took a deep breath before taking a step forward. A dull thump rang out as if he had taken an incredibly heavy step, and in the instant his foot landed on the ground, a resounding boom rumbled throughout the entire arena. Mistress Wanhua's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and she was then greeted by the sight of countless silver spirit patterns appearing all over Han Li's body. At the same time, he swelled drastically in size, while a layer of golden scales surfaced over his skin amid a flash of bright golden light. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a golden-scaled devilish being with a single horn on its head. Taoist Qingming's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he hurriedly cautioned, "That's the true devil physique that can only be attained by cultivating devil Dao arts to the extreme. Be on your guard, fellow Taoist Wanhua." It was impossible to glean Xiaoming's expression due to his mask, but there was clearly a hint of astonishment in his eyes as well. Mistress Wanhua faltered slightly upon hearing this, and a grim look appeared on her face as she sensed the fearsome aura that Han Li was releasing. She immediately swept both sleeves through the air to release countless black flying needles, all of which revolved through the air before forming a formation diagram that was releasing bursts of black chi. This flying needle formation diagram was her trump card, and it formed a protective barrier around her from all sides. This formation was comprised of 360 black blood needles, which had taken her several centuries to refine using a refinement method that she had stumbled upon in a set of ancient ruins. She had never been defeated in battle against another Grand Ascension stage being when using this formation diagram, and even if she couldn't defeat an enemy, the formation diagram would always ensure that she wouldn't lose. The fact that she had summoned this formation diagram without any hesitation was a clear indication of how wary she was of Han Li's true devil physique. True devil physique? Han Li chuckled internally upon hearing this. In reality, this was an incomplete form of his provenance true devil physique. It did indeed have a very similar appearance to a true devil physique that could be attained from several types of rare devilish arts, but the power disparity was night and day. Setting aside the fact that Han Li's physical body was already comparable in power to that of the average true spirit being, even without unleashing his 12 awakening transformations, this incomplete provenance true devil physique would be more than enough to crush normal Grand Ascension stage beings. With that in mind, Han Li took a few steps forward to reach the formation diagram, then slowly reached out toward the center of the formation with a massive scaled hand. His fingers abruptly vanished into the space before him in a flash, following which a shimmering golden hand that was several times larger than it had been before re-emerged above the formation amid a burst of violent fluctuations. It was as if the massive hand had torn through space, and its fingers parted as it descended toward the formation diagram with a devastating aura. The grim look on Mistress Wanhua's face became even more pronounced upon seeing this, but she didn't hesitate in the slightest as she made a hand seal, upon which all of the black chi within the formation diagram surged up into the air as countless streaks of black light. Each streak of black light was formed by a needle, and their tips were looking extremely sharp and lethal. However, the giant golden palm displayed no intention of evading, and it continued to descend from above. Thus, all of the streaks of black light struck the golden hand like a torrential storm. A string of crisp clangs rang out, and countless balls of black light erupted over the surface of the giant golden hand, following which all of the black needles were repelled, while the golden palm remained completely unscathed. Mistress Wanhua wasn't too surprised to see this, and she took a deep breath before making a hand seal, upon which she suddenly began to rotate on the spot like a spinning top. Countless incantation seals of different colors surged out of her body in a frenzy, then vanished into the formation diagram without a trace. Black chi surged violently within the entire formation, and around a dozen black chains suddenly shot forth before instantly binding tightly around the giant golden hand up above. Immediately thereafter, a faint buzzing sound rang out, and countless black runes surged out of the chains before adhering themselves to the massive palm. Seal. Mistress Wanhua yelled with a triumphant expression as she finally ceased in her rotation. The black runes immediately began to glow brightly while writing incessantly, seemingly preparing to completely seal the giant hand. However, right at this moment Han Li uttered the word shatter, and countless arcs of golden lightning suddenly sprang out of the black runes, shattering all of the runes to free the massive golden hand. In the instant that the golden palm was freed, it flipped itself over to grab onto all of the golden chains, then crushed them into powder with ease amid a string of dull thumps. The giant golden hand then blurred before abruptly appeared no more than several tens of feet away from the formation diagram, then came crashing down with devastating force. The black formation diagram began to emit a sharp screeching sound as if it were being placed under immense pressure, and the black chi within it immediately rose upward to form a black light barrier over the entire formation. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the giant golden palm struck the black light barrier, resulting in an eruption of scintillating black and golden light that forced even Xiao Ming and Daoist Qingping to narrow their eyes slightly. Once the light faded and they reopened their eyes, they discovered that the black light barrier had been completely shattered, while the mountainous golden palm had drawn to a halt right above Mistress Wanhua's head. Chapter 2350. Heavenly Cauldron Palace. Mistress Wanhua was as pale as a sheet as she stood rooted to the spot down below. Not only had the entire formation diagram been completely wrecked by the giant golden hand, even the massive black lion behind her had curled up into the ball, having been completely immobilized by the tremendous force weighing down from above. She had already summoned several defensive treasures to protect herself, but judging from the fearsome power displayed by the giant palm, she knew that those treasures wouldn't be able to do much at all. She had been forced to use all of her trump cards, yet she had still been crushed by just a single palm from her opponent. This was an extremely heavy psychological blow to someone as proud as she was. "Thank you for the battle," Hanli said before withdrawing his arm. At the same time, the giant golden palm above Mistress Wanhua also vanished in a flash. Before she knew it, she was on the other side of the light barrier, returning to the spectator stands with a wooden expression. Taoist Qing Ping and Xiao Ming exchanged a glance, and both of them could see their own astonishment mirrored in one another's eyes. Han Li turned to Taoist Qing Ping from within the light barrier, and said, "It's your turn now, fellow Taoist Qing Ping." Taoist Qing Ping immediately returned to his senses upon hearing this, and he hurriedly waved his hands with a wry smile as he replied, "I'm no match for you, fellow Taoist. There's no need for me to test myself against you, I concede." He had made a very wise decision and conceded the match. Han Li wasn't too surprised to hear this, and he didn't force the issue any further either. He merely nodded in response before withdrawing his Provenance True Devil physique, then also emerged from the light barrier. "Your powers far exceed those of anyone I've ever seen, fellow Taoist Han. That reminds me, are you the fellow Taoist Han Li of the Tianyuan continent who entered the Elder Devil realm and slew the Stemborer Queen?" Xiaoming asked. "Those rumors paint me in a far too flattering light, but I am indeed Han Li," Han Li replied. "Haha, so it really is you, no wonder your powers are so formidable. It seems that a truly esteemed guest has arrived in my city. You have to stay in the city for some time so we can exchange some insights and ideas," Xiaoming said with an enthusiastic smile, completely disregarding the other two Grand Ascension stage beings present. Han Li was also rather interested in the blood Dao cultivation arts of the Blood Bone sect, so he smiled and replied, "I certainly can't turn down such a genuine invitation." "Great. Mistress Wanhua, fellow Taoist Qing Ping, let's go to my cave abode together," Xiaoming said in an excited manner. Taoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wanhua exchanged a slightly hesitant glance before the former replied, "We came here to see you anyway, so we would have visited you even without an invitation. Please lead the way and pardon our intrusion, Brother Xiao. I've already instructed my servants to prepare a banquet in my cave abode that I'm sure you'll all be happy with. Please follow me, fellow Taoists," Xiaoming said with a smile. Thus, the group departed from the arena as four streaks of light, flying toward a giant palace situated at the center of Blood Crane City. Close to a day later, Han Li flew out of the palace just as night was arriving. It then took him close to an hour to arrive at an inn on a secluded street before making his way into a courtyard that had already been rented. Patriarch Hua Shi and Zhu Guer were standing outside the entrance to the courtyard in a respectful manner, and they immediately extended deep bows upon Han Li's arrival. Han Li waved a dismissive hand toward them before the trio strode into the courtyard together, following which the gate swung shut amid a flash of white light. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming, Mistress Wanhua, and Taoist Qing Ping were seated around a white jade table in the palace, and there seemed to be an argument taking place. It was impossible to glean Xiao Ming's expression due to his mask, but both Taoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wanhua wore cold expressions that were even intermingled with a hint of anger. "That's going too far, fellow Taoist Xiao. You're planning to take 90% of the spoils from the Heavenly Cauldron Palace and leave only 10 to us? Have you no respect for us at all?" Mistress Wanhua yelled. "If you two also possess the key to the Heavenly Cauldron Palace and know its rough location prior to its opening, then you'll also have the right to propose such conditions," Xiaoming replied in a calm manner. "We're naturally aware that you possess those things. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to find you prior to entering the Myriad Moon Mountain range. However, no matter how you look at it, 10% is far too little," Taoist Qing Ping said with tightly furrowed brows. Xiaoming refused to be swayed. "What kind of place do you think the Heavenly Cauldron Palace is? Without my key, you wouldn't be able to access the palace even if you learned its location in advance. I had to expend an extremely heavenly price to obtain this key, and I'm already being very generous by offering you 10% of the treasures. There's more than one key to enter the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. You only have a single key and we still don't know if it's a genuine one or not. Last time the Heavenly Cauldron Palace appeared, many replica keys were created. Those replica keys couldn't allow one to safely enter the palace, but they can certainly notify one of the opening time and rough location of the palace, so we can try to enter the palace ourselves as long as we're willing to take a risk," Mistress Wanhua said in a cold voice. "Replica keys? I have heard of such things, but I can assure you that I definitely have an authentic key. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to propose these conditions, Xiaoming replied in a confident manner. I can see that you're very confident, so I'll take your word for it, but with so many replica keys in existence, there will most likely be many other Grand Ascension stage beings who will try their luck at entering the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. After all, this is a cave abode left behind by Taoist Tianding, who endured the most major heavenly tribulations 1 million years ago, and was even able to successfully ascend in the end. Who knows how many treasures and pills that will be extremely useful to us can be found in the palace. At the very least, the cultivation arts and secret techniques left behind in the palace will tell us how Taoist Tianding was able to transcend all of his major heavenly tribulations, and just that alone would be extremely tempting to all powerful beings of our caliber. Even if you manage to enter the palace, do you think you'll be able to obtain all the treasures in there and leave safely without our assistance? Are you not afraid that we'll collaborate with someone else in possession of a key and compete against you for those treasures? Taoist Qingping said as his eyes narrowed slightly. Are you threatening me, fellow Taoist Qingping? Xiaoming's voice immediately cooled upon hearing this. It's not a threat, it's simply the truth. The fact that we've come here is an indication of our sincerity to collaborate with you. Besides, if you don't collaborate with us, who else will you turn to? That fellow Taoist Han from the Tianyuan continent is extremely powerful. Why didn't you invite him to enter the Heavenly Cauldron Palace with you? Could it be that even you're wary of his powers? Taoist Qingping asked in a calm manner. That's right, I am indeed wary of him. I'm not confident in my ability to suppress him, so I didn't tell him about the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. However, you won't convince me to make a concession with just this point alone, Xiaoming replied without any hesitation. Taoist Qingping's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Fellow Taoist Qingping, seeing as fellow Taoist Xiao is being so stubborn, why don't we tell him? I'm sure he'll be willing to make a concession once he hears what we have to say, Mistress Wanhua suddenly said in a cold voice. Xiaoming faltered slightly upon hearing this before asking, What do you have to tell me? A mysterious look appeared in Mistress Wanhua's eyes as she asked, Do you know fellow Taoist Qingping's true origins? Xiaoming turned to Taoist Qingping with a puzzled look upon hearing this. Truth be told, my true inheritance comes from. Taoist Qingping completed his sentence silently through voice transmission. Xiaoming's eyes immediately lit up with elation after hearing what he had to say. In an extremely deep canyon in the Myriad Moon Mountain Range, the Blood Soul was standing atop a giant black falcon puppet, staring intently at a burst of faint white light that had appeared on a stone face. Within the white light were several peculiar runes that were constantly transforming, seemingly conveying a mysterious message. The Heavenly Cauldron Palace, the Blood Soul suddenly murmured to herself, and many sealed memories surged back into her mind. Meanwhile, Han lay seated on a wooden chair in the rented courtyard, carefully inspecting a miniature cauldron that was only several inches tall hovering above his hand. The cauldron was of a faint azure color with an antiquated appearance. Its surface was riddled with carved images of all types of different creatures, and they flashing incessantly with spiritual light, as if they were about to spring to life. Han Li was stroking his own chin while appraising the miniature cauldron with a contemplative look on his face. In a dark and secluded space within the Myriad Moon Mountain Range, a faint sigh suddenly rang out. The palace is finally about to open again. After being trapped here for so many years, I'll finally be able to leave. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.